What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. While you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Nikutan challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda.
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
A 5-star rating to none other than SportPesa.
To stand here as we receive this award. It not only speaks of SportPesa as the leading betting brand, but speaks of how we are the best when it comes to innovation, when it comes to trust for our customers. It also speaks into how our customers believe in how we will impact the communities in sports fraternity that we sponsor. So asante.
Alafu sasa tunaingia kwenye street kuuliza mafans mbona wanapenda SportPesa. Showing us too much love, too much love.
SportPesa is the best betting company that you can trust.
SportPesa is the best betting brand in the whole world.
Mimi najua na bet kwa SportPesa. Ukibet pesa yako inakuja yote. Kuna kampani zingine ukiweka ile pesa ikikuja wanakata mingi, sasa zingine inapotea, hiyo bet slip inapotea, lakini kwa SportPesa iko sawa.
Mara mingi sana wanasema kwa SportPesa na imenitoa mbali. Hapo naso siwezi kataa nazo. Ukiona hizo odds zao vile wanachagua hizo games inapendeza kama sisi watu wa SportPesa.
Ilianza kubet 2015.
Na inakupeleka aje?
Iko sawa, hata kuna siku nilishaangukia bonus ya 30,000. 12 games. Niko na hakika nataka kuchapa hiyo 17 this time.
Unajua iko pesa ngapi sasa hii?
Si milioni imeanza 100 million.
Kuna bonuses na ukiwekelea bet yako uko sure unapata pesa.
Ukipata pesa yako they give you at the time, exactly that time. Hakuna mambo ati mara hujapewa nini.
Na sijui kama unajua kubet na SportPesa saa hii ukitumia app na website ni free.
Hata niko na app.
Uko na app? Na unajua kubet ni free?
Najua kubet ni free. Hata natumianga free.
Very nice. Nashukuru sana. Wewe ni customer wangu mzee. Until next time, let's keep it Rada Safi na Biggie, Rada Safi na SportPesa. Let's keep it SportPesa. Let's keep it 100.
Eaten fish in your life, then there's a slight chance that that delicious meal came from the largest water body you're seeing on your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Lake Victoria, the second largest freshwater body in the entire world. And that setting marks the final outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit happening here in Dala, Waruaki Dala. Welcome to Kisumu County, county number 042, which marks the final outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. We are here at the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium for the SportPesa 7s and the Dala7s. My name is Ochieng Steven, and I'm not alone. I'm joined by one man, Walter Orangi. Walter, a successful day one, and it's the business end of the day. The trophy is right in front of me, the overall SportPesa National 7s title for 2025. So who will it be? From 16 teams down to 8 teams, and we are going for the main cup quarterfinals, and this is where it matters most for all the teams. So in the main cup quarterfinals pairings for today, we have 8 teams that have gone through, that will be fighting for the Dala7s 2025 title. And in the first main cup quarterfinal, we'll have Cabras Sugar taking on Nondies. Menengai Oilers will be facing Mamba RFC. The Falcons will be taking on Nakuru RFC. And in the match that everyone is waiting for, KCB Rugby, who are the overall leaders, will be taking on Strathmore Leos, who are slightly behind them in second position. So Walter Orangi, the main cup quarterfinals is set, and it's about time for business. What are you expecting from Dala7s in the main cup quarterfinals especially?
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much, Steve. It's been a pleasure being in Kisumu. I've really had a good time. So far, so good. Matters Rugby this weekend, the cup quarterfinals are clear for everyone to see, but the most important one is the Strathmore Leos versus KCB game. Much anticipated match. That game really decides if KCB are crowned champions, or we have to wait a little bit longer just to know who is the circuit champion.
Yeah, so just in case you're joining us and you have no clue about what's going down and why you are focusing on the KCB versus Strathmore Leos, it's because right at the moment in the overall standings, KCB sit at the top on 104 points and Strathmore Leos are second on 95 points. So why this quarterfinal match matters today is because if KCB win their quarterfinal match today against Strathmore Leos, then they'll be declared the 2025 SportPesa National 7s champions, and they'll be the ones who'll be taking home this beautiful trophy sitting in front of us. So today, Walter, it's not about anything else. It's KCB versus Strathmore Leos.
Yes, it is.
What needs to happen today?
Well, I guess the two sides are prepared into this, but the dynamics change a little bit. Early season, I would have given a strong consideration about Strathmore Leos really putting up a strong fight against KCB. However, with that squad depth, the injuries that they have incurred, they are slightly not at 100%, but still a good Strathmore Leos nonetheless, whether or not they're their full strength. Now, KCB on the other hand have different fortunes all the same, because they have a deeper squad, they have a stronger squad, and they can show for it, and they can play against a good Strathmore side and win today. So I'm really interested to look at how that game pans out. But before we get to the KCB game, dude, we have Cabras Sugar taking on Nondies. Nondies, my friend, come to a last season tournament and they come as if this is it for us. I mean, if we can't win this, then that's it. I'm not surprised that they made the cup quarterfinal. They were in a relatively easier pool. They were playing against Mombasa Sports Club and taking on the Kenya Harlequins. However, Nondies made it to the cup quarters. They're taking on Cabras. Cabras, they're sitting, they're a team that has consistently growing, they're getting stronger, and I believe that should be a good cup quarterfinal. Now, the second one is the Menengai Oilers taking on Mamba. Oilers are restart merchants. Those guys are scoring tries from kickoffs. If you've watched the Menengai Oilers and you watched them yesterday, the whole of yesterday, Dennis Abukus every other time he's on hand to receive it. Either he is going up for it or it's being tapped backwards for it for Dennis Abukus. So that should be an interesting quarterfinal match. Mwamba, on the other hand, have had, their season, you can't sum it up. You can't really pinpoint where exactly Mwamba have been this season. However, they've brought in a few young boys, the likes of Eugene Ojiambo, who are coming through. They look like they're building something. And that should be a good quarterfinal match. I know Lavin Asego most definitely will be preparing his charges to take on a good Menengai Oilers side. Now, the third cup quarterfinal, we have Daystar Falcons taking on Nakuru. Daystar Falcons, fresh from playing in a cup final, buoyed with the return of Patrick Odongo. They have a consistent squad, and you can see the consistency. These guys, the Arnold Ogondas of this world, the likes of Amukwachi Clinton, they've played these sevens. They've battled hard all the way from the Driftwood Sevens. They are now culminating in Kisumu, and what an opportunity. They're taking on Nakuru. Nakuru, on the other hand, they have been flashy here and there. They've not had a consistent season. You can't really pinpoint that they've put in together a strong season to lay a claim to the National 7th Circuit. Remember, a few years ago under Gibson Weru, they did win the National 7th Circuit. So I can really see that most of these sides are building, but Daystar Falcons are a good side taking on Nakuru. The final one, now the most important one, KCB versus the Strathmore Leos. I do believe that the Leos are going into this wanting to win it. And for the neutrals, I know the fans watching us from at home, they are anticipating, they are waiting for a setback for KCB and hoping that this would really kickstart maybe some drama towards the end of it all. Who knows what is going to come? Strathmore Leos are good money. They're good value for their money. They can beat KCB. But is KCB ready to lose in the cup quarters? That's for us and everybody else at home.
It was Strathmore Leos, all they needed to do was finish in second place in their match yesterday. And as you can see on the screen, Strathmore Leos, they lost against Oilers, meaning they finished second in their pool, setting up a clash against KCB. Of course, over the 5 tournaments that we played in Driftwood, they met with KCB in the final. In Prinsloo, they met again in the final. And then in Kabiberi, no, not in Christie's, they once again met in the final. No, in Christie's, they did not make it to the final, in fact. But just going into the match, we've seen Strathmore Leos make a quick start against KCB. What will be going through the minds of KCB again to just prevent them? Because they know they have everything to lose tonight.
Well, KCB must have studied how they've been losing to Strathmore Leos, and I believe that has always been at the kickoff. That restart point where they've disrupted KCB, not allowed KCB to settle. They strike KCB while the road is hot. And then by the time KCB realize and piece together a few things here and there, time has run out. It's sevens rugby. They've done so much whenever they've come against KCB, and hoping today they'll give us a good match. But one thing I am not, I'm keen to see is what is the attitude that KCB is going to come with in this game. It depends on how they start, who they select, because mostly having a big squad or an expanded squad means that there is a struggle for you in terms of trying to determine who starts and who sits on the bench. So most importantly, KCB have to get it right. Once they've gotten it right, they have to get it right at the restarts, the kickoffs. That is where KCB have been struggling.
And talking about this KCB side, I think they're facing Strathmore Leos. It's a case of experience versus newbies on the scene. KCB know how to get the job done. And do you think, what will it boil down to? Will experience play a really important part in this thing, or will just Strathmore Leos, will they just go on the lose and they say, boys, we have nothing to lose, so let's go for it, and whatever happens, happens. Well, but for KCB, they need to be calculated, they need to be measured in their approach, they need to see how Strathmore Leos start the game, they need to adjust as fast as possible. But will experience really matter?
I think experience has to count in this, and I don't think that KCB should sit and wait for Strath to play and then try and experience what is supposed to happen for them to try and win. What KCB need to do, off from the kickoff, straight into it, get into it and do the job that has brought them here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the main cup quarterfinal. And just to give you a recap, Cabras Sugar will be facing Nondies in the first quarterfinal. Menengai Oilers will be facing Mamba in the second cup quarterfinal. Daystar Falcons will be taking Nakuru in the third quarterfinals before KCB take on Strathmore Leos in the final quarterfinal. Just before those games, the Challenge Cup quarterfinals will be taking place, and Catholic Monks will be facing Mombasa Sports Club in the opening game of the day today in Kisumu, and then Kisumu face on Embu, and then Homeboys take on Impala before Homeboys take on Impala, and then Kenya Harlequins will also be facing Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. That is it for the preview of the Dala7s 2025 Day 2. And remember, it's the business end of the day. Who will be winning the overall 2025 SportPesa 7s title? Who will be crowned the kings of Kenya 7s rugby for the 2025 season? Right about now, we'll be going straight into the action at the Jomo Kenyatta Moi International Stadium, and I'll be taking you over to our commentary team. Thank you. Over and out.
Thank you so much for that piece of information. As we welcome you to day 2 of Dala7s. Yesterday was day 1 where we went through a number of games, 24 in total. Will be joining me today, Elijah Toyle on commentary, together with Walter Orangi joining us later on as we kickstart the knockout phase of Dala7s, the last leg in 2025 SportPesa 7s national circuit. We had a couple of games yesterday that determined the rankings in the pool, leading to what we have. The beginning 4 games today morning will be for the Challengers Trophy. These are teams that finished 3rd and 4th yesterday in their pools. As we see their first try hitting very quickly in this one, Catholic Monks with a first try there, taking on Mombasa Sports Club. Looking forward to a nice day. The skies are clear, no clouds, very hot morning, very warm. So if you're making your way to the stadium, just carry something light for maybe the chills later on in the evening. However, it's a bright day. The underfoot is dry enough for the players to be able to play expansive rugby, really attacking rugby, very solid underfoot. So we should be able to see these games pan out as we close this year's 7th circuit. Catholic Monks yesterday had a checkered day, finishing 3rd in their pool. Now that was the most tightest of pools that we have seen so far in this circuit. Cabras Sugar topping that one, then Nakuru, Catholic Monks and Masinde Muliro all finishing on 5 points. And there were tie-breaking regulations that came into play. The one that worked against Catholic Monks was the number of tries that they did score in total in the pool matches was less than what Nakuru did, giving the edge to Nakuru to finish 2nd and get into the quarterfinals. Seeing a break there down the left channel being brought down. Good scramble defense from Catholic Monks, and it's into touch. Advantage was being played, so they take it back. As you see, trying to get himself free of the defense, not successful in that one. And then going back for the advantage. Catholic Monks, ball in hand. It's called there for a maul by the referee. And being unplayable, that ball is turned over to Mombasa Sports Club. Mombasa Sports Club, on the other hand, they were in Pool B. They finished 4th, having lost all their matches. And I think something that stood out was that they ended with only 1 try the whole of the 3 games. So they have something to build up for in day 2, trying to finish strongly. Catholic Monks will be smarting from that missed opportunity to be in the Cup quarterfinals. They want to finish the highest that they can, gunning here for the 8th position. That's the Challenger Trophy. The loser of this match goes into the 13th place final, so still more to play for. Knock on there from Catholic Monks. They try to set themselves up to score another try. Seeing they're just ball coming in. Well, that was just a lack of concentration. Knocking it on there and turning over possession to Mombasa Sports Club. Mombasa Sports Club last time out in Kabeberi managed to get to their first quarterfinals for this year. They emerged second in their pool and were able to test cup quarterfinals. Now with ball in hand, a few meters out of Catholic Monks try line, coming in for protecting the ball there, then attacking to the shorter side, going in to score for them to hit back. That is Hannington Mbaka, strong ball carrier, goes in for a response. Mombasa Sports Club tying this match with a conversion to come. It's gonna be tight. 5-all with a minute to spare in this first half. Hannington Mbaka going over for Mombasa Sports Club. That conversion not successful. Scores remain tied here. That ball not going 10, however, Catholic Monks played it. Therefore, ref allows the match to continue. Wambani goes into contact, resetting there. Another stretched pass. Attempted intercept there, but not successful in regathering it. He went for it, Collins Amayo lost it, and just a knock on because both hands were out going for this particular one. As you see there, he saw the opportunity, went for it with both hands, surviving a yellow card. Now Catholic Monks have to work, finish this half strongly if they can. If they exit their half, shooting up in defense and opening a gap there for Catholic Monks to dash into. Good appreciation of the low. Goes, gets tackled, then releases ball, gets up and continues going. Zephaniah Obwanga with that line break into Mombasa Sports Club half. Mulinge with ball there, trying to shift it. Again going out wide to their right. Numbers here, steps back in. Mulinge straightening, taking with him for stepping off for defenders there, offloading. Meshak Opagala with ball, back to Mulinge, steps back into the heart of Mombasa's defense, offloads, going all the way to score another try. Zephaniah Obwanga. Catholic Monks hitting back here. Good play there from Catholic Monks, shifting the ball left to right, attacking the spaces at the center once the defense is stretched, then recycling it quickly, getting Mombasa Sports Club napping there in defense. That offload was very critical because it afforded continuity. Ball in hand. And we go into the break here. This conversion leaves this one 10-5 advantage Catholic Monks. get ready for the second half of this one, in which Catholic Monks scoring at the end of the first half, leading 10-5, and all to play for if they have to get themselves into the Challengers semifinals. Joining me here on set, Walter Orangi. Walter, I saw your take in that pre-day 2 analysis.
Yes, you did.
Catholic Monks, unfortunate to get themselves third in this very tight Pool A, where they finished tied on points with Nakuru. And what will they be looking for? I mean, looking at the season that they've had, what was their potential, and have they realized that, finding themselves here in 8th place playoffs?
Well, they must be disappointed about finding themselves playing for the Challenge Trophy. However, their season hasn't been as bad as this weekend's results for them, because they played in several cup quarterfinals in the season. They've, I think, at some point they played one cup semifinal.
Yes, they did.
And they've been good value for their money. They've competed well. One thing about them is whatever they lack in terms of size, they pack up with the amount of work they put in. And as such, they've developed to become one of those hard teams to play against. And this actually reminds me playing a team like Madagascar. Whenever Kenya 7s meets them, it's really hard for you to, for a team that consistently changes the point of attack. They leave off offloads. Whenever you tackle, you commit yourself going into a tackle. That ball has left that point of contact. I mean, that means they either have an overlap or an overload on the other side. And as such, it then doesn't become an easy game whenever you play the Catholic Monks. So it's a good brand of rugby, and there you have it. They've made a break for it. That is Walukana, if I'm not wrong. Philip with the ball. Try time, the Catholic Monks.
Yes, at the end of that sustained ball possession, Philip Walukana goes under the posts, and a successful conversion. First one in this match for both teams, stretching their lead to 17-5. As you see that, just breaking free of that tackle, and then from there, just close to the try box, there was no stopping him. Goes in and scores to beat them. Slowly putting daylight between themselves and the Mombasa Sports Club. Find here that Mombasa probably finding the going rough in Dala7s. They have been on the receiving end of big scores yesterday, scoring only one try for the whole of the 3 fixtures. Have one for themselves here in this match. They will try and see how far they can go in the 13th place.
Really?
Yeah.
We've struggled this season, especially when it came to going live as early as possible. I have to commend the technical team. They've done so well this weekend. I mean, we've had hitches here and there, which are really unprecedented and not human error. But for the fact that today and yesterday, large parts of yesterday, we were live and consistent, I think that says a lot about the improvement, and that should really be about everything. Improve both on and off the pitch.
Yeah, being at the lakeside here, we appreciate that big vast of you watching us live and able to travel to the lakeside city, and being there from the kickoff both days, really nice to ensure that you do not miss out on any action in this year's SportPesa 7s national circuit. And being on the front seat right there at your couch, you're able to watch as we close and wrap down this year's 7 circuit.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Thank you so much for joining us. I do get your feedback. We all get your feedback. And most importantly, you have been with us all the way from the Driftwood Sevens tournament. And now we're getting ready for this. Remember, there'll be the Rugby Africa women and of course Safari Sevens coming up very soon. We also have the Legends by Nondies taking on the Uganda Legends as Kubasu finds his way to the try line for Catholic Monks' 4th try time queer.
Catholic Monks tightening the screws on this match as they proceed to the semi-finals later on with just slightly 1.5 minutes remaining to play here. Mombasa Sports Club will find this one too hard. Successful conversion there from the 5-meter channel, adding an additional 2 points as he took off on the shorter side, the blind side, fending off Ian Malenya, who was stretching out there. And Catholic Monks more or less seal this victory in this first Challengers Trophy quarterfinals. Coming up after this one will be Kisumu RFC taking on Embu, home side. Oh, lack of concentration there from Nation Mwangemi, knocking it on and bringing this game to a stop. Center referee closes this one out. Catholic Monks winning 24-5 and proceeding to the semi-finals of the Challenger Trophy. So we are kicking off for the second match of the Challenger Trophy quarterfinals. Embu RFC taking on Kisumu RFC, our hosts yesterday, finding themselves with a popular victory in their last match of the day when they took on Impala RFC. That game 15-12 in favor of Kisumu. They finished third in their pool. The other side, Embu RFC came unstuck in Pool C, finishing at the bottom of that one, having lost all their matches. Have an opportunity here for a better finish as they gun for the 8th place semi-finals. Good start there from Kisumu RFC, going into contact and shifting the ball immediately to their right. Better protection. But they are losing ground here. Those passes not going to hand. Embu pressing up, taking advantage of the lack of execution. Now back into their own 22, stepping back in, Peter Juma, going into traffic there, right at the heart of Embu defense and taking off to their right have to back on their ball handling skills to get themselves out of this territory. And immediately, as I say so, they turn ball over. Embu RFC now have the opportunity to put Kisumu's defense under pressure, steps back in, attacking that defense at pace. Third man coming in a bit late, but they still have possession. Going on the shorter side, hitting deck on his own terms there as they recycle the ball very well. Embu RFC, this is their third tournament participating in this one after getting an opportunity, getting a contract older for the leg that they host for the next 2 years.
Yeah, they've already done a year this year. Pretty sure the plans for the development of the Njukiri ASK Showground are underway. The value of developing that facility for Embu County is really massive because the other stadium is stuck in town for commercial purposes. It's really a struggle for the likes of Embu to try and use it because it's the porous nature of the stadium, capacity, parking area where you can also have an after party and all that. So Embu have quite an interesting few years looking up for them. The development partners within the local Embu fraternity, and of course the Embu RFC fans already committed to making sure that the Division 1 and Division 2 category games will be played at the same venue next year. So there are plans to develop Embu, and hopefully as they develop off the pitch, they also develop on the pitch. So it's important to look forward to that.
Yeah, really well worked out try there from Embu. Benjamin Wanyonyi going in for their try, splitting Kisumu RFC right at the center there. This an extra 2 to come. The hosts here struggling to get out of their own territory, and Embu make them pay for it. Missed conversion, as you see there, just came against missed tackles, and after that pumps his leg through the tackle, going all the way to score. Benjamin Wanyonyi putting Embu in front here, some 3 minutes to play.
Yeah. Embu, as I was saying, once they develop their facilities, I mean, that should also spell that once you have good facilities, it means your rugby has to develop, because at least you have a facility. You know, most of these things that we take for granted, facilities, a good playing turf, a good training turf also, those are ingredients for success. And if you see these top sides that are actually performing as well as they are, these are teams that have fully fledged home grounds. Look at Cabras, the showground there,
yeah.
Good facility. They have a gym facility.
They've made good use of that.
Yeah, they have. You go to Oilers, they've done so well at the refinery. Nakuru have the Nakuru Athletics Club. KCB have the Ruaraka Lions Den. They have everything going for them. Queens, you can see them at the RFUA, Impala. So it all goes down. Nondies. I mean, you have to have the facilities, and that's why these tier 3 teams, I would call them tier 3 because they're playing in nationwide. Those are the challenges that they face, and yeah, I mean the food chain. That's how it is.
Yeah, and just kudos to the county governments and also parastatals around who are able to step up and enable some of these clubs to utilize those grounds.
Yeah, and speaking of grounds, there's so many grounds cropping up in the country currently as we speak. The stadiums are being done left, right, center. You have the likes of Bukungu, who are still under renovation. You go around, you have Siaya, who have a brand new stadium. Homa Bay have done theirs. Kitui, I mean, all over the country, these facilities are cropping up, and it's time our sporting clubs, fraternity, everyone else got into the act. For instance, why don't the Kenya Rugby Union try and find an office at Talanta Hela? It's up the road.
Yeah.
FKF are currently seated at Kasarani. Why can the Kenya Rugby Union also get a chance? Because it's going to be a multi-purpose stadium that can cover both concerts, rugby games, and football games. In readiness for the product being launched, I think that's a conversation we should be able to have. Develop or probably even take the Kenya Rugby Union headquarters away from the Ngong Road RFU grounds as they are at this point in time. Because once again also the product itself, you have corporates putting in money into this sport. This sevens game is all about the players. We need to increase or improve player, how would I put it, player welfare. You also need to make sure that you also appease the fans, you also appease the sponsors. How do you appease the sponsors? Tusker have a good product. They bring you an after party, but at the RFU grounds you have to close by 9 p.m. Where do the revelers go? What does that leave the products that are at the RFU ground? So it's quite a struggle there for teams, especially like Kenya Harlequins. Now, trying to convince the sponsor and say we need you to add 1 or 2, 3, 4 millions into the current budget. Tusker would ask you, why are you asking for this money? We can't have an after party here. So there is a challenge with the RFU grounds, and I hope in a few years would have realized that. And then you also realize the Nairobi County also coming in very strong in terms of noise pollution and all that. So coming out here to Kisumu, that's why if you had an opportunity to go to the after party yesterday, you could see how full it was. There's so many revelers overnight yesterday at Mamba. If you look at 9 p.m. last weekend at the RFA grounds, it was a totally different story. So those are the challenges, and I know the organizers have that in mind. But most importantly, the facilities that are coming up, we need to take good care of them, but most importantly, use them to our advantage.
Absolutely. It's a good rundown of the challenges that we face in hosting of these tournaments, and clubs just identifying where they do their training and where they host their matches. And as we did so, Kisumu RFC hit back with a try of their own. Malika Habil thought he had scored one, but it was cancelled out. And then Peter Juma went over to even scores, but coming quick back into the lead here. Embu RFC scoring their own to hit the front again just at the break of halftime. Same try scorer Benjamin Wanyonyi with his second try of this match. Going so far to take his conversion, but he does it successfully, and they close this first half 12-5 against the hosts of Dala7s, Kisumu RFC.
We're not one thing, we're many. We move fast to change lanes, but no matter the mood, bank tunahitaji nenye na switch na sisi. Enye iko already where we are and ready when we are. In our pockets, on our time, na speed yetu. One built not just to keep up, but to move with you in every mode. So, uko mode gani? Download the new KCB mobile app and switch on your mode today.
Second half of this second match in the Challenger Trophy. quarterfinals, who gets to go into the semis and who gets relegated to the 13th place playoffs. In this one, Embu RFC looking to be in the lead, looking to book their ticket into the semifinals, leading at the stroke of halftime with those two Benjamin Wanyonyi tries. Kisumu having back with one of their own from Peter Juma, and this is poised for a good finish. Embu leading 12 and receiving this kickoff well, just outside of their 22, shifting the ball and straightening into the space there, but Kisumu bring him down quickly. That was a pseudo gap. Embu going through the grabber kick here to go behind Kisumu's defense, but it's well recovered, bundling him into touch to gain possession of that lineout.
Toeli, what's your take on the cup quarters? Let me get your honest prediction. 1, 2, 3, 4, quickly. No bads here and there. Cabras, Nondies.
Cabras looks to be on form from KCB, so that one looks going Cabras' way.
Oilers, Mamba.
Oilers again really have picked up the final tournament, also from KCB, so you will look to them getting that one.
Falcons, Nakuru.
Falcons, first final wins behind their sails. They are coming into Dala7s. They will look to build on that one, so you might tip them for that one.
What's an position handball? KCB versus Strat.
Yeah, that one. Strathmore Leos really struggling, losing key players. So, but game of sevens with the stakes being very high, you don't know whose nerves will come out in that one. So I will sit on the fence and wait to see how that one turns out. A lot riding on that match. That's the finals of the SportPesa 7 circuit. We have the Dala7s finals and we also have the circuit finals.
Right.
So this is the circuit finals.
Right. Yesterday I did ask you if you've downloaded the new KCB app. Speaking of the new KCB app, ladies and gentlemen, be part and parcel of Dala7s. Enjoy the banking needs. All your banking needs sorted out by KCB. Go to the App Store, Google App Store, download the new KCB app, and of course enjoy all the features brought to you courtesy of the financial partners of Dala7s 2025 KCB Bank. Embu 12, Kisumu 5, second challenge trophy quarterfinal match. After this we'll have Kenya Harlequins taking on Masinda Muliro. Queens a match change side. What do you make of Queens changes? Would you stick with what you have finished the season with, or you go back to the drawing board and try and sort out your underlying issues?
Yeah, those two can happen simultaneously, but they have had an upheaval of a season, especially after players mutinied a little bit following that Embu sevens, and the other set of players had to be called in to steady the ship. They have been downward from there, not closing out matches. So again, finding themselves in the Challenger quarterfinals. They are the series defending champions, but they have not been able to defend this one. As we see Embu stepping back in on the fringes of that track and going to score their fourth try in this one. Emmanuel Walela stepping back, going all over the whitewash for their third try of this match. Kisumu RFC just guilty of chasing from that set piece, from that track. And Emmanuel just steps back, goes in to score. That conversion not getting its mark. The scores remain 17-5. Kisumu, the home side, the hosts of Dala7s. You see they're just number 21 guilty of overchasing. Walter Ambe opened up the door and in went Emmanuel. Kisumu are the hosts. These Dala7s, they'll want to remain in this 8th place Challenger trophy. They have 2.5 minutes, which is more than enough for them to get themselves back into this. Yesterday they took on Impala, and it went down to the wire, scoring at the death there to win that one. Big contact there. They're not surviving that phase of play, ball traveling forward.
I thought he stayed in pitch, but the ball has traveled forward. That was a good effort there, trying to fight, to try not to be pulled into touch. Well, it's been a good game so far for Embu RFC. 1 minute, 53 seconds to go. This essentially means that next season they start up top in the next tournament. So it's an important victory for them. Kisumu RFC, by this point in time, if they lose this game, they would have done the damage of being relegated. So
yeah,
there was something to play. Yeah, there was something to play for in this specific match. Not really this one. Every quarterfinal match has something to play for. And yeah, so now they'll go back to their chairman next season. Or probably they'll host the first tournament and they'll invite themselves, and then hopefully they'll pick it up from there. And then when they drop out, there is that higher chance for a host team to be invited as compared to a team that doesn't have a tournament. So that is where there is a bit of biasness in that regard.
Yeah, line break there from Embu RFC, going over for their 4th try, pinning Kisumu in their 22, and then getting a line break. Kisumu struggling here in the second half. Embu have just applied more pressure, turned up better in the second half. They are rewarded here. This game has fizzled out for Kisumu RFC. They're not coming back into this one. That conversion is spot on, it's good. You see they're just fended off Peter Juma with his flailing arms, then sprinting all the way and scoring that one to effectively bring to a close Kisumu's hopes of coming back into this one. But they can finish here with a flourish. Big fend there, carrying strongly into contact, brushing off defenders. John Otieno giving Kisumu a platform here. Ball in hand, Malika Habil denied a try earlier on in the first half. Good ball protection as they get into Embu's 22 for the first time this second half. Nice hands, but not going to the target man. And with that one, Kisumu RFC losing in these quarterfinals. Second one for this day, 24-5. It ends in favor of Embu RFC. And we move on to the third quarterfinals. Harlequins taking on Masinde Muliro. Third quarterfinals in the Challenger Trophies. Kenya Harlequins taking on Masinde Muliro. Kenya Harlequins were in Pool B. They finished third. Masinde Muliro in Pool A finished at the bottom of that one, though that was a hotly contested Pool A. They lost, having tied 5 each. And for position 2, 3, and 4 came out worse from the tie-breaking regulations. They take on Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins doing well, but not enough to get themselves into the Cup quarterfinals. Had some games yesterday to contend with in their pool. They ran Daystar Falcons close in that first match, losing that one 2014. And then beating Mombasa Sports Club before losing heavily to Nondies in that Ngongorong derby. Masinde Muliro, on the other hand, found themselves tied up. They lost to Cabras Sugar 34-15, and then had that close loss to Catholic Monks 17-12, winning their last one 24-19 against Nakuru. But they'll have to contend with the Challengers Trophy. Both teams gunning out to finish well. This is the last leg of this year's circuit, sponsored by SportPesa. And immediately Kenya Harlequins trying to get themselves onto the scoreboard. 5 meters out, shifting the ball out left, then coming back against the grain, looking for support, straightening, show and go. Just 5 meters short, has to reset here. That's a tackle called a centimeters short of the Masinde Muliro's try line. Warning bells here for Masinde Muliro early on. That ball hustled out of it by Masinde Muliro in that defense. Good defensive play by Tyson Juma. Sets it up, a turnover, and then they attack. Spilled pass, knock on. The referee plays on. Yeah, that was a knock on from Masinde Muliro. Coming under pressure, surviving that one, turning over possession, then trying to play themselves out of their 22, knocking it on. Still advantage, Kenya Harlequins on territory here.
Well, a tight one, this one to start. Kenya Harlequins there missing the mark, but have an opportunity to attack. Beg your pardon, that was Masinde Muliro missing to hit the pass, or the pass not meeting the mark. Good passing, but juggling the ball there. Joshua Okello. Coming back is Nyongesa. Nyongesa. An opportunity with an overlap here. Queens. Strongly.
Ramadan Masete going over, shrugging off a neck tackle or attempted low tackle there. That dives over, as you can see, he's trying to recover from that one. But he has been their top try scorer for the Dala7s. A very strong ball carrier, knows how to play on the edges of this pitch. All the pitches he's played on. One of the good players in that 5 meter channel. Going for the conversion, this one is skewed to the right. Not successful. As you see there, they just went to the shorter side. Masete stopping him from there has proved to be a tall order. And Ryan Makaka just lucky not to get more sanctions for that wrap around on Masete's neck. That missed conversion, scores remain 5 in favor of Queens. And Masinde Muliro not yet getting out of their half. Bit of their own mistakes in ball handling, curtailing their momentum. And they get it to the quick man Tyson Juma. Good recycling there from Masinde Muliro. Advantage offside there called by the referee on Queens players shooting up in that. Then there's a line break here. Needs support immediately. Good idea to pop that ball because the jackal was coming in. They would have lost possession there. Advantage is over now. Tyson Juma going into contact in that 5 meter channel. Good ball retention. Another offside play. Kenya Harlequins indisciplined on defense. Steps him and gets into space. He will go all the way. Ryan Makaka is galloping into Queens try box there. Good line break there from Makaka. Just stepped his defender and went into space. Outside defender had left enough space for him to check into it, then just goes all the way to score, bringing them back into this one with 1.5 minutes to go in the first half. Veron Kaburu missing the conversion. It remains a tied one. Stalemate here. 1 minute to play in the first half.
Yeah, tight one, this one. It's a counter punch coming from Masinde Muliro there. Ran Makaka has had a good weekend this one. We have to point it out.
Yes, he has.
Behind that number 4 shot, just a forward doing jobs that forwards do. Just going into the man. No regard for his skin, body. But that reward is a 5-pointer for Kenya Harlequins. No for the Masinde Muliro side. Queens into contact, player isolated. Referee says you need to leave the ball, allow Queens to play. Queens fling the passes out wide. Cutting back would be Nyongesa Dennis. Dennis steps into the gap, fends off the first defender. Now shaking the sweeper. Veron Kaburu staying strong, holding him up. They'll be holding him up. Queens have to do something.
He needs to be escorted out of the pitch here.
They're lucky. That Queens player is lucky. He's been helped a big deal, because that was not yet a maul. And sometimes you've seen referees allow that play to continue until somebody's bundled into touch. So it's quite important that that attack was flashed out by Masinde Muliro. Good defense there. Veron Kaburu noticing that he was isolated, decided to hold the player up as compared to just going down and tackling. Sometimes it helps, that 1v1 challenge. You then close those offloading channels. However, it's then a tough one sometimes. If you don't tackle low, you go high, you get bumped off. So anyone watching and trying to learn a bit of sevens rugby, tackle low. The idea is to tackle low.
Yeah, as you get into the half-time break here, it's a stalemate between Kenya Harlequins and Masinde Muliro in this third Challengers Trophy quarterfinals. Tyson Juma with that one, and Ramadan Masete.
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
We get into the second half. It's a stalemate here between both teams, 5-all. Veron Kaburu restarts off for Masinde Muliro, then getting the ball. Joshua Okello goes into contact. Shift the ball just outside of the 22. Kenya Harlequins trying to get a platform that they can work with. An attempted jackal there, putting pressure on Kenya Harlequins racks. They are good to go. Ball shifts all the way to the 5-meter channel. Ramadan Masete going out into touch upon receiving that ball.
White. Black. Line out. Enter 10. Black, enter 10. Step up, player. Watch out! Scrum. This is the mark. Okay, crouch. Bye. Make sure you take the hit. Set.
Queens on the attack, referee awarding Queens a penalty. Maura taps. 10 meters is achieved. 2v1 is trying to fashion, looking to fashion out a chance. Queens hoping to take the lead with this score. Ramadan Masete takes the ball forward. Strong defense there, Ryan Makaka. Teaming up to bring down Ramadan Masete. Queens. One more chance, that's an intercept. A tap there. Cynical, 2 minutes in the sin bin for Masinde Muliro's Tyson Juma. Queens now 6v7. An opportunity here, if well executed, this should be an opportunity for Kenya Harlequins to score and hopefully take the lead in favor of this Gong Road side. Queens with a whole open side. Dave shows, gives it to Ramadan Masete. The space on the outside had to give. Try time, Kenya Harlequins.
Time, Kenya Harlequins. 6v7. Kenya Harlequins trying, ladies and gentlemen, to take the lead. Ramadan Masete. Going over for his second, Kenya Harlequins second try of the match. The conversion attempt is unsuccessful. Kenya Harlequins 10. Masinde Muliro 5. Coming up next, we have Holders taking on Impala. The finish off the challenge trophy quarters. That will signal the start of the quarterfinal games. Cabras will be taking on Nondies. The Falcons taking on Mamba. The Falcons will be taking on Nakuru. join. Remember, we are live on the SportPesa YouTube page.
This is a tough one. As we see Masinde Muliro trying to get themselves back into even terms with Kenya Harlequins. Good line break being urged on. Ryan Makaka goes all the way short of Harlequins 22. Patience needed here, being in the right territory. Veron Kaburu attacking that Queen's defense and doing the right things here. Masinde Muliro trying to set themselves up for another bite at Harlequins defense. They go to the left, testing his defenders there. He'll be bundled into touch. The referee on the spot to say that was a tackle first. They needed to have released him. Quick tap and go. Masinde Muliro pulling themselves back into this one with a try in that 5-meter channel. Gonna go into extra time at this rate. Both teams cancelling each other out. 10-all with a conversion to come. This concentrates there, puts it high, but he misses it. Tyson Juma missing that one. This is that quick tap and go, going to the shorter side and getting themselves Josephat Omulefu with that try. And we are into the referee's time here. This ends as it is, will go into sudden death. But ball in hand, Kenya Harlequins have to work all of the remaining 80 meters or so if they are to break the deadlock here and snatch the victory. Ramadan Masete with a strong ball carry there.
Yeah, that's a high tackle.
Advantage being played for that high tackle on Masete. Been a strong ball carrier. Looped pass into the 5-meter channel. Will he get bundled out? He will. Was the advantage over? Yes, it was. And the referee blows this one. End of regulation time. We are tied 10-all. Go to sudden death extra time. The winner will be the one who scores the first points. Be a penalty, that is drop kicked, will be a try, whatever it is, any points to break this tie, then we'll have our winner for these third quarterfinals, the Challengers Trophy.
We're back. Extra time here. Masinde Muliro will be kicking us off. Veron Kaburu hoists the ball. Long, high, traveling the required 10 meters. Tapped. It's a knock-on for Kenya Harlequins. Referee was playing an advantage. The advantage not gained. Referee will be pulling it back a few meters. First mistake, Masinde Muliro. The knock-on in the tackle. Queens here. offered the first attacking platform.
Crouch. Bye. Set. And hold it. Wait for the ball.
Clear communication there by the referee. Queens opt to play up pitch. Kick and chase. Veron Kaburu at home to defend, knocks the ball on. Must have gone back from the referee's point of view, but from where I sit, looks like a penalty. Player not 10 meters, but the ball wasn't taken at the mark the second time once again. Queens here could take the 3. Queens could take the 3 points, yes. Oh, they called for the scrum. Well, they were just right in front of the hedge. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Possession still remains with the Kenya Harlequins. Queens with an attacking opportunity 5, 6, 7 or 10 meters out. Queens through Derek Shimenga. Derek passes to Nyongesa. Nyongesa elects to go straight into the man. First man arriving, that's the turnover. Player isolated. 10 meters, more than 10 meters gained. A free ball there, pass to nobody. Kenya Harlequins just giving away possession. Dangerous place to surrender possession. Ramadan Masete will be testing Tyson Juma once again. Tyson makes the tackle, but there is a line break there. Nyongesa. Definitely Shimenga. Try time, Kenya Harlequins. Queens win it.
Yeah, Kenya Harlequins with that killer punch. Derek Shimenga going the shorter side, then stepping the last man, breaking the deadlock here in the sudden death third quarterfinals of the champion of the Challenger Trophy. And they march into the semifinals where they'll meet the winner of the upcoming last quarterfinals between Homeboys and Impala.
In charge of the next 14 minutes of this Challenge Trophy quarterfinals match. Let's go.
The referee preparing us with that blast of the whistle. And Impala, having lost their games yesterday, find themselves finishing in their pool. Fourth in their pool D. Homeboys, on the other hand, finished third in pool C. Both teams have an opportunity here to go for the 8th place. And especially for Impala, they'll want to close strongly. Going into contact there for Homeboys, Gascoigne Muganzi gives them a platform to rebuild just around the halfway of this pitch. Homeboys, this will be their second appearance in the Division 1 2025 circuit. They have done themselves well to remain in contention, playing some good rugby for a team that had missed 7 consecutive Division 1 tournaments. Impala have been there and thereabouts, times losing last, finishing the 13th place, semifinals there, then other times going all the way to the highest of their levels. So really up and down throughout this year's circuit. Homeboys doing well to remain with possession here. Sustained one, going through the faces, recycling, very clinical with ball in hand. No errors, no spillovers. They're doing well. Impala will be careful, otherwise they'll be cracked open. Can't defend forever. Now, just knocking on the doors of the Impala's 22 here. Gascoigne all the way to the touchline, coming around on a loop around play. That track is being hustled and turned over. Gascoigne, in the act of protecting that track, went off it, allowing the Impala players to get that one.
Yeah, that is too much sideways ball movement for Homeboys RFC. Nobody really taking that responsibility to take on the line, and that has handed Impala. Impala patient enough on defense, just swinging across and just making those tackles, because the threat really wasn't coming as straight and as hard as it was supposed to come.
Yeah, Reynolds and Wate picking the ball off that track and being slow about it, coming in from the side in an offside position, was Dan Kagwe, gifting Impala with a much-needed penalty, much-needed breather. They were under the pump there, defending all those faces. Gideon Makumi putting it in and quickly shifting the other side. To attack in the open space is David Nyangigi with ball in hand, looking for spaces. Goes for the grabber chip kick, trying to influence the referee there. Referee is having none of that, commands the game to continue. Good jackal from David Nyangige there. Quick tap and go from Gideon Makumi from that resulting penalty. They elect to go quickly, attacking the lines here. Good play back to Gideon Makumi, and they go over for their first try in this match. Impala hitting after heroic defenses there, turning over possession, then keeping the pressure in attack. Long range try this one. Conversion is good. You see there, show and go. Then electing to come back in for Gideon Makumi, who remained in position, who remained in play. Puts it over for their first try. Conversion was successful, so stretching the lead to 7. I think we'll just watch the replay to see who took over that conversion. But they restart there.
Yeah, we're back. Leon.
And recover possession from that kickoff. Restart again, coming quickly at Homeboys defense here, struggling to stay in shape. Homeboys defense being tested by the fluid and quick movement of Impala in attack, going down the 5-meter channel on the left. Strong carry, looking for the inside offload. Ball is still being played. However, that was a loose ball. Referee penalizing for holding on.
Yeah, guilty of holding that ball there on the floor. Impala had an opportunity. 1 or 2 faces later, could have easily resulted in a try there, but it's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one, tough going there. But Homeboys surviving that onslaught, having possession here, going for the line out from that penalty. Lineouts are pretty much contestable. Thought they would have gone for a scrum down, but they still have possession. They have to execute this well. Just in their red zone, still in their 22. Any missed, any overthrow, and they'll be punished by Nyangige, who was at the tail end of that lineout, and that's what happens. Impala turnover possession, quickly coming to the wing, stepping back in, offloading in the tackle. Nyangige stepping off defenders, looking for space, coming, straightening and going. Fantastic play there from David Nyangige as he goes into the try box and scores. Impala stretching their lead to 12-0. Homeboys just guilty of overshooting in defense there. It was an unstructured race up by the defenders, and Nyangige stepped them, picking them off one by one, turning and twisting. As you see there, the break in defense, not well structured, stepping one, stepping two, accelerating, getting himself into the try box. Or he has a keen eye for scoring tries, David Nyangige.
He's been a revelation for Impala. He's very good on his feet. He's just a natural sevens player.
Yeah.
And seems to have fallen in the good books of Louis Kisia, because Kisia also wants hard workers in his team. I think David Nyangige has a talent. He just needs to develop. That was a high tackle. He just needs to develop into the complete player that we probably think he is. Also needs to watch out for his temperament. Seen him quite a number of times. He's been called out by the referees. And as such, you need to develop the skill set both on and off the pitch. And I mean, the talent is there, so it's him to develop and become the player that we expect him to be.
Yeah, on your screen there, Brian Were trying to step, then loses the ball as his limbs and coordinating with the hands. Knocks it on to bring us to the halftime score. Impala leading comfortably 14-0 against Homeboys.
Let the battle begin!
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing? Return leg.
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course, they're going to get a thrash.
Second half of these last Challengers Trophy quarterfinals. Impala leading this one 14-0. Homeboys might find themselves relegated to the 13th place. Semifinals, if they lose this one, Impala have been good, weathering the storm. The first half, the first bit of that first half where Homeboys piled pressure on them, and then they hit back with two well-constructed tries, setting up good platform for this second half. Nyangige, ball in hand, looks to go for the territory, just managing the clock here, wants to go deep into Homeboys' half. Does so, and just into Homeboys' 10-meter line there. Mark of a team that understands how to manage time, give themselves territory where they can be able to apply pressure on Homeboys' defense. Just strangling them off possession. That ball is knocked on. Airborne there in the line out. Gascoigne with ball, steps off one. Defender offloads in the inside, but coming back quickly and rescuing Impala. However, Gideon Makumi knocks it on and off goes. No, he gets caught. Brian Were. Sam Bichai just getting caught there. Gascoigne has a lot of ball in hand, one of their playmakers here. Still with ball in hand, looking for a reset, and gets one, goes to deck. And then Sam Bichai stepping back against the grain here. They come, they have numbers out. but the execution of those passes will be critical if they are to find their way back into this match. Slowly eking out territory here. Players on both sides goes for the open side. Quick passing through the hands, attracting. That will be a yellow card for sure. That
An easy decision there.
card, yeah. Goes in to cool his heels for 2 minutes. Couldn't resist temptation to reach out, just recognizing that they were short in defense. And Homeboys making the right decision to take a scrum here around 15 meters from the Impala try line. They have split their attack, both sides of the scrum, and Impala will have to work hard to defend this one.
Impala have to work really, really hard to defend.
Oh, nice counter shove there from Impala's forwards.
Once again, Impala with that counter shove. They've been targeting teams at the breakdown once again. Yesterday, today, last weekend. It's a tactic and it's a weapon.
That was really good. Gets them out of jail here.
Yeah.
See there, just
shoving together. You know, it's all about the call, the timing. Sometimes when you shove one side, the referee calls that
it's a wheel. Yeah. This was well coordinated, and the Impala forwards get the team out of jail. They were under the pump, 6 versus 7 for the next couple of maybe seconds, 1.5 or so. They're into Homeboys half. Homeboys making some changes, and on comes Brian Juma. Beg your pardon, that is Masood Adhumani who comes on, packing in the forwards there. And then Nyangigi takes the play back to the shorter side. They have numbers here. They will need to contain and retain possession there. Good play by Eric Mudhama. And Impala still playing on the shorter side of the pitch, bunching up the defense here. Managing this spell of 6 versus 7 very well. Then they shifted to Gideon Makumi, who will a good stepper. And he steps back into the center of Homeboys' defense, offloads in the tackle. This will be another try for Impala. Wonderful play there with 6 men.
Try time, Impala RC.
Amon Mwambok staying in play there, getting that offload from Gideon Makumi. Didn't go to hand, but drifted out wide. Composed himself, picked the ball from deck, and playing 6v7. Impala had been patient with possession, and resulting in that score. As you see here, he went back against traffic right at the heart of Homeboys' defense, and then knowing he has numbers out, shifted the ball into that space. Impala do well. This basically means they might find themselves getting into the 8th place semifinals later on.
Yeah, it's a good win here for Impala if they do get it. Coming up next are the Cup quarterfinal matches. First up we have Cabras coming up against Nondies. Money time. Good to know who proceeds to the Cup semi. Masood Athman there with a big carry through the middle. That is what Homeboys have lacked this whole game. Somebody to try and take them forward. They have developed well. They have so many halfbacks within that team. But most importantly, they need people to punch the line. And that's exactly where the struggle has been for the Homeboys team.
And also coupled up with handling errors, they have not secured their possession quite well. Never getting clean balls from the racks and from the scrum down, where Impala forwards have really been having one over them consistently in this match. As you see there, but this time round, no coordination in that shove. Referee calls it willing and quick off the races is Dan Kagwe. Tapping it ahead of Mark. Therefore, the ref stops them and calls them back. Just to save face here, any score they make, clock running down, seconds to go. Hurdles over 1, gets into contact, offloads. They have numbers out wide. Kagwe steps in and accelerates, going all the way to score. Trevor Impala finally getting Homeboys onto the scoreboard. Just put his foot down there and accelerated into that gap, getting something to take home with them here, but they ran out of time. And in this one, Impala emerging victorious, 19-5 against against Homeboys. Homeboys will have to contend with the 13th place semifinals, and Impala moving on to the semifinals later on. Next we go into the Cup quarterfinals. First one, Cabras Sugar taking on Nondies. Cup quarterfinal number 1 in the Dala7s. This is the final leg, the 6th one in the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Cabras on form and taking on Nondies. Cabras winning all their matches yesterday as they kick us off here. Nondies on the other side losing 1. They came back into Dala7s in Division 1 after contending with the Division 2 playoffs, winning that Division 2 finals, getting themselves into Division 1 for the Dala7s. A knock on there from Ronnie Omondi. Cabras enjoying territory early on here. Ball in hand and attacking scrum just around the danger zone for Nondies. They go to the right here, coming in on a cut. Matthias Osimbo really strong in that play, coming in strongly against the grain. And here within less than a minute of kickoff, Matthias Osimbo has been a revelation for Cabras, parking on the wing there. They have tested quite a number of players on that wing, but he has sealed his place in the starting lineup, and that conversion is good. So you see there, just went in after beating the first line of defense. Ronnie was too far off to be of impact, stopping him there. Cabras quick off the races here, 7-0. And Nondies, we will know they are in it for on this one. Good high restart. Ronnie benefiting as that ball went to deck. Ryan Odua going back to the left side. Charles Odhiambo, another strong ball carrier. Ian starting off today, shifting ball to the big man. Goes into contact. Maxwell Omondi offers a reset that is attacked by Cabras, and they turn over possession there. Good use of their strong men. That will be an intercept, but is missed. Both hands went for that one, and referee says it was a good attempt to intercept, so it will be a knock-on.
Yeah, good attempted,
as you see
catch there.
Misses it, but Mutua caught in two minds there, unsighted, and knocks on that ball. So Nondies, just outside of Cabras 22, have their first attacking scrum down.
Yeah, Nondies here looking to park the scrum. Ronnie has an advantage to work with. Ian Mumbwani has Charles Odhiambo. Good sevens player, that one. The referee is playing an advantage. The advantage not gained. Nondies. Tap. Magoro taps. Gives it to Maxwell Omondi. Ryan Odwa. Flings the ball out wide. The waiting hands of Charles Odhiambo. Ian comes back to take the team forward. Ryan has Magoro has Fidens versus Wekesa. Wekesa has to go low. Try time.
Yeah, Wekesa unable to stop Nondies from hitting back in this one. Fidens Tony goes over. Sustained pressure there from Nondies. Retaining possession. Quick tap and go before Cabras could realign themselves. And it's an attempted here. It attempts to go for the extra 2 for his own try, but misses it out to the right, and it's a 7-5 lead for Cabras. See there, Ryan Odwa going straight to the line, coming in on a loop around pass that created an extra space out there for Fidens, and he goes over. Wekesa had too much work to do, 2v1 there, and Nondies restarters off. Brian Mutua receives ball. Matthias out to Wekesa, looking to make amends for that missed tackle. It wasn't really missed, he was just overstretched. 2v1. Nondies doing well to pin Cabras back here after the kickoff, but attacking the line and getting a line break. He has the wheels. Cantona flying down that touch line, going all the way to score. Cabras' second try, hitting very quickly after conceding that try. Nice worked out try there. Cantona taking matters into his own hands. Went straight at that defense line. Revo Nambale has to add the extra 2 from out wide in the 5-meter channel. Raises it high, but misses. See there, just came in between the two, the inside and the outside defender, then pinned his ears, put the foot down, sustained that pace and finishes it strongly there. Just doing enough to maintain their lead in this match. Raises, that is a good raised ball that Nondies do well. Ronnie at the bottom of that kick. Ian looking for players, looking for runners. Goes one way, goes the other, then goes the shorter side. Charles carrying it into tackle there. Matthias bringing him down. Nondies working just around their 22-meter line. Ronnie stepping back against the grain. Offloads in the tackle, but that's a loose ball that is recovered. And Cabras turn it over and then knock it on. Under pressure there in defense as he was trying to look for runners. Nondies doing well to just remain in the game here. Ian, 2v1. What does he do? Steps back in, then goes out again looking for Charles. Charles, short running line there for Ronnie. Does he have the pace to go all the way? He's chased down by Revo Nambale. Just looking at him from the side mirror there. Gets nabbed. Ball is turned over. Good play for Revo Nambale. Fantastic. Turns it over to William Mwanji. End-to-end stuff here. No breathing space. Coming in on a hard line. Kevin Wekesa benefiting from that offload. And he goes all the way to score. Defending here. Defending on the other side. Finally, Kevin Wekesa just waiting.
Yeah, that was a good play there. Tired bodies scattered all over. A line break on the other side. Ronnie thought he had made the try, ladies and gentlemen, but chasing him down was Rayvon Ambale, the young boy we've been talking about from Cabras Sugar. Chasing him down, took the turnover, passed the ball. Cabras attacked. William Mwanji had a 2v1 situation, and Kevin Wekesa. Yeah, definitely there. Good play there by Cabras Sugar as they get their third try of the match. This one is balancing nicely as we head into halftime. Halftime scores: Cabras Sugar 19, Nondies 5.
Second half of this first Cup quarterfinals. Cabras comfortably in the lead, 19-7 in this one, and Nondies 19-5. Sorry, Nondies have to work hard to get themselves back into this one. Momentum's really with Cabras. They go to the shorter side. Wekesa goes into contact just to give them a reset platform. Long passes, putting them into space, stretching the defense here. Stepping back in, pumping his feet, waiting for him to go down on his own terms. Good support there from Brian Mutua. Then they get to restart, getting out of their 22. Roy Maruti shifting the ball out wide. Line break here if he can offload. Good scramble defense from Nondies. Then Mwanji with ball.
But Mwanji is a really good forward. I mean, he's not the biggest of them all, but the amount of work he puts in, his runs are straight, hard. You know, him, Mutua, and Wekesa. I think they've left us asking so many questions about their season this season, because I think the three of them, well, you can say Wekesa has not been around for long, for a bit, but I think we expected so much from them this season.
Yes, we did, and they're coming into it at the tail end of this year's circuit. Very strong in Kabeberi, and they continue where they left in these Dala7s. As you see there, Mathias Osimbo with a loop pass over the defense to Cantona. Cantona going all the way, just jogging into the try box there for Cabras. Fourth try in this match. No, it wasn't a try. Referee just calls them back in. Must have missed out on whatever happened there, because
there was an obstruction.
Yeah, it looked like, I didn't think it will get called, but referee doing well to spot that infringement. And Nondies have to get themselves out of this one. It's a warm, very warm morning here. 24, it actually feels like 26 degrees. It's gonna be a hot day, this one, all the way until around 4 o'clock, where there is a prediction of some light showers. By then we'll be at the tail end of this year's Dala7s. So if you're making your way, please do so. Carry something just for the light showers that are expected later on in the afternoon, if the predictions are to be relied on. Nondies with ball in hand, getting themselves out of their danger zone, then turning over possession there. Cabras didn't need any favors, but they are given some by Nondies. This is going to be a try for Nondies. Cabras guilty of just being, oh, that is a saved moment there from Kevin Wekesa. Slaps the ball off the hands of Victor Rogena, when Rogena thought he would dive in and score. That, I'm sure, is a knock-on. See there, Wekesa coming in with a big hit on Rogena's arms. That ball wasn't grounded. Watch it carefully here. He went, took the man and the ball. It's a knock-on in the try box there from Victor. So it's a defensive scrum here for Cabras. Roy Maruti at the base of that one, under pressure. That one, danger times for Cabras. 3 minutes and some to play for Nondies. If they score here, they will put themselves right back into contest. That ball is out in the open, yeah, so Nondies allowed to play it. Then good jackal there from Wekesa. Nondies guilty of holding on. Seesaw of possession there on both sides. Referee just stopping that one. Kevin Wekesa has really done the hard stuff here, really worked hard. And you can see him there taking a break. He's done his defensive duties well. Stopped that tackle, stopped that try with a tackle that saved the day for Cabras. And then jackling and turning over possession. Cabras have him to thank him for those duties as they exit their 22. and get a restart on the line out. Roy Maruti, ball in hand, goes to the 15-meter mark. Nice line out there from Cabras, but that throw back to him wasn't spot on, wasn't clinical, and immediately Nondies pounced to apply pressure. Cantona using his boot to get into Nondies' backyard, and it's a scramble here. Good cover by Nondies. Ball to Ronnie, who is a smooth operator looking to create space. Oh my, knocking it on and then not cleaning it up. Ball goes into touch. There's Mwanji is bundled into touch, but it was an advantage for Cabras for that knock on. The game slowly just ebbing away here. As you see Mwanje being thrown into touch, they're bundled into touch. Game has just plateaued on both sides. It's a warm morning here, and that heat getting onto the players. Really humid. Good steady scrum from Cabras. Maruti hands it off to Cantona. Cantona swings it off. Now they have to get up into their faces. Raven going on a run, stepping into the Nondies defense, but that pass not going to hand. It's turned over. Nondies have ball in hand, carrying it into contact. Victor Ogena this time round secures possession in contact. Loop pass there from Victor, putting Nondies into space. One man here to beat, cutting back into space. Magoro Godfrey, but he is held up, succeeds to go to deck. Referee orders Cabras to get out of it. They might consider penalty here if they're not careful. Magoro to Ronnie. Ronnie cuts back into traffic and then knocks on into contact there. That has been the story of the day for Nondescripts. They can't claim to have lacked possession. They have had possessions equally as Cabras, but their execution with ball in hand has been disastrous. As you see, frustrations there from Ronnie, slapping the turf, knowing that the opportunity for a semifinals has ducked them. The hooter has sounded. All Cabras need to do here is steady the scrum, put it in, kick out the ball, and march into the semifinals of Dala7s. This is the 18th edition. Cabras have been winners here of this particular tournament. As we see Raven Ambale kicking the ball out to bring this one to conclusion. Cabras winning these first cup quarterfinals 19-5, booking their ticket into the semifinals as they did in Kabeberi. Nondies will go for the 5th place semifinals. Coming up after this one, second cup quarterfinals, Menengai Oilers will be taking on Mamba RFC. Get ready for the second quarterfinals here, and this one, Oilers will be looking to get one past Mamba RFC. Mamba RFC up and down, getting themselves into another quarterfinals. They have to contend with Oilers, who looked very solid, really looked in form yesterday, masters of restarts. And in this one, just applying pressure, not getting good rub of decisions there from the referee. As you see, went up and then in an offside situation there for John Okoth. Couldn't resist going for that ball. Was penalized for that. Mamba used their boot to get territory, getting themselves into Oilers' half. Yesterday it was a bit of a checkered outing for Mamba. Oilers on the other side were smooth, winning all their matches with the biggest scores we saw yesterday, hammering Kisumu 50. Then Oilers against Impala, that one was 48, big scores there before getting past Strathmore Leos 24-7. On the other hand, Mamba had to work hard, get past their pool opponents. They were in Pool C, lost that match to KCB, having overcome Homeboys and Embu. Good put in there, good shove by the trio of John Okoth and his other two forwards, but penalized. Quick tap and go from Mamba, not benefiting them as Oilers looked to put them under pressure there. John Okoth taps and go. If they're not careful, they won't stop him here. He has support to his right, but doesn't use that. Coming in and picking off the fringes, Buildup Ogeta going all the way to score for Oilers, their first try in these quarterfinals. Buildup Ogeta coming, pick and go. Second man into that rack. Identified that the backyard was unattended to, so rather than securing possession, picked it up and continued momentum from where John Okoth left it. Goes over and scores an additional 2 points there from Glaciers Owino. As you see there, pick and go. Nondies Mamba not protecting that rack. Buildup a couple of tries yesterday, starting off his accounts today with that try. Oilers comfortably ahead here. Mamba yet to do much with ball. The one opportunity they got were penalized for side entry into that track just in Oilers 22. Good restart from Oilers, securing possession. Daniel Kipchirchir with ball in hand. Abukuse, the danger man, steps back, steps another defender, offloads. They are looking for space out wide. They have in Buildup Ogeta. Buildup Ogeta already showing, waving his hands there, goodbye to Eliakim Kichoi, and goes over for his second try in as many visits. Playing with a lot of confidence. Oilers, they look like they will be serious contenders here for the Dala7s. Finding good form, running from Kabeberi into this one. And Mwamba not getting any break. No ball, being stabbed off possession. And the strike rate from Oilers with ball in hand, just 2 or 3 faces there over the whitewash. Before Mwamba know it, this might run away from them. As you see there, very confident that he had the number of the defending player there, goes quickly to score. And an inquisition there from Mwamba players on what happened. Well, what happened was that there was quick ball movement from Oilers, and they created space out wide for Buildup. The restart this time round, Mwamba securing possession. One of the few times they're having it after leaking 12 points, and they get a line break. They go in there and defend well. Then they come back and turn over possession. Now Bukuse with ball in hand steps back in looking for support. That ball will be contested and looks like it's a turnover. No, they survive.
That's actually a turnover. He tried lifting that ball. Referee was about to blow it.
Yeah, stopping him from getting away with that one. Abukuse offloading again in tackle. John Okoth against Eliakims. Yeah, I just knew he had it. Goes in to score. Looks like a bad injury there from the Mwamba defender as Okoth fend him off. But Okoth, the third try for Oilers. Yeah, a lot of players just with their hands on their knees. A feature that we're already seeing. This is the 5th game of day 2. It's a bit warm here. So players will have to ensure that they are able to just check the way they use their energies. Missed conversion there. As you see here, Abukuse going into that space between the two defenders, offloading to John Okoth, who hands off Eliakim Skichoi and then goes also over, scores that try. And Oilers, without getting necessarily into fourth gear, are 17-0 up. That loose ball hacked into the dead area by Abukuse. Mwamba not able to secure possession from that restart.
Well, here, Mwamba really have to piece something together this second half. The first half seemingly has really run away from them. They've not been able to piece together something, and that's because the Oilers have really kept them under a lot of pressure. Oilers, for instance, at track time, they're putting a lot of pressure at kickoff time. Any 50-50 ball, you saw the line out that landed the first try for Buildup Ogeta. Now Kipchichiri is going in. So they are confident. I think this weekend we should watch a good Menengai Oilers side.
Yes, we do so. That kick deep into Oilers' half, they get punished, Mwamba, because Buildup Ogeta rolled off one tackle, went into another, offloaded to Daniel Kipchichiri, who was tracking him well to support. Kipchichiri turns on the afterburners and goes round the sweeper to score, stretching their lead 22-0. Oilers running away with this one at the end of this first half, leading comfortably with that successful conversion, 24-0 against Mwambas, who have everything to do in the second half.
Champes, uko mood gani? The new KCB mobile app adapts to you, your mood, and your mode. Ingia selfie mode and securely log into the app via your Face ID ama fingerprint. Tunatambua pia wewe ni mjanja ikifika kwa door. Fika thrift mode and access more ways to pay and transfer money. Scan to pay, pay to Vumatil or Paybill, prepaid cards, mobile transfers. Financial decisions pia lazima zikuwe tops. Move to investor mode and grow your money na fixed deposit ama gold savings account. Extend protection yako through the app. Flip to protector mode and access insurance.
Get into the second half of this first main cup quarterfinals. Oilers running away with the first half, denying Mwamba of any possession, as we say, so they do not contain that kickoff. Just getting held up with the try line here. Mwamba, when they had an opportunity to score, this one is a maul that is unplayable, and Oilers survive that. Mwamba, first time really that close to Oilers' try line, but Kichoi not able to ground that ball. No, that's not Kichoi. Just going into contact there, getting held up, and too late there. Stephen Juma tries to say we have not created a maul yet. Referee says there was an initial contact from the second player from Mwamba in that, causing it to become a maul. Using their boot to exit from their red zone. Philip Oke with a hack down the field here. It's a race. It's a race and another kick that goes aerial bone there. Oilers recover it. And then going on the shorter side, trying to create something on that space, putting it down. Oilers just keen to manage the time here, using possession well, being very patient with ball in hand. Mamba identifying an opportunity to counteract, but it's not successful. Oilers retain possession, offloading there to Buildup. Eliakim's finally gets on to him, looking for support. Daniel Kipchirchir always around. No, that's not Kipchirchir. Just looking at like him there. Goes over and scores their 5th try, making it easy here for them to stretch away, completely away from Mamba. Looking there, stretching, just running a proper support line, going over to score. And this one is too much for Mamba to come back into. It's a comfortable lead. 4 minutes to play, but all the momentum is with Oilers. They have denied Mamba of possession. Mamba have nothing to work with. And you would think Oilers already have an eye on the semifinals in as many tournaments. Getting that ball and resetting there. Mamba in their 22, trying to exit, carrying in strongly Stephen Juma. Then shifting the ball out to their left. Brian Mutugi has been kept silent in this match. And offloading, looking for runners inside. Kichoi picks up that pass that went to Deck. Coming in from the side there, totally from the side, Mwamba. Liakims was isolated. The nearest supporting players had to check in from the side. As you see, they're trying to huddle past Glaciers Owino, then coming in from the side. Never gonna escape the referee's eyes there. Oilers elect to go for a scrum of that penalty.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
I go down that, trying an early shove, Mwamba, but Oilers able to sustain that pressure. Coming in short, then on a switch play, then goes back into the space vacated by the defending players. Another try for Oilers. Really the form side, if you ask me. Big scores. Dispatching Mwamba here very efficiently. Alvin Havoli coming in from the bench and scoring another one for Oilers. 2 minutes and a half to play. Mwamba, really, that's 0, not looking good for them in a main cup quarterfinals. They have been outgunned, outplayed, and they have suffered majorly because they have been able to protect their possession. Oilers have been good in defense, but more than that, they have denied them possession. As you see there, Alvin Havoli just cantering, going to score another try. Mwamba, what do they pick from this game as they head into the 5th place semifinals? Another pass that does not go to hand. That was a pressure pass. It was way ahead of the man there, and you see frustration there as he lifts his hand, wondering what kind of a pass that was. These have been the mistakes that have curtailed Mwamba's momentum in these quarterfinals. Look at that pass. That is good from Eugene. Then Eugene places it way ahead of his man. And those simple skills around passing, very critical in retaining possession. Oilers with ball in hand, going into contact and being held up just short of Mwamba's try line here. Referee sees a knock-on from Oilers as they try to turn over possession. Coming up after these first main cup quarterfinals will be Menengai Oilers taking, on Daystar Falcons. taking on Nakuru RFC. That will be our third quarterfinals before the big one, the circuits finals, if you will call it so, between KCB and Strathmore Leos, 1 versus 2 on the 7th circuit leaderboard. That is an intercept. That pass was always floating forward, therefore towards Mamba, as Mamba finally get themselves across the whitewash. Byron Webo scoring their consolation try here. That pass was ambitious. Brian Webo, who has suffered with a wrist that has been a pain for him after that tackle on John Okoth, scores. Put the Mwamba finally onto the scoreboard. Conversion to come here. Eugene Ojiambo going for this one. Might be the last kick of this game. Last kick of second cup quarterfinals. Raises it high, but it's already drifting towards the right of the uprights. And with that, come to a close on this one. 36-5 in favor of Menengai Oilers. They are flying. They are looking the real deal. As they dispatch Mwamba, Mwamba will have to contend with the 5th place semifinals. Oilers have to take on Cabras in another ride derby later on in the cup semifinals. We move forward, Daystar Falcons against Nakuru RFC, our 3rd cup quarterfinals. So we kick off for these 3rd cup quarterfinals between Daystar Falcons and Nakuru RFC. Daystar Falcons were the losing finalist in KCB 7s last weekend. And here they take on Nakuru. Nakuru have been up and down, just basically going sideways in terms of what they wanted to achieve in this circuit. The high of a semifinals. They have been going downhill since then. Daystar picking at the right time. Yesterday topping their pool. That was Pool B. Nakuru on the other hand losing 2 matches, but still able to get into the cup quarterfinals courtesy of that showdown on the scoreboard between themselves and Catholic Monks, emerging victorious there courtesy of their tally in the try scored after both number 2, 3, 4 finished on 5 points each. So Nakuru getting a taste of the cup quarterfinals again here after being invited in this tournament, Walter.
Yeah. A rough ride. But hopefully day 2 brings good tidings. Felix, that ball not straight, but no challenge offered, so the game continues. Bonaventure has a strong running.
Use it.
Victor Matiko. Felix 6 out. His wing partner in Lusesi, Paul Tyson Lusesi. Cyprian Ombaso to Bonaventure Opande. Opande 6 out. Felix Donda. Platform is set. No clear release by Daystar. Daystar have to release. Clinton Amukwachi, the culprit. Wilson Makete. Felix to Wilson once again. Wilson breaks the first line of defense. Patrick Odongo and Duncan Olile combined. Odongo has to leave it. Duncan was on that path. Felix. Good ankle tackle. The tackler has to roll away. The ball is available. Bonaventure to Cyprian. Cyprian steps. The ball is tapped in the tackle though. Referee plays an advantage. Yeah, that was a tackle. Knock on in the tackle there by Patrick Odongo. Deceiving the referee. Really.
Yeah. I find this comical because whenever the referee plays advantage, both set of players just watch each other.
Here it is. That left arm, Patrick knew what he was doing, but he tapped the ball from the hand. It wasn't already.
And he completed that wrap around so that the referee is not able to call it as a penalty. That's experience gained on the playing at the highest level. Yeah. And both teams weighing each other out here. Nakuru not able to break through the Easter Falcons defense, just a few meters shy of Falcons try box.
Totally. Have you been watching the rugby Women's World Cup that's currently being played in England?
A bit of both. Just a few matches watched there as we see matters on the pitch side. Brian Ombaso going over for the first try, making it difficult for Daystar not to concede here. They were under the pump, under the cow shear, defending 10 meters out for the better part of this first half. Finally, Nakuru making territory pay for them. Daystar Falcons have had no ball since this game began. That conversion sails off to the left, short of the uprights here. Scores remain 5. As you see there, just coming to the shorter side. And then Eddie Wambugu guilty of remaining deep in defense, opening that space, which Cyprian Ombaso gleefully took. Just a meter short of the try box. There was no stopping him. Nakuru restarted this one into Daystar's 22. Clinton Amukwachi retains possession and goes out to the speed star Patrick Odongo. He has meant to contend with steps back again. They are not catching him here after this line break. He goes all the way. Instant reply from Daystar Falcons. Patrick Odongo taking out those defenders, looking for space. Then that acceleration, putting him beyond any flailing defenders there. Conversion is good. And they take the front, hit the front here, 7-5. See there, just steps back in, swerves, and then looks at the sweeper, swerves back in, steps in. Missed tackle there, flailing arms. And after he got through the line, the defensive line, there was no stopping him. Tough one, this first half. It's a tight affair. Only 2 points separating them. Nakuru trying to get themselves back into this one. Going into contact and carrying it strongly, gaining valuable meters for Nakuru. They quickly recycle there. Shooting off the line, missing the ball. Arnold Agonda. But covered tackle comes in from his teammates there, saving them the blushes. Nakuru making good progress here, taking the ball end to end as Patrick Odongo sizes up. Ball carrier there goes into contact. Habaku Kouma able to ensure there is a recycling of ball. Then coming in, carrying in strong, Wilson Makete. That looks like no advantage for earlier infringement.
He went for the turnover and knocked the ball.
Yeah, clear communication from the referee there. Daystar Falcons got into that track when went to Jackal, then knocked it on. Habako Kouma had just done enough to survive that contact. But Daystar Falcons knock it on. Still attacking ball. Last time Nakuru were here, they emerged with a try, the first try of this match. They are good at ball retention. They do a couple of phases, put you under pressure. And any team defending 5 meters out. There's just that one defender who gets out of line, and they concede that looped pass, gifting the ball back to Daystar Falcons. Jay getting out of jail here. Clinton Amukwachi coming in and going to the left there, giving Patrick Odongo the ball. Odongo getting his elbows out, riding off one tackle. Mukwachi still going the shorter side, hands off and carries along with him Habaku Kouma going to deck. Odongo comes in to protect that ball. Keraguri passes it out. Arnold with ball. Ball goes to Wilson Otieno, brought down heavily by Felix Okoth. Now into Nakuru's 22. Nakuru have to defend here, coming in short, and then that ball goes to deck, but referee was playing an advantage for a high tackle. It was a high shot there from Felix Okoth, penalized for that high tackle, and they come back. The Stars have a decision to make here, and they go for the scrum down 10 meters out from Nakuru's try box. As you see here, collecting ball, cutting back in, and then Felix Okoth, well, more of an arm seatbelt tackle there, the arm just going across the chest. Nonetheless, a good call from the referee. Those ones have a way of twisting the the torso of the ball carrier. It's normally a dangerous tackle. Coming in hard onto Nakuru's defense line, but the passing of that ball is labored. Patrick Odongo gets the ball, accelerates, goes for the corner flag, and gets there, scoring to stretch their lead as we get into the halftime here. Patrick Odongo went for the corner flag, puts it down, 12 up against Nakuru with a conversion to come. Trying to get the extra 2 points here. Ball goes high and misses, just drifts to the farthest right. And with that, we get into the halftime. Daystar form team putting their hands up as they lead this one 12-5. You see there that replay, Patrick Odongo going in and scoring. Referee blows the whistle to start us off for the second half of these third quarterfinals, cup quarterfinals between Daystar Falcons and Nakuru. Daystar Falcons with that try from Patrick Odongo at the end of the first half, getting into the lead, stretching their lead further to 12-5. Nakuru did well in the first half, pinned Daystar in their own 22, but Daystar were more clinical with possession. A long-range try by Patrick Odongo to begin that fight back, and then at the end of it all, scoring at the corner flag. His second try and second for Daystar. Daystar, same script from first half. As you see, Odongo taken to deck there, knocks it on. And once again, Nakuru enjoying territory in Daystar's 22 here. Ball is out, but they're under pressure and they elect to go behind the backyard of Nakuru there. It's a foot race. Joel Mboya goes for it and recovers it. He will do well here to use his supporting players. They have to come back quickly. There are 3 men down there versus 2, so committing many men to protect that possession. And they shift it out to Felix Okoth on the other 15-meter channel. Then looping around, Wilson Makete with ball, brings it back. Good recycling from Nakuru RFC. They look to get into their decision time here for Daystar Falcons defense. They bite it, come in 2 of them. Mboya goes to deck, and then it's recycled better. Nakuru masters of possession rugby here, denying Daystar Falcons of ball. They've done that the whole game, but have never been able to defend any turnovers. Slowly getting themselves into the half here, making good progress. Going, has the wheels to go all the way. Yes, he has. Bundles himself into the try box there. The in-goal referee just says that that is a knock-on. We'll get better camera angles here for the replay, but Joel Mboya.
What a mistake that one.
Yeah, this is a crucial score. It's a crucial score.
Yeah, Joel Mboya there broke the line. Duncan Olile stayed alive, made sure that he made it hard for Joel there, knocking the ball on. Coach Killer there. 12-5. This one would have easily tied up the game. Remember, it's a cup quarterfinal match. This one has the hallmarks of a painful loss, if you count the...
Yeah, Nakuru really lucky to be here, but they worked for it. With those 2 losses yesterday, the tie-breaking regulations favored them, getting them into these cup quarterfinals. Both teams not regulars in the semifinals, cup semifinals, so they will want to get themselves into that, but you will think Daystar Falcons with this small, slender lead might just have enough firepower to get themselves across board. They go back to the shorter side, steps back into traffic. Arnold Agonda pumping off those tackles, goes down. Keraguri comes to cover that one, being patient with ball in hand. Clinton to Tsindoli. Tsindoli moves it to Eddie. Then they attack that second last ball carrier, Odongo, with nice footwork. But that ball slipping, traveling forward. Was it Walter? Referee calls them back.
Well, I've seen those ones being allowed to continue. It was marginal. It was a flat pass at best. If you see there, that replay, I wished we could have a better camera angle there. Patrick Odongo fending off the first defender there. Had to deal with Cyprian. Ran straight into Cyprian, but good defense there by Cyprian.
Using both feet and leg.
Yeah, I mean, he had to make that tackle. Well, Nakuru here have an opportunity to attack Daystar. Daystar have given the ball back. 7s is quite a punishing game. 1 minute you're leading, the other minute you're not. You're struggling, trying to make up the numbers. So here is an opportunity for Nakuru FC. Are they good value to attack from this position and score? That's an opportunity we have to see them take, and hopefully they can secure that with both hands.
Wait, guys, wait.
Cyprian.
Yeah.
Cyprian feeds the scrum, comes round. Joel Mboya receives. Bonaventure receiving a second receiver, loops round. Second receiver comes in. Ombaso, that long ball over the top. Once again, toying with the touchline. Free play there. The player has to receive and release. Habakkuk, Boni, Victor Matiko passing it forward. The referee there to see it. Victor Matiko there, guilty of passing that ball forward there. Joseph Momo, very keen on that regard. He's picked out 2 marginal balls this morning.
And they're all coming from those attempted long passes. So some of those that need to be sharpened by players here. We've seen those drifting forward or being adjudged to drifting forward, especially when you're in attack in a crucial match like this one, 12-5, and you have possession and you have territory. You have to be clinical with that ball. And this one just affords Daystar a breather. Eddie Wambugu putting it in.
Offside there. Referee says play on. Umroka Vincent, but good tackle there. Strong defense. Cyprian Ombasa there. Ball was open, the player was caught, but not completed as the tackle. Sindoli runs straight into Bonaventure. Bonaventure rolls away. Rightfully, yes, that's a turnover. Player holding on. Check it at the mark is what the referee has told Nakuru. Nakuru here with 27 seconds to work with. Should, and I mean this, Nakuru should either score here or lose that opportunity to play in the cup semi.
Yeah, Wilson Makete was quick to his going down to Jackal there, and he gets the reward. And Nakuru have delivered some very entertaining last-minute tries in this circuit. They will have to manufacture another one here if they're to get themselves into this game, giving them an opportunity to go for the sudden death. It's a 7-pointer difference here. Coming straight onto Daystar Falcons defense. Quick ball off that track to the shorter side. And then they have to ride that tackle. Sindoli making a meal of that track. Referee playing advantage here is he. Joel Mboya goes straight into the defenders there. Patient play here as the hooter is sounded. Any break in play, any errors here, and that this game will be over. Clinton Amukwachi guilty of not supporting his body weight as he tries to jackal that ball. Mboya with a long pass, shooting up in defense. Patrick Odongo causing Nakuru to drift back into field of play here. Nakuru doing well to retain possession. Danger times here. The hooter has sounded. It's a 7 points. That's looks like an extra roll. The referee says play on. Again, multiple faces here by Nakuru. They are stringing those faces and defending the ball, recycling well. Another long pass there. Felix Okoth putting into space. Bonventure coming in, almost losing the ball there. Doing well, Nakuru here, masters of possession rugby. They are putting pressure. This one looks like it's gonna pay off. Going all the way to score, and he does score. Going airborne, Cyprian Ombaso scores this one with a conversion to come. Finally paying off. Sindoli looks really out of, looks to be in trouble there, spot of bother. 12-10, conversion to come. Will it see everything for Nakuru riding on this conversion attempt? Players off their feet here, hands on knees. It has been a taxing 14 minutes plus for both sets of players. Patrick Odongo just seated the touch there, trying to get a breather. Everything riding on this conversion, everyone watching it. It doesn't even get to the try line. And with that, Daystar Falcons march into the cup semifinals. A tight match, this one, winning it 12-10. Nakuru probably out of form, but they gave as good as they got, as you see that try. And they will have to contend with the 5th place semifinals. Later on, they will take on the loser of the next, probably the 7th circuit, 2025 7th circuit finals between KCB Rugby and Strathmore Leos. This is a big one. You want to watch this one.
Unaichukua ama ninyi mnaweka? Ninyi mnaweka.
This one has been billed as the finals of the 7th circuit this year. Both teams separated by 9 points. The mathematics here is very simple. Strathmore Leos have to stop KCB from getting to the semifinals. If they win this one, if they win this match, then KCB will be crowned the official title winners for this year's circuit. However, if Strathmore Leos beats KCB, then they have to go ahead and win Dala7s, from which they will be able to walk away with a trophy, because on head-to-head, tied on points, they will be better because of that head-to-head. Nice restart here.
Yeah, long restart there. That is where KCB should be targeting. That is where Strathmore Leos have been targeting the whole season there. And you can see Arnold Muita being hoisted and not able to receive that ball. Knock on by Wafula Sam. An attacking opportunity here for the Strathmore Leos in their own half. No, I beg your pardon, that is KCB attacking in the Strathmore half. KCB have Emmanuel Opondo, lacking Smadi and Floyd Wabwire on the wing. Smadi. Ali ball to Floyd. Floyd dancing with the oncoming defense, going straight into the two defenders, Strath defenders. Strath stretch for numbers. Bob Mohati going down that channel. Once again, Vincent Onyala. Clear run into the try line. Try time, KCB.
Quick fire try here from KCB, getting themselves onto the scoreboard within a minute of the kickoff. Scoring on the farthest end. Vincent Onyala going over. Good play there from KCB, recycling possession very well, then attacking the Strathmore Leos defense line at pace with crisp passing down the back line. And even with an extra man to burn out wide, Onyala didn't need him, goes over. That conversion is not successful. KCB taking an early lead in this crucial decider. Samuel Wafula not being able to stop Onyala there. And he goes in, puts KCB ahead. Strathmore Leos have to take care of these restarts. Good take in the air there. Arnold Muita gaining possession for Leos, swinging the ball out wide. Malemba, Elton Malemba checks out Floyd Wabwire equal to him, puts him to deck. Then a recycle there from Brian Mwendwa, goes to Arnold, who goes aggressively at the defensive line. Barnabas War carrying into contact. Does he knock it on? A hint, but the referee says it went back. That should be a clear offside. Festus Shiasi just couldn't resist putting his arm into the cookie jar. Big hit there on Samuel Asati. Asati recovers from that one. Vincent Mola on Floyd Wabwire. These two quick players. Then Strathmore Leos coming back into this one. You'll think that they are going to score. Yes, they are. Brian Mwendwa goes in. Strathmore Leos hit back. This very crucial match. Both teams using ball in hand very well. Center post try from Brian Mwendwa. And they get themselves back level here with conversion to come. Tense affair here. Everyone's eyes are glued on this match because it has big implications, big ramifications for whoever loses here. Everything for KCB in this year's circuit, riding on this match. They'll want to take control of this one as Leos add the extra two, take the lead.
Yeah, Leos take the lead there. Brian Mwendwa there had one thing to do, and that was to ground that ball. An easy conversion for the Leos side. A Navi game, this one. Remember, this is the most important game this season for KCB and for the Strathmore Leos. You win this, you stay in the hunt. You win this, you win it. Good foot race there. Smadi versus Arnold Muita. Recycled, but the arriving player wasn't aware of the offload. An advantage being played, advantage over Victor Mola. Victor goes back into contact, goes into Sam. Strath recycle. KCB on the ropes, numbers to burn on the outside.
Shkoli looks up. Smarty Festus has to take Shkoli, and that's a good tackle. Oh, and that's a knock on there. Off the ball, the eye slightly off the ball, and the ball goes forward there. KCB survive.
Arnold Muita had his eye on passing a quick ball there. Perhaps also thinking of going back against the grain, as we see that big hit. Stanglas Shikoli taking on Festus Shiasi. Festus doing enough to put Shikoli down, but Arnold Muita knocking on when they had KCB backpedaling there on defense. Put in here for KCB, Samuel Asati. Steady scrum there from KCB, swinging the ball out wide straight to the center. Festus Shiasi cuts back in. This one has to be protected. It is. Then quickly passing it off to their left. Opondo to Floyd, the speedster, cuts back in. They have to take care of him, and they do so. Releasing it. Manuel Opondo at the base of that one to Asati. Asati going aggressively at the defense lines there. Cut out pass to Shiasi. Shiasi to Olukusi. Going in. Looks like Wafula dished out a high one, but play goes on. Opondo to Onyala. Onyala 2-on-1 here. That pass from Onyala. Oh my goodness, 2v1 basic skills. And the nerves showing there for Onyala, not delivering a good pass. Walter.
Tight one there, Vincent Onyala, really 2v1. I would expect Vincent Onyala to send that pass, or actually even hold on to the ball. But
yeah, it was possible for him to just dummy and go over. Those are the crucial mistakes.
And this game really, this game, this is that game when
everything has to be perfect. You know, if you want to get away with this one, both teams, you know, literally going hammer and tongs, even on the, you know, those wins. But those small mistakes of 2v1 might cost them. Vincent Mola against Floyd thinks better of it and passes it to Elton. Elton goes to deck, offloads from there. Brian Mwendwa gets hustled by Opondo. Opondo going in for the jackal and is rewarded. Advantage play here. That one is gonna be contested again by Leos. I thought the referee had his hand up for advantage KCB. That is still within the same spot, within the same scene.
It hasn't gone 10 meters.
10 or anything sideways, but the referee, Kyoko, just allows game to go on advantage Strathmore Leos. Then Wafula, always a strong ball carrier, rarely passes, fancies the close quarter combat. And then Ailton Malemba puts it to boot here. It's a speedster versus speedster here. He has to allow Floyd to come up. Doesn't do so. Referee allows game to go. It's a turnover and good contest in that rack. Bob Muhati swinging the ball into space. Shiasi against Shikoli. Lugusi with space, but has to contend with, brushes off Barnabas Owor. And then Sankla Shikoli gets a fend there. Festus is in problems here, coming in and going off it. Quick tap and go from Shikoli, but he's ahead of Mark. The halftime hooter cannot come very soon for both teams here.
What a run of play. Littered bodies everywhere. These guys are tired. Big carry there. Elvis Olukusi running straight into Barnabas. And Elvis Olukusi did so well to fend off the first, but the arriving support, you see there, Festus, just goes off his feet, not allowing a contest. And that is an opportunity. Leos can kick it into touch, go into the halftime break in the lead.
Yeah, this is a big one. This one is going all the way to the wire. What we expected, people are talking about Strathmore Leos and the fact that they are missing their two playmakers in Nigel Amaitsa and Gabriel Laimba. But the current rank and file have done all they can and they are leading in this halftime. get ready for the second half. Everything for both teams riding on this one match. KCB ahead by 9 points, that leaderboard for the overall circuit. A win here, they get an assailable lead into the semifinals. But Strathmore Leos have to beat KCB to stop that from happening. Then they have to go all the way and win Dala7s. If KCB get the 5th place finals, then it will be tied all at 117 points, and Strathmore Leos will walk away with the overall circuit after being better against KCB on head-to-head. So KCB cannot afford to lose this one, and neither can Strathmore Leos. We have slightly over 6 minutes to determine the course of this 7th circuit this year 2025, sponsored by SportPesa. George Oro coming in. Onyala getting an offload there, giving to Bob Muhati. Bob Muhati, does he have the wheels? He goes for contact. They need a quick recycle here if they have to take advantage of the numbers to the left. George Oro making a meal of this one, just coming in. King George goes over, brushing off the attentions of Brian Mwendwa, hitting the front very quickly in this second half. After wasting one opportunity in the first half where it was 2v1, Vincent Onyala giving that ball to Shiasi, a forward pass, but KCB hit back 10-7 with a conversion to come. This one being taken by Festa Shiasi. Doesn't get over the crossbar, and it's a 3-match difference. King George Oro here shrugging off Brian Mwendwa. It was always a mismatch if Brian Mwendwa goes high. He did go high and gets shrugged off. Kickoff that goes deep into Strathmore Leos territory, but drifts off into dead ball area, and it's a restart that has gone bad for KCB, gifting Strathmore Leos with much needed possession. And Muita coming in, quick tap and go there before KCB can reorganize themselves. They have numbers out here. A long pass, cutout pass. Samuel Wafula gets into contact there. That ball was being back channeled behind Onyala. Very aware of the opportunity there, committing men to retain possession. Arnold calls his reinforcement in. Shikoli carrying strongly the heart of KCB's defense, then goes in to support. They retain possession. This is danger. Alarm bells sounding here for KCB, and Samuel Wafula goes in for Strathmore Leos' second try. There are warning bells all over, because those two ball carriers, Stangler Shikoli and Samuel Wafula, they rarely pass, so you have to put your shoulder in. KCB not good with that. Strathmore Leos hitting the front again, 12 with a conversion to come. Their tails are up. What is that people are saying about them missing their playmakers? Comes down to the strength of the team, the depth of the team, and Strathmore Leos putting everything in this one match. Fend is always a strong ball carrier. Remember him back in Embu 7s when he went round, tucked the ball in and outsprinted Onyala to score.
This game, Toeli, this game. I mean, you have no words to put around this game, because Strathmore Leos are in it. KCB a bit shaky there. The initial was a knock-on. 3 minutes, 18 seconds to go. If Leos strike here, they have 2 tries as an advantage against KCB.
My thinking is that KCB, the nerves are getting to them here. The occasion is getting to them, because they are making small errors,
and
which is very uncharacteristic.
And that was always the risk. It was always the risk, because KCB had to get off the blocks as quickly as possible, pile pressure, score points, and keep the scoreboard ticking. But they've allowed Strathmore an opportunity to play and be in this game. And Strathmore, you give them an inch, they'll take a whole Dongokundu mile.
Yeah, indeed. And Strathmore not doing themselves any favors from that scrum, losing 20 meters. Barnabas Oworo trying to get into the backyard there, misses it. Danger times here for them, but they nab Floyd down there. Now decision time. Numbers to burn to the right there, taking it slowly. Wekesa coming in, straightens, goes back into contact. Opondo goes to the shorter side, and then they are working that 15-meter channel very well. Nyala now at the base of that track swings it out to the left. Asati attempting a dummy, but is apprehended quickly by Shikoli. This ball might be turned over. Indeed it is. Good jackal there from Strathmore Leos. First man on the ball as per the referee's call, and had every right to contest it. Quick release there, then goes in for the jackal. 1 minute, 40 seconds to play. KCB losing this one if they do not keep themselves in this match. There you go for territory. Strathmore Leos managing the clock well here. KCB have to score a try to get themselves back into this one. Shiasi goes off. In comes Stephen Osumba Zola to park in at the center there. Brian Mwenda puts it in. Good retention there from Shikoli. Good off over the top ball to Arnold Mwita. Stepping back in, bring the ball back to the shoulder side.
KCB
with the courage.
Have to hunt for this ball, and there you have it. There's always the risk of swinging the ball left, right, but KCB know how to hand the ball. They have one chance this season, one scrum this season, one opportunity. This is what should determine the championship. This is exactly why the SportPesa National 7 Circuit is one of the hardest tournaments or events for you to win.
Yeah, Andrew Amonde and the KCB technical bench cannot sit down. They can't afford to. It all comes down to these last 30 seconds. Asati with ball gives it to Osumbo. Osumbo steps back in. The ball carrier is a strong one. Going for the jackal. Not surviving that. Oro goes to the shorter side. He's going all the way. He is shrugging off Brian Mwendo and going to score KCB's third try, and puts them in the lead with seconds remaining in this match. Is this it for KCB? Is this what they are waiting for? We will have to wait and see whether we end referee's time or not. But a lot of Strathmore Leos bodies on the turf there, probably recognizing that the moment has slipped away from them. KCB seconds away from being declared the 2025 SportPesa Circuit winners. That conversion goes wide. And there you have it. KCB walking away with this year's 2025 SportPesa 7th Circuit. KCB, the most consistent side, finally getting one past Strathmore Leos in these finals of the circuit. We still have Dala7s finals to play for, but this has been nail-biting stuff, gut-wrenching, nervous moments. King George Oro with 2 tries in the second half, coming from the bench, missing 2 legs, but when it mattered most, he showed up. Heads up rugby, looked at the space, ran Mwendwa again, a mismatch as he did for the first try. King George ruling here. As you see the supporters from this point onwards, they don't really care what happens. They have walked away with the biggest trophy they had identified as the season began. They walk away with this one. We go into, don't go away, we are going into some interviews here. Stephen Ochieng will take us through the interviews. You wait and you will have that interview. KCB coach will be coming on just to talk about the journey of how they got to this point, how hard it has been for them. But KCB getting one win past Strathmore Leos. It was always going to come back to this, and the way the draws went and the way matches went. Yesterday, Strathmore Leos losing to Menengai Oilers put them second in their group, and they were on a collision course with KCB. Finally, we get to hear from KCB coach what the journey has been like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the journey is done. Started in Mombasa and finally at the Dala7s. in Kisumu, KCB have managed to lift the 2025 SportPesa National 7 circuit for the first time since 2023. With this win, they become the only side with 5 national titles, making history. And joining me right now is Andrew Asusu Amonde, who managed to steer the team to victory, beating Strathmore Leos. Asusu, congratulations. How are you feeling winning the 2025 overall SportPesa circuit?
That was a tough game. I think it was also about the mental part of it. We struggled to settle in, but finally we were able to push through and win the game at the end. So congratulations to the boys, congratulations to KCB Bank for all they have done to be able to make this possible. Congratulations to our fans who have been able to push us to get to where we've got today. And then we are grateful to God for giving us the good health and the ability to come and present ourselves to the best of the ability.
Asusu, this looks like an emotional moment for you. You guys have not won trophies for a long time. From 2023, this is your first 7th title. What does this mean to you, and what has the journey been like with the boys, just you guys rebuilding and taking over? Now you managed to emerge overall SportPesa 7's champions.
I think it's just a process that we are going through. We've been rebuilding, so I think we are getting there. We've worked so hard. We've been working so hard to be able to get a team that will be able to bring us trophies. We've been through all finals, so it just shows how hard we've been working. So it's a matter of just having that mental toughness to be able just to push through and to be able to get more trophies for the bank.
Congratulations, Asusu, the job is not done. What's the message to the boys now? You guys still have a title, but you've won the overall. What's your message to them now?
So I think it's just the game that we've won. We've moved to the semis. We are still going to play a semis. So it's just a matter of just picking ourselves, keeping our mental into it and being able to go through. Dala is our home ground. We came here to win Dala, so we are not going to back up after winning the overall circuit.
Congratulations, Asusu. Well done.
Thank you.
Very. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that has been KCB head coach Andrew Amonde, who steered his side to the 2025 SportPesa National 7's title. For the first time since 2023, KCB have ended their title drought, and with this win today, they become the only side to ever win 5 national titles in the history of the 7's rugby in the country. So 2025 7th circuit winners, there you have it, courtesy of SportPesa. KCB are the 2025 overall SportPesa 7's champions. We'll be taking a short break right now, but when we come back, KCB fans will be joining the set to just tell us how happy they feel with this win and overall the SportPesa 7th circuit. See you in a bit. Let's go watch some hard tackle rugby. See you in a bit.
Mambo VP, it's your girl CJ, or you can call me CJ Wama Vibes. Small in size but big in vibes. From Driftwoods to Prince Lou to Christy 7s to Kabeberry and to Embu 7s. And right about now,
Dala7s tuko area mazejo. Tado naanguka, upepo navuma. Rugby mangen saidi.
What an amazing 7th season has it been so far, from town to town, city to city. Manze, talents imekuwa moto, mafans wamejitokelezea. The SportPesa National 7th circuit. Into our episode of the Dala7s, wacha tuangalie vile standings za Division 1 zinakaa. At number 1 spot we have KCB with a fairly commanding lead ya 104 points. Strathmore Leos coming at 2nd place with 94 points, followed by Menengai Oilers at 3rd place with 77 points. Cabras, Sugar and Kenya Harlequins wanatufungia the top 5 slots with 64 and 57 points respectively. And before tuingie full leagues, here are some of the highlights of the KCB 7s.
Nondies, are we ready? Ready! We are back!
Nondies walicheza kama wao, earning back Division 1 status. Daystar Falcons made it to their first ever main cup finals.
KCB!
Congratulations to the KCB champs, KCB Rugby, and of course we are looking forward to see if they'll get the job done here in Dala7s. Then tukisonga hapo kwa pools, things become really exciting. In Pool A, we have Cabras Sugar, Monks, Most and Nakuru RFC. In Pool B, we have Daystar Falcons, Mombasa Rugby, Kenya Harlequins and Nondies. In Pool C, we have KCB Rugby, Mamba RFC, Homeboys RFC and Embu RFC. And then in Pool D, we have Strathmore Leos, Menengai Oilers, Impala RFC and Kisumu RFC. Hi guys, I'm here with
John Otieno, Kisumu RFC captain.
Nice. Manze, naona Kisumu weather imekubali.
Karibu Pacho, karibu Kisumu.
Asante.
Hii ni mambo ya kwetu.
And so you guys are hosting the Dala7s. What does that mean for you guys as Kisumu RFC?
For us, first of all, si tunataka kurepresent mafans wetu.
Nice.
Tunataka tumekuwa trusted na hiyo duty ya kurepresent Kisumu mzima as a county. Tumekuwa tukifanya since drift, lakini sasa imekuja mtaani.
Oilers. And right about now I'm chilling with
Philip Okeo, captain Menengai Oilers.
Nice. So Philip, ukoaje?
Niko salama kabisa.
Kisumu inakupelekaje?
Ndo kuingia kuangalia climate, lakini this is not my first time, so mimi niko adapt very fast. Looking forward for tomorrow.
Nice. So season for Menengai Oilers imekaje?
Tulianza very far from pre-season, and I think we have had ups and downs. We have been twice in the final. Tumekuwa pia that place, but I think we are doing good. Na hii ya mwisho we want to finish on a high.
Nice. Na mmekuwa mmejipangaje for this 7 circuit?
Always kila team inataka kushinda, but along the way kumekuwa na challenges. So team yetu, we had high expectations, na right now we want to secure that position and to crown it.
Nice. So na sahi wase wa look forward to nini for this Dala7s for Menengai Oilers?
Menengai always wanna bring it, na looking forward to Menengai bringing a quality side na quality game, na probably kama itaenda mzuri for us, we win it.
Thank you Philip for hanging out with us, and I wish you all the best.
Cheers.
Thank you. So na manze Jo, pale Ep7s tuli hang out na Philip na brother yake John, na hivi ndo mambo ilienda.
My name is John Okoth from the Menengai Oilers.
My name is Philip Okeo from Menengai Oilers, same as Kenya7s player.
I started playing when I was Standard 4. Back in primary school, shule yetu ilikuwa na rugby. So after that, I moved to high school, nikacheza pia high school. And then I was called in Nakuru RFC. Played my first Kenya Cup after high school, and then the journey started there. I got interested more. Then after that, I joined Oilers, played for the national team.
My rugby journey started when I was young, still in primary school. Played in primary school, then joined high school. Continued to play in high school up to East Africa Games. Then immediately after high school, I joined Nakuru RFC. Played for some season. Then right now I'm playing in Menengai Oilers.
For the upcoming youngsters, it's quite possible for them to play at the higher levels. The selectors are here, they are seeing. So train hard, come showcase your talent here. The selectors are here. You'll get a chance to represent the national team and play at higher levels.
Stay consistent and work hard, and definitely it will come through.
Our main goal now, as per now, is to at least win a tournament. Dala will be a very huge test for us.
It will be a good show if Oilers we win, and always we want to win. And even after the circuits, we still have Safari 7s if we get to represent that will be a fantastic season for me.
Oilers Tuko. Hi guys, my name is John Okoth and Philip Okeo, and we're from the Menengai Oilers, and you're watching Hard Tackle.
Hard Tackle tunawaletea exciting interviews, exciting stories na exciting actions. Na manzejo, if you're there, if you're watching us,
make sure you like and subscribe our YouTube channel. You know what it is. Twende nayo.
Let the battle begin!
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing? Return leg?
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course they're gonna get a thrash.
Whatever that we were feeling wakati tulikuwa tunaandika, wakati producer anashikilia zile keyboard, kuna adrenaline fulani inakama. Una feel too I'm supporting the right team.
This was then chairman, Dr. Manduku. When I said Shabana, I never knew it's going to be so big. My main point was to help those players, the young players. But I never imagined that it would come to this standard. Even uniform was watched here. Yeah,
hapa sasa hivi hii building yote inaitwa Market Plaza, lakini zamani ilikuwa inaitwa Shabana Hardware. Kila kitu kilikuwa kinafanyika kwa hili duka, kila kitu mnakuja hapa. Mishahara, allowances.
Niliingia Shabana mwaka wa 1983. Dream yangu ingekuwa primary nichezee timu kubwa. Ndio Shabana wakaniona, nikaona sasa dream yangu imetimika.
Are you ready to perform tomorrow? Sawa. Tujikumbushe tena bado jamaa, tumesema tunaenda kwa hiyo game tukiwa wounded because we need maximum points.
Patikana Kakamega Homeboys. Walikuwa na Joanna Alice Brown Michira Migiro.
Nadhani ilikuwa dream. Si yote mwenye alikuwa around na mtu yote mwenye anapenda Shabana. Tukapanda ligi. Juu ni kitambo sana Shabana imekuwa kwa premier. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa na feel poa sana.
Fataki! Na imependeza mpaka Massachusetts kule.
Mimi kama mzazi wa mchezaji kwa Shabana najifunia sana juu aliingia tu kidogo wakaenda Premier League. Hata wakati anacheza hata mimi naona ni vizuri mtoto wangu ako kwa Premier League.
Shabana has become the brand.
One of the major struggles was getting to revive Shabana and getting the people to come back and embrace the community club. With that, it also came the financial aspect. We struggled for so many years to now getting a sponsor. Our fans have come back to the stadium. I feel that we are achieving the dream that we had as Shabana.
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
A 5-star rating to none other than SportPesa.
So it's an honor to stand here as we receive this award. It not only speaks of SportPesa as the leading betting brand, but speaks of how we are the best when it comes to innovation, when it comes to trust for our customers. It also speaks into how our customers believe in how we will impact the communities and sports fraternity that we sponsor. So asante.
Alafu sasa tunaingia kwenye street kuuliza mafans mbona wanapenda SportPesa. Showing us too much love, too much love.
SportPesa is the best betting company that you can trust.
SportPesa is the best betting brand in the whole world.
Mimi najua na bet kwa SportPesa. Ukibet pesa yako inakuja yote. Kuna kampani zingine ukiweka ile pesa ikikuja wanakata mingi, sasa zingine inapotea, hiyo bet slip inapotea, lakini kwa SportPesa iko sawa.
Mara mingi sana wanasema kwa SportPesa na imenitoa mbali. Hapo naso siwezi kataa nazo. Ukiona hizo odds zao vile wanachagua hizo games inapendeza kama sisi watu wa SportPesa.
Nilianza kubet 2015.
Na inakupeleka aje?
Iko sawa, hata kuna siku nishaangukia bonus ya 30,000. 12 games. Niko na hakika nataka kuchapa hiyo 17 this time.
Unajua iko pesa ngapi sasa hii?
Si ni milioni imeanza 100 million.
Kuna bonuses na ukiwekelea bet yako uko sure unapata pesa.
Ukipata pesa yako they give you at the time exactly that time. Hakuna mambo ati mara hujapewa nini.
Sijui kama unajua kubet na SportPesa saa hii ukitumia app na website ni free.
Hata niko na app.
Uko na app? Na unajua kubet ni free?
Najua kubet ni free. Hata natumianga free.
Very nice. Nashukuru sana. Wewe ni customer wangu mwanzo. Until next time, let's keep it rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. Let's keep it SportPesa. Let's keep it 100.
What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa while you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamilionea. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa.
Jumpers, uko mood gani? The new KCB mobile app adapts to you, your mood, and your mode. ingia selfie mode and securely log into the app via your Face ID ama fingerprint. Tunatambua pia wewe ni mjanja ikifika kwa door. Fika thrift mode and access more ways to pay and transfer money. Scan to pay, pay to Vumatil or Paybill, prepaid cards, mobile transfers. Financial decisions pia lazima zikuwe tops. Move to investor mode and grow your money na fixed deposit ama gold savings account. Extend protection yako through the app. Flip to protector mode and access insurance products kama motor vehicle cover. One app for all your modes. Download the new KCB mobile app today. KCB, for people, for better. Ciao.
From the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium, ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit has a winner. And just as you're seeing, those are fans from KCB Rugby Club who have been winning and who have won the 2025 overall SportPesa 7's circuit. I'm telling you, for the first time since 2023, the Bankers have ended their title drought. And with this win, after beating Strathmore Leos 15-14 in a closely contested main cup quarterfinal clash, I'm telling you, this has been an action-packed weekend for KCB, and they've gotten the job done. 2025 SportPesa 7's winners have been KCB, and I'm telling you, they've won the overall title for the first time since 2023. And just as said, it was, and it makes them a historic moment for the club, because with this win today, they win the overall title for the 5th time, going ahead the likes of Queens and Impala, who've won it 4 times. So joining me right now is George Japolo. I'm telling you, the man who scored 2 of the tries that gave KCB the overall win in the 2025 SportPesa 7s. He came off the bench, got the job done when the pressure was high, and he got the job done. Japolo, congratulations, my guy.
Asante.
How are you feeling to win this 2025 SportPesa 7s? And this makes it the first time you've done it in your career. You switched from Strathmore Leos, you've gone to KCB, you've gotten the job done, scored 2 out of 2 tries against your former side, making you the champion for the very first time. How are you feeling right now?
For those who don't know me, I'm George Oro, and I'm really feeling so good. Actually, this was my aim, Sana. Becoming an overall champion, because I've worked really hard for this, and I think God has really rewarded us as a team, and personally I'm happy to come off bench and help my team become victorious.
Oro, for the first time you made your debut, it was in 2022 when you made your debut in the National 7 Circuit, and 4 years later, 2025, you're a winner with KCB, having made the switch from Strathmore Leos. How are you feeling to finally just get that feeling around your neck?
Definitely, it's a good feeling. It's a nice feeling because, as you have said, it's been 4 years, and I'm really happy that in the 4 years, eventually, I've earned the hard work that I've been doing since 2022 till today. So I'm really grateful.
Japolo, just take me through the match. You guys up against Strathmore Leos. You guys make one a close contest between you guys. Leo, malaria was high. You were on the bench. Ukaingia in the game. 2 tries. 15-14 win. Take me through the game. Ilikuwaje your time?
Game ilikuwa ngumu, and there was also a lot of pressure. But when there's pressure, you have to. That's when I was taught this, that when things are very tough, you always have to be a warrior. So when people are going down or dipping down, you have to encourage them, and as you encourage them, you have to be in front of them. So it's more of knowing yourself. and working very hard and also motivating your teammates.
Ndio hiyo try yako hapo ya kwanza Japolo, playing against your former side. Ulikuwa na any mission coming into this match? Strathmore Leos imekuwa na close contest. Driftwood, Prince Lu aliwachapa and then tena Embu akawapiga. So this time ulikuwa unawaachia ama ulikuwa how did you get into the match?
Okay, personally ni siezi we've lost twice na inauma
Yeah.
So personally kwangu singetaka ku lose tena the third time. Juu actually umetupiga finals mbili. Tena ku lose quarters, it could be a very big deal. Na tena mahesabu zilikuwa from the post in social media was once we lose the quarters and they win, they go all the way, kutakuwa na mahesabu.
Yeah.
So playing that game nilikuwa nataka hiyo hesabu iishe. Juu people really talk a lot in the social media. So I think these are good silence on our haters, but again to our supporters, iko sawa sana. Yeah, I'm really thankful. Yeah.
So Japolo, first time you become a champion. Now 7th is done and then kuna 15. Kuna many more to come. Yeah. What does this moment specifically mean for you? First of the very first ukiwa KCB. Not so long, hujamaliza hata 6 months. What does this moment to you, and do you have anyone you'd like to dedicate this win to on your journey to becoming a champion?
Okay, to be honest, dedication first, it's to myself, because I know all the hard work that I've put in place to reach this position. And again, to be honest, napenda to KCB in a way, their culture and how they motivate guys and how they bring us together. So also playing this, we also play for the larger KCB fraternity. Everyone is here, and I'm also dedicating this win to my SNC coach, the national team, and currently my interim coach, that is Andrew Amonde. He's always my mentor, and he has really worked so hard to motivate me and to motivate the whole team. So actually playing, I wanted to make him so proud by winning this game, and actually I've made him proud. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is George Ooro, the man famously called as Japolo, the man from heaven. Nakwambia, KCB have gotten the job done after beating Strathmore Leos 15-14 in the main cup quarterfinal here at Dala7s. So with that result, it makes them the overall 2025 SportPesa National 7s champions. With this win, there's nothing more to do. KCB have gotten the job done. Now they've made history as the biggest club to win Kenya 7s in the country. So right about now, I'm just going to be introducing one of the KCB fans to come and join me on set. Atuambie pia yeye imekuaje, atakuaje na wamesikiaje hao kama KCB fans, the bankers wenyewe. And it's called One Hype Balo. Vipi brother?
Niko fiti sana.
Uko salama?
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Nimefurahi. Jana after the after party, I decided not to go out and go sleep, so
Why?
I can be here in the morning.
Why?
Very early in the morning.
Balo, ukweli you did not
finals. So after party ndio ilikuwa sherehe yangu ya mwisho. Nikakimbia nikalala.
Specifically because ukunda kuwa hapa for the occasion.
Lazima nikuwa hapa asubuhi nikiwa fresh. Sauti unasikia imerudi. Nijua kupiga nduru. Yes.
What does this moment mean for you? For the first time since 2023, title drought imeisha, my guys. Merudi 7th, you guys are back. All your enemies are suffering.
You're on the chorus.
All your enemies are suffering.
That's the song we are still playing. We've been singing it. You've heard it here. Yes, and it's a big moment to KCB as a whole, to the fraternity, to the fans, to the players. You know, the motivation poa sana. And also, sisi kama fans tumefurahia, yani kukuwa hapa, the whole experience, the whole circuit has been amazing. We just lost twice, and that's to Leos again. So hii ndio ilikuwa finali. Yes.
Balo, watu wengi wanauliza ulianza kusupport KCB lini ama wewe ni newfound fan?
Ni juu watu wamekuwa kiniona nikicheza ball mostly. Yes, but started supporting KCB this season. Yeah.
This season?
Imagine.
So wewe umekuwa, you're the lucky charm that KCB needed.
Ndio nilikuwa nangojea.
Na sasa 7th is done. Wale wangwana wenyu wa 15s wamesema sai mwenjoy tu na indo ya mwisho.
I think unajua motivation inakuwa kushinda. And ukishashinda unaendaga unajipanga. So you go back to the drawing board, and once you go back to the drawing board you decide, you know what, we're not letting this go. So 15s pia tukikuja msituone hivi. Tutakuja na tutasumbua.
I'll see you.
Yes.
All right, very well said. Nakwambia KCB wanatatanisha, na nakwambia I'm joined by other KCB rugby fans pia as well. Wamekam in the join KCB. Mbona mkae wasa wamefurahi watu wangu? Come closer. Mwita come closer. Let me stand.
KCB.
How are you guys feeling, first of all? How are you guys feeling to be in the 7th?
Fantastic. It's a happy moment for all of us. KCB have done us proud. It's very crazy to win the finals in the quarters. We are winners.
All right, Mwita. Naka malaria was so high, 15-14 against Strathmore Leos. Hey, bro, you're an official of the club. What does this mean win for you guys?
A very close call for us, but the boys have done us proud. They knew what the assignment was and they're able to achieve. Having a finals in the quarters, as he said, we are champions.
Yes.
KCB. KCB.
KCB.
KCB.
KCB.
Ni sisi tena.
Ni sisi tena.
Ni sisi tu.
Ni sisi tu.
As a fraternity, Mwita, this win now ends your title drought. It makes you the most successful side in the 7th version. Again, now next steps forward. What does this mean for you guys?
First of all, we want to go ahead and win the Dala7s today because we came in to win Dala7s and then the overall comes with it. Next now, we now shift focus into the 15th season, which is coming up. We have the good plans. We've been training. We've been doing things the way we're supposed to do, and we're also going to have it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, hawa ni KCB fans. Na tukianza kuongea nao sahi, hatutamaliza. So action has already started back on the pitch. Na nataka tu niwarudishe back to the pitch before we come back again with the KCB fans. Wamesema Simba ni moja, and right about now, KCB overall 2025 SportPesa 7s champions. Nawaambia ni wao tena. Back to the action on the pitch.
KCB.
Right, thank you so
KCB. Simba ni moja Kenya. Ni sisi.
And the crew on the other side, back to the action. This is the 13th place semi-final match. First match of the day in terms of the semis.
So we step it down a notch for this one. Step it a notch lower here, bring it back to the action. We're into the semifinals. This is the 13th place semifinals between Kisumu and Mombasa. Both teams lost in the quarterfinals of the challenges, and they are the tail end of the rankings here. After this, we move on to the other semifinals that will be against the losers of the other quarterfinals. That will be Masinde Muliro and Homeboys. We'll see them coming on later on. And in this one, Kisumu hitting the front again. This one, the home side, Ryan Chirchir, putting another try for Kisumu as they try to ensure they close their home tournament, the Dala7s, on a high. Yesterday they had very famous win, their first one in this tournament against Impala. And they will look to close strongly here against Mombasa Sports Club as we go into the break. Back for the second half of these 13th place semi-finals. Kisumu leading this one 14-7 into the break with those two tries, one at the start of the game Another one responding to Mombasa Sports Club try. They scored to lead at the death of the first half. Both teams trying to work themselves the lower end of the rankings here to see how they can close their season. Bundled into touch, offering Mombasa Sports Club an opportunity. Kelvin Chege, ball in hand, goes into contact. This one, will he survive? The Jacqueline player from Kisumu RFC guilty of not contesting while on his feet. Kelvin Chege just quick tap and go, trying to take advantage of that. But he ran into retreating players, so there are no further sanctions against Kisumu. Numbers out wide, 2 versus 1. Cover defense coming in to seal off that space, trying to get him into touch, but throwing the ball back into traffic. It's a turnover ball. Walter Ambe going in for that intercept. However, just losing it in that tackle area. Kisumu have been thereabouts, invited to the previous 2 legs that we've seen them in the Division 1. Mombasa, on the other hand, been to 4 of them. Actually 5 of them, and they have done well getting themselves into the quarterfinals of the KCB, but other than that, have had to play in the 13th place knockouts for the other legs that they have been in. See a strong ball carry there, brought to deck by Kisumu. Referee telling them to release, because once the player's knees hit deck, you have to release him to play. Kisumu with a solid platform there on that rack, on that set piece scrum, stepping back in, getting into Mombasa's defense, but they are wary of that, tapping the ball back as they try to offload and recovering possession. A turnover possession. Taking off, coming to the center of the pitch. Will those players not coming in to support early enough, but surviving that jackal. Kelvin with ball, looks for another reset. This one will be turned over. Holding on, and the referee penalizes Mombasa Sports Club, trailing and inviting Kisumu into their territory. As you see there, just goes into contact, into the waiting hands of Malika Habil, who jackals and attempts to go fast.
Well, Toili.
Yes, Walter.
It would be good for Kisumu to win a game.
They did win yesterday against Impala.
Yes.
So trying to get their second win.
Second win for the day.
For the day, yeah.
At least for the fans to enjoy. They had a good game last weekend. They managed at least to host the next tournament. I mean, the beauty of hosting a tournament, you can play as badly as you can in a tournament, knowing that next weekend an invert will be extended.
Yeah. Kisumu getting another try, pushing themselves forward in this match. That try by Walter Ambe, just enjoying an offload, supporting the ball carrier there, asking for the ball, and then trotting into the try box. 19-7, giving the home fans something to cheer about as they look to progressively close this one out and go for the 13th place, the 13th place final. Just being directed there into traffic, and then goes for the offload. Walter Ambe, a good director of traffic here. Conversion 12 with the conversion, that's a 19-7 lead here for Kisumu. They get to restart. Peter Juma goes deep into Mombasa Sports Club 22, and then returning the favor, taking them back. Malik Shupi kicks it way into Kisumu's try box here, and Peter Juma has to see how he can fashion himself some space to work with. However, he's bundled into touch.
Well, Kisumu here, at least comfortable with 2 tries. The buffer now between themselves and Mombasa Sports Club. Mombasa should be proud of their 7s exploits this season. They started off very well. At least they hosted, and that gave them at least a bit of momentum this year. They've not done badly, I think, for what they've had to do, to travel all the way. Remember, they are an isolated sort of region, to come and play rugby up country most of the time. The tournaments, the closest, besides their own event, the closest they played was in Embu.
Yeah,
the other tournaments, the other tournaments are all the way in the Rift, Nairobi, and of course here in Kisumu. So credit to Mombasa, who've consistently turned up and should be proud of what they've done this season. Well, for Kisumu, on the other hand, mixed bag. They've played in the Division 2 tournaments. I think Mombasa have not dropped down this season, have they?
I think they have. To the 13th place? Yes, they have. Or to the Division 2? No, they haven't.
The Division 2?
Yeah, I think they have maintained courtesy of invitations and also their own performances.
Yeah.
Like for this one, they did qualify for it outright.
Yeah, so at least they've allowed other hosts an opportunity to invite
someone else.
Other hosts. Well, it has been a comical season, but at least we've brought it to a good conclusion today as KCB narrowly. That was a narrow escape. I mean, it's now that I'm just regathering myself. KCB had to dig deep to win that one.
Very deep.
And that's how you lose it. That's the pot cracks. There's a local saying.
At the
I wish I
doorstep.
could use my Kisi intonation, but for those who know, they know. I would say enyongo ewatekeragesie. Ask me what that is.
Yeah, what is that, Walter? As we see Mal crossing over for Mombasa's
Hold
second
that
try. But they are running short of time here. Malik Shupi. And with this loss, Mombasa will exit the tournament. Nothing more to play for this one. Successful conversion there, adding the gloss to their own scoreboard. 19-14, Mombasa lose this one, and they exit. That is the end of their journey in the 7th season. And we move on to the next one. Homeboys will be taking on Masinde Muliro as Kisumu move to the 13th place final, where they'll meet the winner between Homeboys and Masinde Muliro. Start these second semi-finals for the 13th place. Homeboys taking on Masinde Muliro. Homeboys losers earlier on when they played against Impala RFC, losing that one 19-5. Masinde Muliro had a close encounter with Kenya Harlequins, losing that one 15-10. And one of them, only one, gets to play in the finals. The other one will exit and close their 7th season for the 2025. Coming in hard, Tyson Juma has been a strong ball carrier the whole tournament.
How do you defend that line? How do you defend that line? Try time most.
Yeah, Tyson Juma enjoying his rugby, trying to remain with one more match. Quickly off the races, Masinde Muliro hits Homeboys with a try seconds after start of this match. And that successful conversion stretches their lead to 7. As you see there, came in, those are fingertip tackles. They're never gonna stop him. He is fashioning himself to be a professional athlete. He's a sprinter in his other life. There we go, Homeboys recovering that ball, getting into just around the halfway mark. Referee calls them back. There was a knock-on from Masinde Muliro in the contest for that restart.
Yo, Toeli, that is the best line I have seen run in this tournament. Hands down.
Yeah, because you see he had to come back in and also beat the supporting defenders, the scramble defense.
Yes.
Maintaining the same line.
Yes. And as such, Tyson Juma should have been with us the whole circuit.
Yeah, just one weapon that they have not been able to employ in the other legs. But he has come in and he has done really well for Masinde Muliro.
I think we haven't seen a lot about Tyson. Tyson gives us flashes, but nonetheless, I know he's a sprinter on the other side, just trying to make a name for himself in the athletics front. So maybe the calendars don't really align well. But when he's available and firing on all cylinders, I think he's a really... When you inject pace into a team, a 7s team, Toeli, the changes are massive. You can see, look, they're playing in the 13th place semi, but they've had a shining light in Tyson, you know?
Yeah, with the other quarterfinals that they have been involved in, you would think that they would have, if they had the likes of Tyson, who knows what the outcome would have been. Probably one of those rare moments they get to the semifinals. However, they have to make do with him when he's available for selection.
Yeah, they have to find ways around as he's bundled into touch there. Homeboys with a line out feed. Really, 6,000 people partied last night at Mamba Leo. Kama watu wanapenda sherehe hii rugby. Mchana we had well, we had a fair number going into the evening games or the evening session.
Yeah, that turnout was impressive for the afternoon session. And most of those fans, of course, staying around, sponsors being able to set up a village here where they were able to have themselves a nice evening.
It was a serious party. Have you listened to Costa Ojwang yourself?
Not my taste, you would say, but
so that clearly
going by the
clearly shows you were not there. If you've not listened to Costa before,
it was a long day for me. My evening was just spent trying to reflect on the day, trying to reflect on the journey that has been for this 7th circuit. And then it was a shutout, almost a blackout for me yesterday. So with a long day today, I'm sure most of those revelers who remained alive late into the evening, trying to find their way back into this stadium. As we see Homeboys going over Brian Kemboi, getting himself onto the score sheet. One last hurrah for one of these two teams to see who goes into the 13th place final. Homeboys have done well, playing 2 consecutive Division 1 tournaments. It's done good for their rank and file to get to play in the highest levels of the 7th circuit this season. Just offloading in the tackle there. It was a loose pass, but well gathered by Kemboi. And he goes over, shrugging off the attentions of Masinde Muliro's defender there.
Yeah, and as such, Toeli, you were saying you had reflections. So what happened? And you went back to reflect, and then what happened to your reflections about the circuit?
No, I think just looking at the journey we've been on straight from Driftwood all the way, and looking at how teams have been able to apply themselves, trying also to look at the players who have really put their hands up to just ensure that they are in conversations around the tail end as we prepare for the Safari Sevens. So a lot of things to just reflect upon, because the circuit might be over for the clubs, but the national team will have to prepare for one of the few tournaments they will play in the Sevens version, in the Sevens squad going into the new season.
Yeah. Speaking of the Safari Sevens, from the 10th to the 12th of October at the Nyayo National Stadium, Safari Sevens comes to life. Kenya Rugby Union will be hosting the rest of Africa and the rest of the world. Venue, the Nyayo National Stadium, dates the 10th to the 12th of October. Tickets, grab them on ticohub.com. We do have the Rugby Africa Women's Sevens coming up at the RFA grounds the 13th to the 17th of November. That is also another one to look forward to. We do have the Nondies Legends, or the Legends by Nondies, taking on the Uganda Legends at the RFA grounds. Toeli, your vet friends.
Yeah, rolling back the years, not at the levels that they were at, but something to behold for those who remember. You wish to see your old mates and turn up for that. And the halftime score here, Masinde Muliro having a slender lead, 7-5, as they gun for the 13th place finals. We start off for the second half of this 13th place semi-finals. Kicking us off is Homeboys Trevor Impala with that kickoff that Masinde Muliro handled well. Immediately get out of their 22. Now coming in, floating that ball into space to a hard running. That ball has to stop contesting that one. Clear communication there. Tyson Juma coming in from an angle, and he goes all the way to score his second try in this match. And the second one for Masinde Muliro. Clearly he prefers those angle runs coming in against the grain, and immediately signals for a substitution to the bench. He has done a lot of heavy lifting in terms of sprints. That is another 35-meter run sprint for him against the grain there. See that ball being floated into space, comes in, finds the sweeper, just goes around, swerves around him. When you're flat-footed, facing an opponent coming in at full hilt, swerves and he will leave you for dead. Masinde Muliro convert that one to put some distance between themselves and Mombasa and Homeboys, 14-5. Then regather their kickoff. Churchill Oyugi going to deck there. Referee spotted a knock-on from him or one of his teammates and calls them back for a scrum put in for Homeboys. Changes being made there by Homeboys. Patrick Mwakina coming in and going straight into the front row. Backing up there with Dan Kagwe, who has been good for them. And Brian Kemboi scored the solitary try for Homeboys in the first half. That has to be stable before the ball comes in. He does so, and Trevor Impala off that set piece. It's coming under attentions of the defenders. They are knocking it on. Ronald Ndira turns over possession to Masinde Muliro. Masinde Muliro trying to tighten the screws in this match. Shifting the ball and going into the defensive line there, carrying strongly. Derek Likare right to the edge of the pitch there in the 5-meter zone. Churchill Oyugi does well to retain possession, and Masinde Muliro just going through the motions here. Passing and loop around move. Did he create enough space for Bevan Okoth? Yes, he did. Bevan Okoth steps back in, fends off Mombasa's retreating defenders, and Bevan Okoth gets himself onto the score sheet. Their third try of this one, stretching their lead.
Yeah, a good try there. Charlie, I'll come back to you about Costa Ojwang. I'm just disappointed you don't know Costa Ojwang.
Puts the conversion over and stretch their leads to 21-5. As you see there, Bevan Okoth going back in. Has been kept quiet. He's a fantastic ball carrier. Very good. Stepping off his right there. Going in, putting some comfortable, healthy lead between themselves and Homeboys. Good restart, and the chase has been good, putting pressure on Homeboys in that scrum, that rack, turning over possession. Homeboys getting to tap and go, going to the shorter side. Does he have the wheels to go? Waiting for support here. Shrugs off one man. Brian Kemboi has been good for them. Then unleashes overhead pass into the space occupied by his teammates, risking an intercept. Then coming back against the grain, Ronald Ndira taking them 10 meters short. The try line, Trevor picks and goes. 5 meters out. Homeboy smelling blood here. Oh, should have offloaded that one, but still having possession. Lucky for them. And then Obeda Berry takes it out wide. Trevor coming back in.
Referee was playing an advantage there.
Yeah, for offside.
But Gus should have passed that ball. There was an option there on the outside there. Trevor battling, but knocks the ball on.
He should have passed and gone to support. Has ran into huge body frames there from Masinde Muliro's defenders.
Yeah, sometimes it's all about fashioning out that opportunity. One, just running straight into the man 1v1 is never the option. Just changing that point of contact. The defense, as always, you've committed to go on an attack on somebody. It's really hard for you to change last minute. So just commit and pass. And I saw one of the best commit pass guys I've seen on the circuit this season has been Felix Okoth
for Nakuru, yeah.
Yeah, he holds that ball 1 little second later and then he gives you. And I'd love if our halfbacks played that way. Brian Wahinya used to do that, but you also need your outside runners to be very, very...
They have to read those plays because you cannot get tackled until you touch that ball. So you're able to change your direction and inject into that ball in space. And from there, you get a clean line break.
They're battling hard. Homeboys struggling to make their way to the try line, but they make it eventually.
Trevor Ibala darting and sidestepping and going over, making these comeback seem possible for Homeboys. But they need to convert this one and restart quickly. Raise it into the skies and doesn't get it over the bar. Missed conversion. And this one might just be too much for them. They need 2 scores, 1 converted to get back into the lead. As you see there, he steps back in. Trevor then steps out after dragging and attracting the defender, then not aware that the ball carrier is able to stretch there and score, putting double digit on the scoreboard for Homeboys. Little look to have done enough to win this one, as we have seconds remaining on the clock here. Little with ball still in their own half. Tyson Juma, knowing he has pace, 15 meters to work with. Oh, he goes quickly, using his sprinting momentum and skills. He knew he had 15 meters with a touch to work with. Just did heads-up rugby, scanned, so that area was not attended to. Then took off on an arc round the defenders. Goes to score. Now that celebration. Yeah, what a nice way to get yourself into the finals. 13th place finals. We're on Kaburu with the additional 2. And that is the end of these semifinals. 28-10 winners, Masinde Muliro over Homeboys. Homeboys will sign off. That was their last match for the Dala7s and for the 7th season. Masinde Muliro, 1 more to play later on against Kisumu, the home side. That 13th place finals will come to later on. So now we move on to the 8th place semi-finals. Next one will be Catholic University Monks against Embu RFC.
For the Catholic Monks, receiving Ebu RC.
So starting us off for this one, Catholic Monks. They kick deep into Embu's territory. Embu retained possession. Line break there early on from the kickoff. Then Dennis Mulinge just closing out that space on the outside just to come back in, and Wambani holds him up, coming in to support, just to ensure that this is a maul and playable there. Referee says 5 seconds is the margin within which that ball has to be out of a maul. That tactic has to be perfected because you cannot touch the maul and leave it. Referee is very keen to ensure that those mauls don't take longer than.
Yeah, the Rongai Madagascans. And the people from Madagascar are called? Think about it, Toeli. Do your research.
Yeah, getting me flat-footed there.
All right, this is the Catholic Monks. Stubborn Catholic Monks. We did have a conversation around them earlier on. The good gentlemen, of the 7s version of the game. Choir didn't really make it to play Kenya Cup next season.
Yeah, they lost in that playoffs. Who was it against? Daystar Falcons?
Yeah, they lost to Daystar. It was a tough one.
Yeah.
It was really hard. It was either Daystar or them. And nobody really gave Daystar that chance because...
Yeah, Catholics, you know, have been in the Kenya Cup. They've been there up and down. Daystar Falcons making their first appearance in the Kenya Cup.
That goes to show you how much hard work it was for Daystar Falcons, the coaches, the institution, you know. They're playing Kenya Cup next season. Good for the brand, good for rugby, good for the sports, good for, I mean, it's just good all days, and they've invested money in the sport. You know, Daystar have very, very good days coming ahead of them.
Yeah, they'll get to play and see themselves against other top performing clubs in the Premier Championship Kenya Cup. As we see, they're taking off, going all the way. Catholic Monks hitting the front here. Philip Walukana then offloads the waiting arms. Joseph Rume. Catholic Monks still smarting from that missed opportunity to get into the Main Cup quarterfinals. They tied on points, 5 of them, Masinde Muliro, Nakuru and Catholic Monks. Then they lost in that tie-breaking rules that allowed Nakuru to get into the Cup quarterfinals. Therefore, they will look to close strongly on this one, pick up that, and get themselves into the 8th place finals. Successful conversion, leading 7-0 halfway through the first half. Catholic Monks winning their earlier challengers quarterfinals against Mombasa Sports Club, comfortable 24-5 victory. Embu on the other hand beating Kisumu RFC 24-5, and the opportunity to contest for the 8th place semi-finals, in which Monks are applying pressure on them, pushing them back, keeping them pinned down in their own 22, closer to the try line as they hustle them out of that rack. Then coming in from the side. Tap and go quick one, not waiting about and going over to score before Embu could reset their defense. Workman-like approach from Catholic Monks here. Testing and trying all facets of the game that Embu have to present. Walukana nails the extra 2 points, stretching their lead to 14. See there, just a quick tap and go. And he looks over Isaac Kubasu, taking on Benjamin Wanyonyi, that try line, making it count. Restart from the Monks. Embu not doing well to recover. No pods there to contest those kickoffs, allowing Catholic Monks to put the ball into their backyard. And now they are going for a 50-50 line out here. Catholic Monks doing the right things, playing in Embu's half. As we see a change in positioning there for the Catholic Monks backline. Hassan and Dennis Mulinge switching positions. Mambani goes in, rushes the ball carrier there, put it to deck, and then they try to play out of the red zone, and they just get out of their 22. They have to work this one quickly because they are getting closed down. The blitz defense here from Catholic Monks. No pressure on Catholic Monks, 80 meters away from their try box, and they turn it over. Embu just guilty of not retaining possession. They will be made to pay for that one. Good strong fend there. Another fend, strong ball carrier Isaac Kubasu. Offside advantage from that rack. Monks 3 meters out. Dennis Mulinge trying to, not the biggest of players, gets held up.
Yeah. Held up 5 meters out. A scrum call there by the Catholic Monks. This should be an easy try. It's easy when you know how to do it. For the experience that the Catholic Monks have over the last few seasons, you'd expect them to strike here.
Yeah, they're more accomplished, of course, than Embu RFC. So this drill, they have done it on the training ground several times.
Yeah. There you have it. Just one pass out wide, and it's a try.
Wambani Osundwa bunging over the try line, stepping in off that defender, and then going over the whitewash, going about this business like stretching their lead to 19-0 as we prepare to go into the halftime break. That attempted conversion by Wadukana drifts wide. Hand leaves the scores at 19, steps back in. The incoming defender, the inside defender, was too late to the party. And we go into the halftime. Catholic Monks in comfortable lead here, 19-0. Embu RFC have the ball in hand to take us into the second half. Nice restart there that is not taken care of by Catholic Monks. Just in their 22. They have had a good first half. Very deadly with ball in hand. Embu RFC not doing themselves any favors. They were shoved off their racks. They turned over possession to Catholic Monks very cheaply, and Monks have been able to make them pay. As we see Dennis Mulinge going that shorter side, using the touchline to his advantage, stepping back in and pinning his ears, going all the way, fending off the chasing defenders. That is a good, well worked out try from Dennis Mulinge for Catholic Monks' fourth try. Got the ball out in the outside channel, in the 5-meter channel, and then took off using the touchline, just hugging it and stepping back in. Cross cover defense unable to deal with him. You see there, that swerve, making the defender, throwing him off balance, then steps back in, a missed tackle, a fend, using the full repertoire of his skills, goes over for their fourth try. Well converted, and they are leading in this one as they garner for the full points on offer for the 8th place final. That ball might go all the way to the dead ball area, and it does. Those are the kind of mistakes if you make against seasoned sides, you will be made to pay. Don't turn over possession so cheaply immediately after scoring. You always have the opportunity to raise it high and then apply pressure, because mentally you're up. To give your opponent breathing space by turning over possession cheaply that way. And if your opponent is savvy enough, they will make you pay for it. Line break, loses the ball in contact, tipped back into Catholic Monk space, and they bunch up on that side, compressing the pitch. Wambani takes off to the right. They're all attacking from that angle, no space, and eventually going into contact and losing it. Referee calls no advantage, brings them back for an earlier knock-on by Embu RFC, the first one when they had turned over possession, as Walukana looked to go.
Really? You know, I was asking you about Costa Ojuan. And you said we are in Kisumu. You produced the words, I don't know Costa.
Yeah, ask me about Guardian Angel, I will tell you about that. Costa, no, but I did see big crowd, you know. I think he was the showstopper, probably the flagship for the evening party.
Yeah, it's good for the game itself, as it is a try for the Catholic Monks.
Yeah, Felix Okumu barging over, went to the shorter side and dashed off quickly, going for the corner flag. And you see him there, feeling really spent. This should be their 6th game on the trot since yesterday. The sun has been, these clear skies, they are feeling the full heat from the sun. Of course, there is a hint of rain later on from around 4 o'clock, as we also had the same yesterday, same weather pattern yesterday. So there is a prediction for slight showers from around 4 o'clock. Manhandling there all the way, even getting the headgear off the defender, and goes in to score. Well worked try there, using a lot of energy, stretching their lead to 31-0. Embu RFC having nothing to work on here. Really a tough tournament for them, together with Mombasa Sports Club. Yesterday, Embu, just checking my records here, but I remember they finished as the only side that did not score any try in day 1. Day 2, I think for them it's a rough ride. They did score their first tries in that earlier route of Kisumu RFC. 24 they got in that match, 24 points. The only points they have scored so far in Dala7s. Catholic Monks standards are way higher than Embu here, putting them to rest. 31-0 with a minute and a half to play. We'll bet on them to put some more against Embu RFC. They have ball in hand just outside of Embu's 22. Shifting it quickly to Wambani. Passes it to Felix Omondi, who gets himself onto the scoreboard on the other side, the 5-meter channel, right next to the touchline there. 36-0. And this one is a whitewash. It's a blowout on Embu. This will be their last match for the Dala7s. Losing this one and have nothing more to play for. Monks, on the other hand, will have to go into the 8th place finals, where they will meet the winner of our next match. That will be Impala against Kenya Harlequins. A repeat of the Ngong Road Derby. That ball kicked into touch. Wambani with ball, takes on to the inside gap, but is well apprehended there by Augustine Aoya. Then taking off to the shorter side, Catholic Monks, professionals in that approach of the game, coming straight from the bench and going to score another try. That one will seal it off. Zephanes Ombwaga puts a good scoreboard there, 41-0. Conversion is good and it ends here 43-0. Big win here for Catholic Monks in the 8th place semi-finals, and they march confidently into the finals, 8th place finals. As you see there, Zephanes going all the way to score 43-0. For Embu, they exit, finish their season, and we move on to Impala versus Kenya Harlequins. David Nyangigi kicking us off for Impala in these other semi-finals for the 8th place. Next door neighbors, literally sharing a fence. Kenya Harlequins taking on their bitter rivals, Impala. This has nothing to do with momentum. This has everything to do with getting one over your noisy neighbors. Impala shifting the ball quickly to the left, to the right here, and then they secure possession. Pick and go there, doesn't work. Queens very wary of that move. Nyangigi, smart play by Nyangigi. Heads up rugby, no sweeper, elects to use the boot, goes behind the defense lines there. Grab a kick, picks and goes to score. Literally their top scorer for these Dala7s. Conversion is good. They take 7 points within a minute of the kickoff. Very quickly off the blocks here. Impala not giving opportunity for Kenya Harlequins to come back into this one. They need this kickoff to stay in the air so that they can contest and deny Kenya Harlequins possession. This is a nice kickoff. They tap it back, but Kenya Harlequins also tap it back into their space. Some footwork here, and Kenya Harlequins survive that scuffle. They don't. Holding on to ball, quick tap and go, going to score. Another try for Impala. Quick succession, scoring his second. David Nyangige, danger man for Impala. And quickly putting Kenya Harlequins into pressure here. They have literally had no ball in these first 2 minutes. And Impala racing off with this one early on in the first half. That conversion is missed. Kenya Harlequins have to start thinking of how they are going to weather this storm, because it looks like Impala have elected to have a blitz play here.
Is there a David Nyangige fan club? I like him.
Yeah, he is good. He plays what he sees. Dave Mwangi just coming short there. Does he score that try? I thought, okay, probably because he's still playing on. I thought he reached and...
That is either a try or a penalty against
yeah, Impala. Or for playing on deck.
It's either he scored or he didn't release that ball as quickly as possible. The arriving Queens players came. That's a penalty, player going off his feet.
Yeah, very guilty there. Come on, Kwambok.
Well, that's, yeah, they were within the 5 meters. You can't say, ref, they're not 10 meters. And he went straight into the man.
Yeah, quick tap and go there does not work for Kenya Harlequins. Not playing with precision here. And when they are just 5 meters out to get their first try, they just mistake the wrong choices.
Yeah, so I was talking to you about Costa Ojuang, the conversation ensuing. Yes, yesterday night he brought the house down. All that was courtesy of Tico Hub. Tico Hub, who partnered with Kisumu RFC for this year's games, also the official ticketing partner of the Kenya Rugby Union. Just ideally making sure that the locals had something to enjoy, and boy oh boy, don't the locals love their own entertainment people. I mean, 6,000 people.
Yeah, that speaks to just the opportunities that lie in that industry around the Western region. This is the biggest rugby tournament in the whole year for this Western region, and a lot of people just preparing for the same. Fantastic grounds here at Jomo Kenyatta Stadium, Mamba Leo. And all that sets up for a good experience, a fantastic experience if you can make your way here, or if you were here yesterday. Basically, the town had a lot of buzz around this particular tournament. Impala not using ball well, turns it over to Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins finally putting Impala under pressure. That was carried into the try box, so it should be a 5-meter attacking scrum for Kenya Harlequins. And finally they are getting territory. They have camped here for a bit. No rewards yet. Just a minute and seconds remaining in this first half. And they have ability to chase this one down. There is a put in there from number 21. Derek Shimenga. Those who are old enough, you remember Shimenga of old.
Yeah, Shimenga was a big unit.
Very big unit. Terrified defenders whenever he had ball in hand. And he would give you big hits that will have your membranes just moving all over. As we do so, Derek Shimenga goes on a loop around and scores. First try for Kenya Harlequins to come back into this one. They come back into this match courtesy of that try. Derek Shimenga.
12, Kenya Harlequins 5. Shimenga attempted to convert his own try of fame. In that regard, Kenya Harlequins 5, Impala 12.
Restart there from Kenya Harlequins, taking it into Impala's 22. Nice step there from Nyangige off his left foot. Then another attempted shimmy coming into Jackal. Kenya Harlequins might get the benefit of this one. No, Shimenga doesn't succeed. Impala surviving that Jackal. Then quickly shifting off to the left, steps back in, steps again out, creating space for the outside runners. But that looping pass gives Ramadan Masete enough time to readjust his defensive line. Referee being questioned there by the Kenya Harlequins players. Quick tap and go. Steps back into traffic. Gideon Makumi shifting ball quickly. Impala wanting to close strongly from this half. A nice choice there just to reset. Gets into contact, but knocks it on. Guilty of that knock-on, turning over possession and finishing this first half. Impala leading 12-5 against their noisy neighbors, their rivals across fence, Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins starting this second half, the 8th place semifinals, taking on Impala, and they are trailing by 7 points. Knocking on Impala. And that restart, a good outcome for Kenya Harlequins because they get ball in hand. Breaking play there as Impala try to just manage time here, losing his boot and having to put it back on. Seems like it's more of an injury around the ankle area, and because this has happened around the restart area, the referee has to stop it and allow for that treatment. Impala have had very unpredictable 7th season, finding themselves relegated at one point, but getting invitation into this one. Into the Christie 7s and KCB 7, sorry. So they have had a season that has not panned out as I thought, but they have they are looking to close this one strongly, leading against Kenya Harlequins, who have had problems of their own. They are the defending 7th champions. We do have new champions this year. That's quarterfinals between Strathmore Leos and KCB earlier on, ensuring that KCB march into the semifinals with an unassailable lead that confirms them as this year's SportPesa National 7s champion, taking it away from Kenya Harlequins, who have never really put a defense for that crown. Big wheel there from that scrum, but Kenya Harlequins retain possession, going down the left flank, going down again, shoving and fending off defender. Good ball carry there. Ball is, that pass wasn't good. Quite lucky there that it was knocked on by Amon Mwambok as he went to intercept, he went to regather that and turn it over. Kenya Harlequins still having ball. This is finely poised. Any score from Kenya Harlequins will create serious pressure for Impala on the scoreboard. And the game just plateauing here in terms of momentum, in terms of intensity. But don't let that fool you. Both teams wanting to win this one. Good tap and go, very quick, and going to score their second try in this one. Kenya Harlequins coming back. Dennis Nyongesa scoring and bringing it to a 2 points difference. Navi moments here. Still a lot of time to be played. Ball is raised high and doesn't get to the uprights there. Scores remain 12-10. Midway of this second half. And that's what Kenya Harlequins needed to just cause some concern in the ranks of Impala. They were sitting comfortable and pretty with that 12-5 lead. But now they have to contend with Kenya Harlequins in their backyard. Nice kickoff, pinning Impala in their 22. Inside pass, finds man, but this one will be turned over. Penalty at the very least, and indeed it is. Holding on, quick tap and go. Kenya Harlequins, oh my. Referee calling them back for not tapping on the mark, just slightly ahead. But it gives an opportunity for Impala to have their player checked here. He came in a very bruising run and then got tackled by two of Kenya Harlequins players, getting out worse of that. As you see, straightening and going in, I think he just twisted his either knees or the ankle there. And you can see him wincing in pain. Yeah, Austin Makacha just attending to that right ankle. Amon Mbwambok not looking good. He's been good for Impala. He has done his role, he's done his basics right. He has retained possession whenever he carries the ball and has been a workhorse for them in the forwards. Seems like an extended break. Medical checks. I hope he's able to play on, but if he's not, the referee will just invite the medics to allow him to exit the pitch here. Walking gingerly, trying to test the weight on that ankle. Seems like he will continue, but the next few phases will determine whether he will be effective, as Kenya Harlequins restart with a penalty. Dave offloads to the inside man, putting a lot of pressure on Derek Shimenga as he goes to deck. That has been turned over by Impala. Gideon Makumi looking for the inside runner and then transferring pressure to him because the defender was just around the corner. They have numbers here now with space. But too slow. They need injection of pace whenever you get into space. You have to hit that space quickly. And Kenya Harlequins doing well. Just get themselves turnover and tap and go. Both teams not waiting, especially Kenya Harlequins trailing by 2 points on that board.
Ball is there, ball is open, back.
Oh my, that goes dead for Impala. Called back for no advantage accruing for Kenya Harlequins. 1.5 minutes remaining. A tight affair, this one between the Ngong Road neighbors. 2 points separating the teams. Franklin Mukaisi on your screen there had an earlier foray into Impala's 22. Now they have the ball. Forming really deep from that set piece. What do Harlequins have up their sleeves here? Ramadan Masete gets the ball early. He is a strong ball carrier. Steps back in, straightens, goes at the heart of Impala's defense, but loses ball in contact as he went to deck, and it's turned over, given a half. Patrick Mutuk kicking it deep into Harlequins 22. Good return for that turnover, but immediately Masete, who had fallen back, gets the ball and swings it out wide to Nyongesa, taking on the Impala defenders. Then just bundled onto the ground there. No stop in play here. Both teams turning over possession. Who has the gas? Who has the gas in the tanks to go all the way?
That's a penalty.
Big hit there.
That's a penalty. Before the kick was made, there was a guy who was going for an extra kick, and then a foot was put in by Reynolds. I think they'll be complaining about it.
Yeah, the action was too fast there. The referees have to consult.
See, they're pulling it back. Yeah, there was that attempt to kick the ball, but the player was blocked. No try. He's out, line out. All right, that's a line out.
Yeah, they said.
See, even Queens are still asking
about the initial infractions there. So these are pressure defensive line out for Kenya Harlequins. It has to be perfect.
Incensed.
If they lose it, then they will be 5 meters out defending. Good fast ball to the front of that line out. The hooter is sounded. Kenya Harlequins cannot afford to kick this one.
They have to attack from deep.
Yeah,
players have to roll away. Yes, the players have to roll away. Queens there handed an opportunity. Chat back to the referee.
Who else? David Nyangige.
Double O, wherever Oscar Osir is David Nyangige's fan number 1. I'm actually David Nyangige's second fan.
Yeah, man, why can't he just keep quiet? You know, he's just cost an extra 10 meters.
Yeah, there's another infringement once again at the heart of it, David Nyangige. The referees will not really be lenient to him, even if probably there is a mistake, a 50-50 decision now.
Yeah, now get the rub from the referee there.
That pass to nobody. Kenya Harlequins. That's it for them.
Kenya Harlequins not helping themselves here. With ball in hand, they had an opportunity to go ahead and apply pressure on Impala, but Impala emerging victors here. 12-10, they go to the finals of the 8th place. And with that, Kenya Harlequins, the defending champions from 2024 for the 7th circuit, they exit Dala7s, they exit the defense of that trophy as they close their season here. Losing this one to Impala, 12-10. And we move on to the 5th place semifinals. This one will be beating Nondies versus Mamba. Nondies will kick us off for these 5th place semifinals. And they put it high. Good contest there from nondescript Ryan Odua, benefiting from that. And they able to regather that kickoff. That pass not going to hand. Lucky enough, no Mamba player filtered through to get it. Therefore, Nondies retained possession and they're off here. Numbers, Ryan Odua against Tony Omondi. Charges into him. He gets held up. Nondies still retaining possession. Good possession here. 10 meters out. These worrying times for Mwambas. Ronnie goes round Stephen Juma. That dummy runner helping him. And he puts down the first point for this match. Defenders needed to communicate better there. Who was tracking Ronnie Omondi as he took off, putting Stephen Juma in an awkward position there. And the conversion is good. 7-0 lead. As you see there, that communication, Kichoi, that dummy runner put him on the spot, planted his feet and allowed Ronnie to attack that space outside Stephen Juma. Good start there from Nondies. Nondies played earlier on and lost to Cabras Sugar in that first quarterfinals, 19-5. Cabras Sugar almost running away with that, but Nondies able to just put one try in. The other hand, Menengai Oilers were too good, too clinical. And Mwamba look out of depth there in that second quarterfinals, losing it 36-5. Both teams coming into this one with the intention to take the 13 points on offer for the 5th place winner. We have to get past this semi-final hurdle. Brian Mutugi bundled in onto the ground there. Good tackle from Fred Shisia. Another attempted chip, of course, with that advantage. Was allowed to go for that one. Choi carrying the ball well there. Then Mwamba looking to exit from there. Going to the left, Brian Mutugi again. Pumping, goes to deck. Mwamba able to get the ball. Good recycling with that pass. We just have to transfer pressure all the way and going and carrying into contact there. Brian Webo offloads to Kichoi. Kichoi loading again, good offload play here, and Eugene Odhiambo, no one will get him, going all the way to score and pulling Mwamba back into this one. The center post try to come as he waits and finally puts the ball down. 7-5. Tony Omondi should be sure with this conversion to put this game into a deadlock once more. Yeah, Mwamba keen to ensure that they close their season well. The 5th place finish. As you see there, just keeping the ball alive. There was no breakdown that could allow Nondies to go in and contest the ball. And those running lines, very important in a game of 7s, because it gives you the opportunity to keep the defenders backtracking. Tony Omondi putting the ball deep, decides to go for that option. Mwamba have elected to use this one a couple of times, but referee very hawk-eyed, spotted Mwamba players being ahead of kicker. They have to backtrack here as a quick tap and go. We leave them exposed. Numbers to their left here. Good choice. Ian gives it to Ryan. Ryan carries it right into 4 players of Mwamba there. They have to turn it over, and they do so. Otherwise, they were short on numbers. And then peeling off Eliakim Kichoi. That wasn't a sympathetic pass. Advantage being played here. Mwamba players will make do to just bring themselves back into this one. Pumping and going, looking to go all the way to score. Indeed, he goes and scores. Victor Ogena punishing Mwamba. Puts 5 points over. That was good play there from Nondies. They remained in the game. They applied pressure and they hustled Mwamba even after they had turned over their ball, succeeding to regather it. And that is a successful conversion there by Fidel Stoney. See there, he came in, pumping his feet, staying on his feet. Eliakim Kichoi trying a tip tackle there, tap tackle, but yeah, nothing was gonna stop him that close to the try line. And Nondies 14-7 up. Mwamba have to start again. Tony Omondi going to the shorter side. 2v1 here, steps back in, goes into contact. Jumbo almost guilty of sealing there, but had the favor of the referee for the earlier infringement by Nondies. Referee again telling Nondies to leave that dark art stuff there. Steven Juma holding his man in that rack, but Nondies able to realign their defense here. That pass again, those are kind of passes that just transfer pressure down the back line.
Yeah.
Kichoi looking tired. That pass.
They're all tired, man. This guys, it's not an easy game. They've turned out for 6 legs. This being the last day of the regular season. And another chance here for Nondies.
Nondies, Ronnie Omondi with ball in hand. That's down the shorter side. Attracting defenders in decision there from Nondies, from Mwamba defenders. Ronnie is very adept at just show and go. That quick dart down the shorter side, and then aggressively going towards the defenders before they could decide what to do with that. He goes, shows and goes, they bite it, and he goes all the way. That conversion not successful as we go into the halftime. As you see there, Dummy gets into the space, hands off for Jambo, drags him all the way into the try box, stretches and scores. 19-7. Advantage Nondies as we go into the halftime.
We're not one thing, we're many. We move fast to change lanes, but no matter the mood, bank tunahitaji nenye na switch na sisi. Enye iko already where we are and ready when we are. In our pockets, on our time, na speed yetu. One built not just to keep up, but to move with you in every mode. So, uko mode gani? Download the new KCB mobile app and switch on your mode today.
Second half of these 5th place semi-finals coming up. Mamba trailing in this one 19-7 against Nondies. Both teams lost their cup quarterfinal matches earlier in the morning. And Nondies looking really sharp in this one. Quick tap, quick pressure there, but that ball drifts into the dead ball. Transferred into that try box by Nondies. So referee asking Mamba what their options are. Mamba Iliakim Kichoi choosing to go for that scrum, 5-meter scrum. Nondies really looked sharp, especially Ronnie Omondi, creating a lot of problems for Mwamba defenders there. After consultations with the assistant referee, it was found that Mwamba, the ones who kicked the ball into the try box and the dead area, so that referee overturns his earlier decision and gives the ball to Nondies as a 22 dropout, and they put it into Mwamba's half.
Play.
Oh, what a missed opportunity there from Mwamba. They had Nondies on the ropes there. That knock-on giving Nondies a much-needed breather. And a further break from Nondies here, managing the clock well. Substitutions. On comes Kadenge Brian. Goes straight into the front row. You can see Ronnie just directing traffic very discreetly there. Indicates that they are going to attack to their left of that particular scrum. A very smart operator, Ronnie. Goes quickly to that left side and then attracts Tony Omondi. Tony Omondi stays put, but scramble defense is good for Mwamba, though they lose a lot of territory here. Again, quickly shifting the ball. Ryan Odua waiting for the outside defenders to come in, but they were too far for him. That off-feet pick and go around the base of that rack, standing in the tackle and passing. Nice looping pass, but drifts forward from Ryan Odua. That will have killed off this game as a contest from Mwamba. See that pass traveling forward off his left hand, and the man outside, Fiden Stoney, will not have benefited.
Bind. Sit.
So Tony Omondi, ball in hand, a defensive scrum here, coming under pressure, but they survive and they put it to them, to their outside men, cutting back in and going. carrying really strongly at the heart of Nondies defense here, Stephen Juma. Juma goes to the ground and ball is recycled. Brian Webu with a lob pass, then stepping back in against the grain, straightening at the center of Nondies defense. Mamba making good progress here. They have to get back into this one. 2.5 minutes to play, 19-7 down. They will need a try here. Should be able to offload in that. Referee warning Nondies against interfering with that one. Tony Omondi going for that carry. High tackle, pumping his legs and going. Mwamba hit back. Stephen Juma scores that one. 19-12 conversion to come, but Mwamba's fight back is well and on. Nondies not surviving that tempo there. Mwamba raised the tempo of this match. Once the line break was on, they just recycled faster. An extra 2 points, wonderful conversion there from right in the 15-meter channel. So you see there, Tony Omondi taking the ball around the fringes there. There's a high tackle there from Ryan Odua. While they're still talking to the referee, Stephen Juma is not waiting around. Picks the ball and pumps his way into the try box. 19-14, 5 points difference. And we have a match here with 1.5 to go, 1.5 minutes. Going deep just to ensure that they pin Nondies in their 22. Any mistake here, Mwamba ready to pounce on it. Nondies still in their 22. Ronnie is taking time, waiting for his supporting players. Does well to survive that physical contest. Missed pass goes to deck and is missed. This is a pressure moment. Nice play. Too many Mwamba defenders biting into that. Nice ankle tap. When he thought he had just gone, Eugene Ojambo comes in with a very important timely ankle tap. And he hits deck and on this player and spills the ball. And you will think that this is what Mwamba were waiting for. Ankle tap there. Nyanya Moseti goes to floor and knocks on. Those are really painful ones. Those unexpected falls. And then now they go to the left. Brian Mutugi, if he scores here, and he goes all the way to score, this ties the match with a center post try. Conversion to come. Mwamba may just emerge winners, scoring at the death here. Seconds to go, 19-all. Tony Omondi waiting keenly, must get this one over. And they will be into the 5th place finals. They are extra time here on referee's time. Around 30 seconds by the referee's count. So Nondies have to work and contest, ensure that they get this ball. They have to be very accurate and very clinical once they get this ball, because they have to work all the way from their own 22 and score. Oh man, they get just short of their tribe. This one is gonna end because of that knock-on. Seems intentional from Mwamba, yes, and referee penalizes them. High shot also in that ensuing contest. Nondies have to work 75 meters, carrying around the fringes of that track, gaining another 10 meters. Hard stuff, hard work here for them. Good hands coming in and just breaking free. Line break here for Nondies. Where is the support? Oh my, loses the ball and it's gonna go all the way and kick it out, and decides to run it out finally. Nondies losing the opportunity to come back into this one. Mwamba winning it 21-19. It was an entertaining match from these two quarterfinal losers. But Mwamba going all the way to the 5th place final. Nondies, this is where they alight from the 7th season. They played all the legs except bar one when they were relegated. And they will just have reflections as we move on to the next 5th place semi-finals. Nakuru taking on Strathmore Leos.
Semifinal match number 2. Our center referee will be Saidi Kenya, and kicking us off in the new pink litter kit are the Nakuru RFC side receiving the second place team on the SportPesa National 7th circuit, the Strathmore Leos.
Time now for the Leos and Nakuru to kick us off in the second 5th place semi. Barnabas Award there in the run up to the restart there, probably picking something, feeling a bit of a muscle twitch. Interesting to see if he has quickly recovered. Yes, he has. Nakuru hunting for the ball, the referee playing an advantage. Player not rolling away. There's also a high tackle involved in there. Knock on advantage. Nakuru with possession. Nakuru attacking Strathmore Leos. Nakuru knock the ball on. Is it? Yes, they do. Lose the ball forward. An expensive loss. In that regard, no roll away. They are playing the ball on the floor there. Leos. Strathmore Leos will be feeding the scrum. Going in, Brian Mwendo flung to the floor. Long cutout pass. Madongolo. Mwendwa. Russell on the outside there. But a big carry into contact. Tapped. That should be an advantage. Referee signals for that. Cuts back in. Leo's on the hunt. Good defense there from Nakuru. Barnabas picks, goes round, isolated. Is it? Yes. Slow arrival. Joel Mboya taps and goes. That should be a try for Nakuru RFC.
How many brothers do you know? 3 brothers who play for one team. How many brothers from one single family that play for one team? Just ask your friend close to you if they know any unique skill to turn out for specifically on this local series. All this success also Nakuru win a 5-pointer as the lead for Nakuru. Nakuru 5, Leos 0.
Joel Mboya making a name for himself there. Mwendwa shows a dummy. Nakuru steal the ball. Victor Matiko. Nakuru take it wide. Omar Habakuk Joel once again on that channel. But this time round, Strath refused to be beaten through the same channel. Long pass back against the grain. Lusesi to Mboya. Big bump off there, fighting to stay on his feet. A venture to could recycle. They recycle well, but they lose the ball forward there. Just going sideways and not really making Strathmore Leos pay with that string of possession that they've had. Leos will be looking to attack from deep. A youthful looking Leo side. The coaches have decided now to take off the senior players and allow the young and upcoming lot to have a taste of this tournament. Luke Cheptil, one of the lads. Cheptil comes round, a tap there, that's a yellow card offense. Russell Manyi Orangi was lacking there on the outside. That's a knock-on, but the referee will be pulling play back as the hooter sounds. That should be a 2-minute break. No reprieve. That's 2 minutes. Sent to the bin from Nakuru. Would be none other than Habakuk Ouma. Strath looking to strike just right before halftime. Pass floats forward. Should have played an advantage, but double blast or double mistake. That is the halftime score. Nakuru 5, Leos 0.
Washa.
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
The return of the second half. Grab the opportunity to be part and parcel of celebrations of KCB Rugby by downloading the new mobile KCB mobile app. Great features on that specific app. As the battle ensues on pitch. Nakuru recycle play. Joel Mboya. Referee says play on, that's a high tackle. Good turnover, but the advantage for high tackle hadn't been taken. The first cup quarterfinal match will see Cabras take on the Menengai Oilers. The territory that we're currently getting into is a dangerous one. You snooze, you lose. Then the second cup semi-final will see Daystar Falcons take on KCB. Referee playing an advantage. Take it all the way to the 15-meter channel. The advantage is over. Habakuk Ouma runs into the man. Mwita. Alton na Malemba. Brian Mwendwa isolated, identifies that the ball would easily be turned over. Mola, recycling is done. Elton dances with the fast defender. Needs help. Felix has to release. Arnold will definitely give Nakuru a run for their money. Tackler has to roll away. Elton and Malemba cuts against the grain. They've really worked hard to fashion out this opportunity. Long pass out. And guess who? Victor Mola. Counter punch.
Time, Leos. Victor Mola. Supporting Elton Malemba, ladies and gentlemen, there. Round Leos for 2 points, Leos 7. Nakuru 5. Coming up next, the start of all the semis. Falcons, Cabras. Taking on the Harlequins, and we'll have our heat of the June KCB final, but this time around in the semis as KCB look to take on the big Falcons.
Waiting the resumption of the game. Time back on. An opportunity to play one more game for the winner of this game. Mbaso is driven up, but tackled in the air, and the referee says that is an infringement. Player tackled in the air. They opt to go down pitch, kicking for touch. Looking to use that height advantage that Felix Okoth has. Felix and Wilson Makete and Habakkuk Ouma should be combining. In an effort to unseat Strathmore Leos, who have a 2-0 advantage. It's a knock on there. Scrum feed to the Strathmore Leos. Strath attacking from deep. Victor Mola breaks the fast defender. The referee there hampering his movement. Player goes off his feet. That's an opportunity gone begging there. The referee got in through that channel. There you have it, a try and a conversion by Nakuru. Elton. Strath have to score here or get bundled into touch, and that is exactly what they did not want. Referee confirming last play there, lucky. First things first. There you have it, they take it, not straight, is it? It wasn't straight, they challenged. There you have it. Full-time scores, Nakuru FC 12, Leos 7.
Cup semifinals. Number 1, Cabras Sugar taking on Menengai Oilers. Both teams won their cup quarterfinals convincingly earlier on this morning. Cabras Sugar overcame Nondescripts 19-5. Menengai Oilers, the biggest win in that quarterfinals, 36-5 against Mamba FC. Gunning to go one further in this after their semi-final exit. For both teams, they will look to see who gets into the finals against KCB, who take on Daystar in the other semi-finals. But in this one, both teams want to finish strongly, and kicking us off is Menengai Oilers, winning the toss, putting it into the air. Very high ball, that one, missed by everyone. Goes into touch. It's advantage Cabras with possession. That's what Oilers have been doing the whole tournament. Really clinical on those kickoffs. They put it way high up, and the beneficiary of those has been, without a doubt, Dennis Abukuse, scoring a couple of tries yesterday because of those effective high kickoffs. Cabras looking now to be under pressure in this one. Coming into the line-out, Mwanji, Mutua and Kevin Wekesa. Nice lift, and they get over the top ball, moving it quickly to Matthias Osimbo. Matthias Osimbo goes into contact. Daniel Kipchirchir and Belda Dogito ganging up on him, but he does well to retain possession. Cabras deep in their 22, moving the ball left to right. Big tackle, Abukuse on teammate William Mwanji, both of them turning for Shujaa in the concluded 7th season. As you see there, Mwanji tucks in the ball, gets into contact, and then Abukuse, the inside defender, tracking him and putting him down. It's a restart after knocking on that ball. Restart in favor of Oilers. They have done well to pin Cabras back. Cabras with their first ball, and they were not clinical enough to retain possession. John Okoth guilty there, but it's a bit of a hard call because at times you find the defending. Yeah, as you hear the referee say there, wait for the ball to come in, then he adjudges Oilers to be at fault, shoving before the ball comes in. Times the defending team also can decide not to take the hit, so the referee has to judge quickly who is on the wrong. Loop around move, releasing buildup Ogeta here against Osimbo, brushes him off, but Simbo recovers enough. Inside defender Rayvon Ambale does his work supporting Matthias Osimbo to take down very dangerous ball carrier buildup Ogeta. Again, another of those cases where ball hasn't been recycled in the 5-meter channel. Both teams guilty of just killing the ball when they get to that channel. But it's early days, nerves are showing. The national circuit title is gone with KCB, but the Dala7s title is very much in the offing for whoever wins this one and gets himself into the final. That's Cabras under pressure, packing all the attackers on the left side here and getting into space. Mwangi and just trying to offload in the tackle, but it goes all the way into touch. Good play from Oilers, having the advantage in territory. Cabras determined not to kick that ball out of the red zone. That's why any errors, it's a turnover to Oilers in Cabras 22. Eventually, probably we'll see Cabras kicking that ball. But good line out there from Oilers, putting the ball, using the ball well there, but Mwangi coming in and making a nuisance of himself in that, creating a mole. And this one will be turned over in favor of Cabras because Daniel Abukuse gesticulating there against Philip Ogutu. And then they make peace about it. But he ran into contact. Big guys there in the frame of Mwangi. Wekesa just held him up, turning over possession. First 4 minutes here. Both teams trading blows evenly, turning over possession when they come into contact. So it's a bit of a start-stop game. Semifinals of Dala7s. This is the 18th edition, and finally common sense prevails under a lot of pressure. They decide to go into Oilers' backyard. A boot there, taking them out of their danger zone. Eric Cantona has had enough of defending in his 22. Line out smack at the middle of the pitch. Again, another put in there. Nice throw that goes into hand. Glaciers Owino. This looks like referee says play, and now they have to release the Oilers player. First time by Cabras into these Oilers 22. Abukuse getting into a wrestling match there with Brian Mutua. Then coming back on the shooter side, Osimbo just having his man, but he was always gonna be on the receiving end because buildup Ogeta, one weapon he has is a very strong ball carrier. Osimbo might have him on pace. This now is danger times, but assistant referee, the referee in sync there to adjudge Danis Abukuse to be offside on that grabber kick. As you see here, Osimbo just going high and getting bumped off. Lucky for him, Rayvon Ambale goes low and arrests that foray by buildup Ogeta. We've not seen the teams do anything close to 5 faces. It's been start-stop, start-stop. I think both teams are a bit tentative, a bit hesitant, a bit nervous. But whoever scores first, you can be sure this match will turn on its head and it will be a free-for-all affair. So far it's a deadlock. 1 minute to play in the first half. Who will break this stalemate? Second time of asking. That pass goes back according to the referee, but Matthias Osimbo throws it into space. It's regathered by Oilers. Now what do they do here? They have numbers, but matching them on defense is Cabras. Referee says advantage for offside. Of course, coming back to the open side. Another strong ball carrier. Will he survive this contest? He does. slowly now Oilers finally able to put in a lot of faces, but as I say so, knocking it on, turning possession. Both teams really strong on defense. Both teams of also not keen ball retention. And this is a center pitch scrum down in favor of Oilers. The hooter has been sounded to indicate the completion of this first half proceedings. We're into referee's time here. Any break in play, and we can go into the halftime at a stalemate. Cabras finally with an opportunity. Coming to the left, Cantona to Osimbo. Osimbo looks at Buildup and gets one on him. That is a turnover. That's a turnover. It is a lift from their first arriving man. Philip Okeo benefiting from that call. Referee allows the penalty to play on. As you see, went into contact. Then first arriving player straight onto the ball. And Matthias Osimbo, you can see him there just trying to disrupt that jackal. Referee was keen. Awards Cabras that ball. I mean Oilers that ball, and they do take a line out. Once again, that is an overthrow that goes into Ekesa's breadbasket, and that's a turnover. I wonder why they went for that. Lineouts. Lineouts are harder to be precise about compared to the scrum downs. Nonetheless, Cabras will want to make use of that, and as I say so, they knock it on. Matthias Osimbo going for that and knocking it on, and then Wekesa just really disappointed more in himself than anyone else. It is a stalemate in this tense first cup semifinals. Cabras 0, Oilers 0.
What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. While you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Nikutan challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda.
We prepare ourselves for the second half of this first main cup semi-finals. Cabras taking on Menengai Oilers. It's a Rai derby, and no one has this on a chokehold. Both teams have cancelled each other out. No one really having an upper hand. So Cabras missing the likes of Jackson Skater, who normally takes matters into his own hands when things get to this point. Missing out, and in comes Lukusiv on the bench for him. Cabras defending well here, causing a knock-on by Daniel Kipchirchir as he goes to deck. The contact areas have been heavily contested ferociously by both teams, probably contributing to the breakdown in play, because whenever both teams have gone into contact, it has been an almighty scuffle balls being turned over, knock-ons, errors. That's why we're not seeing a lot of momentum in this game. Game of chess, really. Till turn down to who commits less errors in this particular one. Going, darting to the 15-meter, then stepping back in. Mutua parking himself on that wing. Then going straight into a Daniel Abukuse. Survive that contest. Cantona shifting it to Mwanji. Mwanji to Ekesa now. This big, strong ball carrier pumping through, taking down with him 2 Oilers defenders. And good platform for Cabras to work with. The other end, Mutua, very quick on his feet, steps back in. Raivo Nambale planted onto the turf here. Another good pass there by Maruti. Mwanji wanting to tuck it in, but Abukuse just chilling out, waiting for him. Slaps his hand down and puts in the tackle. Cabras now with the momentum, the winds in their sails. 10 meters out, they have made their way slowly, gathering 50 meters, coming in inside, getting that ball, shrugging off the tackle from John Okoth. Finally breaking the deadlock. William Mwanji coming in on against the grain. No one could touch him before he gets the ball. That was a good pass and a good running line. Steps in and shrugs off the cross-cover tackle from John Okoth. We have a tiebreaker here, 5-0 in favor of Cabras. Cabras last year did well here. Jackson Skater, one of those actually emerging as the player of the tournament. Missing out here, but Cabras doing well to hit the front. Been a tight affair, really tight. And that conversion is successful. Oilers have around 4 minutes to work themselves back into this one. It's just to get into second finals in these years 2025 SportPesa National Circuit. Good take from the airborne there, then a chicken wing pass. More hopeful than anything because it wasn't on target, but Patrick Lumumba regathers the same and goes in. Wow, good going there from Cabras. Perfect picture of what you need to do in 7 aside. Score a try, come back, high restart, regather the ball. You have the momentum. Defense is all splintered. And then before they can reset, offload, keeping the ball alive. Fantastic play from Cabras. Finally putting some daylight between themselves and Oilers. 12-0 with a conversion to come. Conversion is successful. 2 additional points. Tough work for Oilers here. Trailing Cabras. This Rai derby. See, they're just floating the ball inside to Patrick Sabatia Lumumba, going all the way and dive into the try box. The kick was sure, the conversion was on spot. Give them the additional 2. Whatever the case here, at the very least, Oilers have to score twice and convert both of them with barely 2.5 minutes remaining. Changes being made by Cabras. Forced change there due to injury. Then they start off going close to Oilers 22. Daniel Kipchichi gathers that one. Drops it, but it's retained by Oilers. Oilers carrying it into contact and then coming in for that, and they knock it on. Now the errors piling for Oilers here. Referee clear that that was a knock-on. Tough times for Oilers, not having any territory. It was all gonna be tight, and it's just taken 1 minute for this to unravel for Oilers. 1 minute in which Cabras have scored, come back and scored again, and 14-0 up. They will have one eye on that finals between whoever wins the next coming game, the new 2025 champions, circuit winners, KCB taking on the Easter Falcons. A repeat of that finals in Kapiberi, but this time round meeting earlier in the semis. Brian Mutua cutting back in, going out, offloading in the tackle. Jackton also coming into the match, carries it into contact, and referee gifts that ball to Oilers. They have to release him. Successful jackal. Oilers have a minute to go here, deep into their own 22. Chirchir with a loop pass that goes straight into touch. Alvin Cavoli unable to gather that pass, and you fear that that is it for Oilers. Time, there are 4 in these semifinals, and Cabras just managing the clock properly here, walking into this lineout. They have done all the hard work in this second half. Roy Maruti with ball in hand. If they will score here, then that will be lights out for Oilers. After being so clinical yesterday, they've come into these semifinals and they have had errors. That ball is kicked into the try box by Brian Mutua. So it becomes a 22 dropout for Oilers. Those are saying yesterday they were really good. They looked an well-oiled machine, but they have come and stuck against a gritty Cabras, finding momentum, finding the chemistry that they have lacked for the whole 7th circuit with chopping and changes. Zabukuse now takes matters into his hands. Will he get caught here? Yes, he does. Reeling him in. Roy Maruti had his angles well there, and then they turn over possession, going into the backyard. Fortunaturo not being able to stop this one. If it gets into hand, he'll be in trouble. Good for him. Waits and waits and gathers that ball. Oilers now, whatever they do here, time has run out for them. Time has run out for them. The case are just a lot of dark arts and gamesmanship there, slowing down the ball. Tap and go, not waiting for the scrum, not taking scrum as an option because of the time here. Ref calls it as a maul. Glaciers Owino merges with the ball, shifts it to Abukuse for another run. This time around, Roy Maruti, take 2, brings him down again. But they are short of Cabras 22. That ball, there's a strong wind around, drifts it back into Cabras' hands. Not a forward, that one, it just drifted into Cabras' territory. And with that, Cabras playing very clinical rugby here, applying defensive pressure. They are the team with the least errors and the match winners going into the finals, getting one over Menengai Oilers in the Rai Derby. Oilers, this is the umpteenth time they are losing in the semifinals. That we quickly move on to KCB taking on Daystar. KCB versus Daystar in the second main cup semifinals. Yes, a repeat of the KCB 7th finals. Daystar taking on the newly crowned 2025 SportPesa 7th national circuit winners. KCB with that this appearance confirming that they have an unassailable lead. That match in Kabeberi ending 2010 in favor of KCB after a very good start from them. Daystar coming in the second half, winning the second half but losing the match. This is a repeat. KCB motivated to go for this one. We will see after 14 minutes as they pin Daystar in there. 22. Ball goes to Duncan. Duncan Olile takes it into contact. Eddie Wambugu recovers that popping ball. Keraguri Moses. Keraguri puts a switch move there. Arnold Gonda going into contact right at the heart of KCB's defense. They are slowly getting out of their 22. Patrick Odongo looks at Shiasi, his teammate from Kenya 7s, and Asati too. This is like a training exercise for both. Referee penalizing there Asati for playing advantage for that high shot on Patrick Odongo, and calls it advantage over. Coming in on a switch, nice one. This one looks like he'll go all the way. Good cross-cover defense there from the sweeper Emmanuel Opondo after Onyala had given up. Duncan Olile coming in on a good cutback move. Then numbers to burn out here. Eddie Wambugu with a chicken wing pass to Clinton Amukwachi, and Daystar not waiting around, hitting straight from their own 22, building it up to several strong carries by Duncan Olile. Then they recycle faster to the other side. Clinton Amukwachi going over and scoring. They have learned from the KCB 7s finals. They are not waiting for the second half. They are taking KCB on in this first half. KCB have to motivate themselves. They have won the war, but the battle here is still very much on for the Dala7s title. Also, something that they have a keen eye on is trying to win this title to ensure that they set a new record for the most points in a six-legged circuit. As you see that chicken wing offload by Eddie Wambugu once he got into space, and signature celebration there from Clinton Amukwachi. You can't see me, so he tells Festa Shiasi. Missed the conversion. It's a 5-0 lead. There is a strong wind, and the kickers have to take note of that because that wind adds some more pace onto the ball, blowing from right to left of your screens here. As you see those banners on the side of the pitch can tell you the strength and the velocity of that wind, so you have to factor that in as you do these kicks. Ball is gifted back to KCB. They take it 15 meters away from Daystar's defense, trying to fashion and manipulate that defense. Asati going strong in, and then Onyala steps back in, goes into contact there. Good recycle by George Oro to Emmanuel Opondo. Bob Muhati carries it strongly into contact. This is a fast man in. Arnold Ogonda benefits from that turnover ball. KCB guilty of not arriving quickly to that breakdown. Amukwachi to Wambugu in there, 22. Odongo looking for space, and then they come for him, put him down just outside of their 22. Clinton shifting the ball quickly. Eddie Wambugu seeing there is no sweeper. Now it's a foot race, puts it behind KCB's defense. If he gathers these, there'll be a problem, but he knocks it on. KCB now with broken play. What do? It's a broken play here. They're very deadly in this. Goes into contact, pops the ball out. Referee says play on, and then punishes King George Oro for holding on. Indeed, he did. He never released the ball. And first man in from Daystar went for the ball. He held on to it. I thought Onyala should have passed that ball. There was a broken defense pattern there from Daystar. Should have offloaded and kept the ball alive. Going down on deck gave Daystar Falcons an opportunity to reset. And the first man in, it's a turnover. KCB having very little of the ball here. Actually, it's just slightly balanced in terms of possession, but the momentum with Daystar. Center pitch scrum, backing two to their right. Moses Keraguri drifts back to the left. It's a dummy call to create space for Patrick Odongo. Patrick Odongo gets nabbed by Floyd Wabwire, but they get possession Another strong ball carrier in Mkwachi there, runs into the big body frame of Bob Muhati. Bob Muhati will be called in here as the second defender. Arnold Agonda against Asati, one of the best defending scrum halves we have around the circuit, brings him down. But Daystar really doing well with, oh, nice cutback switch. Scramble defense there by Wells Asati, and Daystar Falcons knock it on when they had seemed to have carved open that heart of KCB's defense. See that cutback move, Duncan Olile into space, but Asati arrives quickly onto the scene and curtails his movement. KCB under territorial pressure really here. They have been in their half for the better part of this first half. 1 minute and 20 seconds to play. They are not yet on the scoreboard. Daystar Falcons turning on and applying themselves well. Floyd, Patrick Odongo benefiting for that jackal, turns over. KCB have been punished heavily on those breakdowns. They have kept not defending their balls really. Very lucky here because one of Daystar players just went in from the side. But Daystar have come here with a clear plan. Attack all set pieces. All those racks have been attacked with good measure of success from Daystar Falcons. Pinning down KCB. They're never getting clean balls from their own racks. Huffing and puffing here. But still a tight one. Only one score separating both teams. Sati puts it in. Takes off. Goes to the defensive lines of Pondo with a loop pass there. Floyd against Patrick. Last time they met, Patrick had one over Floyd, taking him, chasing Floyd tried chasing him all the way down but didn't get it up. Clean line break here from Osundo. A delayed pass from Emmanuel Opondo, and Stephen Zola Osumba coming in to this match, checks into that space and goes to the center post try. You can bet that conversion will be good, but good play there from Emmanuel Opondo. He did see a man in the back line and was waiting for a runner. The runner came in, shot, ball into space, and he goes all the way. KCB, after weathering a lot of storm, you see here, just picks, goes to the man, and then Osumbo appealing from behind. No, he wasn't singled out by any of Daystar Falcons defenders. Goes and puts KCB ahead here, 7-5 into the break.
We're not one thing, we're many. We move fast to change lanes, but no matter the mood, bank tunahitaji nenye na switch na sisi. Enye iko already where we are and ready when we are. In our pockets, on our time, na speed yetu. One built not just to keep up, but to move with you in every mode. So, uko mode gani? Download the new KCB mobile app and switch on your mode today.
Nothing to lose, all to play for. The pride and the glory of taking down the new champions. They will be on KCB's face in this second half, as they have done in the first. KCB just weathering that storm. You see there, another huge turnout of the locals here at Mambo Leo, Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium at Mambo Leo, Kisumu. This is Dala7s. We are into the last leg, the last hours of this year's 7th circuit. Dala hosting this one, and we are kicking off for the second half. 7-5 advantage KCB. This one won't go the mandatory 10, and Daystar just giving KCB ball that they would have done better to retain. Start calling for the ball there. Another of those, recognizing that they are ahead 7-5. Daystar oblige, give him the ball, and then they will try manipulate the defense. Wahinya coming in for Opondo, Stephen Zola and King George operating on that 5-meter channel. George emerging, rolling off those tackles, giving ball out, swinging it all the way this other side. Floyd not taking on Patrick Odongo, cutting back in, and he's held up. Finally goes to deck. It's becoming a close quarter combat here between the two teams. Wahinya shifting the ball back to this side. Floyd gets a fend on Patrick Odongo, 5 meters out, wing on winger. Floyd puts it down, finally getting himself onto the scoreboard. Not successful with many tries in this particular tournament, but is this the one that pushes them away from Daystar? 5 meters out, honestly, no one, any winger can beat any winger. 5 meters out is not space to test for wingers. Wingers, you require 100 long-range tries, and that conversion is good from Brian Wahinya. Very sure with his conversion, stretching their lead to 14-5, and Daystar now have to score twice to get back into this one. Raising it high all the way. Does it land in? Yes, it does. Good kick there from Brian Wahinya. If there is one asset that he has very well beyond most of his teammates, is that boot. Puts it high into Daystar Falcons 22. They have now to defend this one. Asati out. Samuel Asati goes out. In comes Jenkins Kipruto, the number 9. It's KCB ring the changes. That is an overthrow that Onyala benefits, taking it and offloading it to Jojo Oro, who knocks it on when he was just meters away from the try line. Onyala remained in contention, waited for that possibility of an overthrow, anticipated it, and got it, shrugged off one defender there, and then Moses Karaguri coming in, offloading to Oro. Oro knocks it on. That would have really made Daystar's work pretty hard. 4 minutes to play in the second half. Pushing them through. Stephen Osumba waiting for his man to get the ball, then pushes him right back onto their try line. Amukwachi has to carry this out. Referee calls that he's out. Daystar Falcons in problems here, and they had to use that boot. Communication lacking here from both jumpers in KCB, Jenkins and Floyd. Floyd emerging with that ball, bubbling all over. Oro going down to look for his man, offloads to Brian Wahinya, quick hands to Onyala. Onyala looks set to go, but he's bundled into touch. Another good scramble defense from Daystar Falcons, but they are feeling the territorial pressure here. KCB have pushed them right back onto their try line, turning over possession and pinning them here. Keraguri with a very good tackle there that just slows down the progression. As you see, I lined him up, went for the waist and pulled him, and then in comes Clinton Amukwachi to support him. Pushes Onyala out. Still another opportunity for KCB here, because Keraguri has not been good with his lineouts. Any missed throw here, 5 meters out this time round, they will be punished. Needs to be clinical. Cutting a face of concentration there. Puts it in, and it's lost. Turned over by KCB. Jenkins. Wahinya steps back into traffic. They need this arriving player to be quick. Jenkins off that base of the rack there, and with a man out, Olukusi elects to go into tackle, and he will lose that one. It's very lucky. Arnold Agonda penalized. It wasn't his fault. It's the tackler on Olukusi who didn't roll away. Arnold Agonda was okay with that jackal. As you see Olukusi there, 2 on 2. Should have just passed that ball, but gets the tackle from Vincent Omoroka. And Omoroka gets trapped. That pile up of bodies on deck. Not fast enough to roll away. KCB still in Daystar Falcons 22, However, they have a potent weapon in Patrick Odongo. A break in the lines here, and you will see him go and score. Again, KCB making things very difficult for themselves here. Referee says play on it. Went back. Take two. Patrick Odongo against Floyd. Floyd passes it back into infield. It's a score, but the referee has to consult with the assistant referee there.
No. Yeah? He went back from Wabire, just want to confirm. Went back. Okay, so good. Try is good.
Yeah, good teamwork there from the center and assistant referee, confirming whether that ball went back off Floyd Wabire's hand, and he did. So George Oro scores another try, and this one, daylight time between the two teams. Wahinya coming in for the conversion. Wabire just had enough presence of mind to know that he needed to be the first one up from that contest. And once he did so, Patrick Odongo still on the ground there. He had enough space to just offload the ball in to George Oro, who scores another try. An important one, because with this one, Daystar have run out of time to come back into this match. KCB starting slow, but finishing strongly in this second half, turning the tables on Daystar and doing well to just have an eye to contest in the Dala7s finals. Daystar Falcons still in their own 22. What do they do here? Stepping back in, going into contact. Randy Otoma trying to clean that one. He succeeds. Big contest there. Referee says advantage play, but both players went down. Therefore, nothing beyond a penalty. That seems like the assistant referee calls it in here for consultations. But at the naked eye view, both players went low. As you see there, both players ducked down. Olukusi to tackle, and the other one to evade the tackle. So that's a rugby incident. Nothing much from there. There is no way Olukusi would have gone lower than that. And though it's a penalty, I don't see any sanctions beyond that. We'll wait and hear. There's a breaking play there.
Time back on. Hi.
Still calls it a high shot, but no further sanctions on Olukusi. Rugby incident at best for me. KCB pinning Daystar Falcons in their own 22 really for the whole of this second half. They have had no breather, feeling the pressure here. Break in play there. Couple of injuries for both teams. It's been a long journey. This is the 6th leg, the final one. It's been 2 months of sevens rugby, and both sets of players feeling the bodies just tiring here. You have to be walking in their shoes to appreciate. They are told that traveling the breadth and width of this country to play rugby in between training sessions can take on your body. We restart. Scrum down for KCB. Time runs out for Daystar Falcons. Jenkins Kipruto kicks it out. KCB with another win in the semifinals, the most consistent team in the circuit. They have been to all finals, and they will look to wrap off their season with that finals. They will take on Cabras. This one they win 19-5 against Daystar Falcons. We'll be taking a short break here, around 20 minutes or so. We will see you after 20 minutes break as we get into the finals, starting with the 13th place, the 5th place, and then the bronze, the 8th place, sorry, the 5th place, the bronze. Then we'll have the main cup finals. We'll see you after 20 minutes.
What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa while you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamilionea. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa. What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa while you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamilionea. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa. What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage.
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
A 5-star rating to none other than SportPesa.
So it's an honor to stand here as we receive this award. It not only speaks of SportPesa as the leading betting brand, but speaks of how we are the best when it comes to innovation, when it comes to trust for our customers. It also speaks into how our customers believe in how we will impact the communities and sports fraternity that we sponsor. So asante.
Alafu sasa tunaingia kwenye street kuuliza mafans mbona wanapenda SportPesa. Showing us too much love, too much love.
SportPesa is the best betting company that you can trust.
SportPesa is the best betting brand in the whole world.
Mimi najua na bet kwa SportPesa. Ukibet pesa yako inakuja yote. Kuna kampani zingine ukiweka ile pesa ikikuja wanakata mingi, sasa zingine inapotea, hiyo bet slip inapotea, lakini kwa SportPesa iko sawa.
Mara mingi sana wanasema kwa SportPesa na imenitoa mbali. Hapo naso siwezi kataa nazo. Ukiona hizo odds zao vile wanachagua hizo games inapendeza kama sisi watu wa SportPesa.
Nilianza kubet 2015.
Na inakupeleka aje?
Iko sawa, hata kuna siku nilishaangukia bonus ya 30,000. 12 games. Niko na hakika nataka kuchapa hiyo 17 this time.
Unajua iko pesa ngapi sasa hii?
Si ni milioni imeanza 100 million.
Kuna bonuses na ukiwekelea bet yako uko sure unapata pesa.
Ukipata pesa yako they give you at the time, exactly that time. Hakuna mambo ati mara hujapewa nini.
Na sijui kama unajua kubet na SportPesa saa hii ukitumia app na website ni free.
Hata niko na app.
Uko na app? Na unajua kubet ni free?
Najua kubet ni free. Hata natumianga free.
Very nice. Nashukuru sana. Wewe ni customer wangu mwanzo. Until next time, let's keep it rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. Let's keep it SportPesa. Let's keep it 100. Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
A 5-star rating to none other than SportPesa.
So it's an honor to stand here as we receive this award. It not only speaks of SportPesa as the leading betting brand, but speaks of how we are the best when it comes to innovation, when it comes to trust for our customers. It also speaks into how our customers believe in how we will impact the communities and sports fraternity that we sponsor. So asante.
Alafu sasa tunaingia kwenye street kuuliza mafans mbona wanapenda SportPesa. Showing us too much love, too much love.
SportPesa is the best betting company that you can trust.
SportPesa is the best betting brand in the whole world.
Mimi najua na bet kwa SportPesa. Ukibet pesa yako inakuja yote. Kuna kampani zingine ukiweka ile pesa ikikuja wanakata mingi, sasa zingine inapotea, hiyo bet slip inapotea, lakini kwa SportPesa iko sawa.
Mara mingi sana wanasema kwa SportPesa na imenitoa mbali. Hapo naso siwezi kataa nazo. Ukiona hizo odds zao vile wanachagua hizo games inapendeza kama sisi watu wa SportPesa.
Nilianza kubet 2015.
Na inakupeleka aje?
Iko sawa, hata kuna siku nilishaangukia bonus ya 30,000. 12 games. Niko na hakika nataka kuchapa hiyo 17 this time.
Unajua iko pesa ngapi sasa hii?
Si ni milioni imeanza 100 million.
Kuna bonuses na ukiwekelea bet yako uko sure unapata pesa.
Ukipata pesa yako they give you at the time, exactly that time. Hakuna mambo ati mara hujapewa nini.
Na sijui kama unajua kubet na SportPesa saa hii ukitumia app na website ni free.
Hata niko na app.
Uko na app? Na unajua kubet ni free?
Najua kubet ni free. Hata natumianga free.
Very nice. Nashukuru sana. Wewe ni customer wangu mwanzo. Until next time, let's keep it rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. Let's keep it SportPesa. Let's keep it 100.
Tore bobe, tore bobe.
whatever that we were feeling wakati tulikuwa tunaandika, wakati producer anashikilia zile keyboard, kuna adrenaline fulani inakaa. Una feel too I'm supporting the right.
This was then Chairman Dr. Mandu. When I said Shabana, I never knew it's going to be so big. My main point was to help those players, the young players. But I never imagined that we'd come to this standard. Even uniform was they watch here. Yeah,
hapa sasa hivi hii building yote inaitwa Market Plaza, lakini zamani ilikuwa inaitwa Shabana Hardware. Kila kitu kilikuwa kinafanyika kwa hili duka, kila kitu unakuja hapa. Mishahara, allowances.
Niliingia Shabana mwaka wa 1983. Dream yangu ingekuwa primary nichezee timu kubwa. Ndio Shabana wakaniona, nikaona sasa dream yangu imetimika.
Are you ready to perform tomorrow? Sawa. Tujikumbushe tuna bado jamaa. Tumesema tuenda kwa hiyo game tukiwa wounded because we need maximum points.
Patikana Kakamega Homeboys. Walikuwa na Joana Alice Brown Michira Migiro.
Nadhani ilikuwa dream. Si yote mwenye alikuwa around na mtu yote mwenye anapenda Shabana. Tukapanda ligi. Juu ni kitambo sana Shabana imekuwa kwa premier. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa na feel poa sana.
Fachaki! Na imependeza mpaka Massachusetts kule.
Mimi kama mzazi wa mchezaji kwa Shabana najifunia sana juu aliingia tu kidogo wakaenda Premier League. Hata wakati anacheza hata mimi naona ni vizuri mtoto wangu ako kwa Premier League.
Shabana has become the brand.
One of the major struggles was getting to revive Shabana, getting the people to come back and embrace the community club. With that, it also came the financial aspect. We struggled for so many years to now getting a sponsor. Our fans have come back to the stadium. I feel that we are achieving the dream that we had as Shabana.
We all start from somewhere. From a dusty football pitch, muddy tracks, our focus has always remained locked onto excellence. When we joined hands,
Hello everybody, and especially to
we dared to challenge the boundaries.
Welcome to a night of footballing history.
Showcasing the world the very essence of our capabilities. With every pass, every run, with fans filling the stands, we made every moment count.
It was a tough morning.
Even in the face of adversity, we never wavered, never lost sight of our goal. We fought, rose from the ashes, stronger than ever before. One truth remains: the journey continues. Every contribution counts, from the player on the field to the fans in the stands, and even our journalists telling our stories to the world. We aim to recognize, appreciate, and empower your dreams through providing part of support you need to achieve your dreams. Introducing Tujiamini. Let's believe in ourselves. Belief and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa Waldia Betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukue the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa.
Jumpers! Uko mode gani? The new KCB mobile app adapts to you, your mood, and your mode. Ingia selfie mode and securely log into the app via your Face ID ama fingerprint. Tunatambua pia wewe ni mjanja ikifika kwa door. Fika thrift mode and access more ways to pay and transfer money. Scan to pay, pay to Vumatil or Paybill, prepaid cards, mobile transfers. Financial decisions pia lazima zikuwe tops. Move to investor mode and grow your money in a fixed deposit ama gold savings account. Extend protection yako through the app. Flip to protector mode and access insurance products kama motor vehicle cover. One app for all your modes. Download the new KCB mobile app today. KCB, for people, for better.
Let the battle begin!
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing? Return leg.
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course, they're gonna get a thrash.
Whatever that we were feeling wakati tulikuwa tunaandika, wakati producer anashikilia zile keyboard, kuna adrenaline fulani inakaa. Una feel tu I'm supporting the right team.
This was then chairman, Dr. Mandu. When I said Shabana, I never knew it's going to be so big. My main point was to help those players, the young players. But I never imagined that we'd come to this standard. Even uniform they watch here. Yeah,
hapa sasa hivi hii building yote inaitwa Market Plaza, lakini zamani ilikuwa inaitwa Shabana Hardware. Kila kitu kilikuwa kinafanyika kwa hili duka, kila kitu unakuja hapa, mishahara, allowances.
Niliingia Shabana mwaka wa 1983. Timu yangu ingekuwa primary, nichezea timu kubwa. Ndio Shabana wakaniona, nikaona sasa dream yangu imetimika.
Are you ready to perform tomorrow? Sawa. Tujikumbushe tuna bado jamaa. Tumesema tuenda kwa hiyo game tukiwa wounded because we need maximum points.
Patikana KCB Homeboys. Walikuwa na Joana Alice Brown Michira Migiro.
Nadhani ilikuwa dream. Si yote mwenye alikuwa around na mtu yote mwenye anapenda Shabana. Tukapanda ligi. Juu ni kitambo sana Shabana imekuwa kwa premier. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa na feel poa sana.
Fachaki! Na imependeza mpaka Massachusetts kule.
Mimi kama mzazi wa mchezaji kwa Shabana najifunia sana juu aliingia tu kidogo wakaenda Premier League. Hata wakati anacheza, hata mimi naona ni vizuri mtoto wangu ako kwa Premier League.
Shabana has become the brand.
One of the major struggles was getting to revive Shabana and getting the people to come back and embrace the community club. With that, it also came the financial aspect. We struggled for so many years to now getting a sponsor. Our fans have come back to the stadium. I feel that we are achieving the dream that we had as Shabana.
We all start from somewhere. From a dusty football pitch, muddy tracks, our focus has always remained locked onto excellence. When we joined hands,
hello everybody, and especially to
we dared to challenge the boundaries.
Welcome to a night of footballing history.
Showcasing the world the very essence of our capabilities. With every pass, every run, with fans filling the stands, we made every moment count.
It was a tough morning.
Even in the face of adversity, we never wavered, never lost sight of our goal. We fought, rose from the ashes, stronger than ever before. One truth remains: the journey continues. Every contribution counts, from the player on the field to the fans in the stands, and even our journalists telling our stories to the world. We aim to recognize, appreciate, and empower your dreams through providing part of support you need to achieve your dreams. Introducing Tujiamini. Let's believe in ourselves.
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
With a 5-star rating to none other than SportPesa.
Welcome back. We are now in the finals of Dala7s. A couple of finals to be played here, beginning with this 13th place finals. Kisumu, the host side, taking on Masinde Muliro, and quick off the blocks for Masinde Muliro is Tyson Juma, going in for first point, five-pointer, seconds into this game really. And the home side wanting to finish with a flourish here. They go themselves into this position. courtesy of a win against Mombasa Sports Club, 19-17 that one, separated by just 2 points. Masinde Muliro, on the other hand, came out victorious against Homeboys, 28-10, and they're picking up a fantastic going for them in this one. That ball won't go 10, the mandatory 10 at kickoff restarts. And then Kisumu will just get the ball here to begin their comeback. The final match for both teams. This one is all about positioning yourself in the highest possible rank. Quick tap and go, 10 meters into Masinde Muliro's half. Then that high ball not caught well and knocked on.
Knocked to touch, eh?
Knocked into touch there. Referee is called John Otieno. Knocks it into touch, and it will be either scrum or a line out restart. There you go for the scrum.
Tweli.
Yes, Walter.
We are several games away from the conclusion of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit this season. KCB have booked a date to take on the defending champions, Cabras.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That will be a fantastic finals to close down this year's 7th season.
Yeah, it will be a good game. Cabras looking to be in imperious form as Tyson Juma there goes over for his second, and Cabras Sugars, Masinde Muliro Sugars second.
Yeah. Kisumu just guilty of not realigning fast after the breakdowns. Those offloads, those fast racks, getting them napping. And going in for his second try, speed star, sprinter by excellence, Tyson Juma takes off there, serious acceleration, and goes all the way untouched for his second try. And Masinde Muliro's second. What will they do without him in this day too? He's really been their stronghold, very dependable in space.
Well received. Strong tackle there coming off the top. Kisumu recycle. Kisumu looking for that one last hooray. Something for the fans, the local fans.
Yeah.
I've seen that every introduction to Kisumu, there's a bell ringing pitch side.
I've been wondering what's that all about.
That's a way of introducing their team onto the pitch. Everyone has a unique way. Catholic monks walk in with the player holding Msalaba. Maybe.
But probably it has something to do with the culture around fishing. You know, those bells or something.
Who knows?
Yeah.
At least it's something to alert the faithful that Kisumu are coming, and Veron there pinning back the ears. Try time, Masinde Muliro.
Kisumu RFC finding the going very tough here, and Masinde Muliro pin them in their own half, punishing every indiscretion by Kisumu. Veron Kaburu, man with very deceptive turn of pace. Seen him being chased down over 50 meters by no slouch in other wingers, but he always gets himself across the whitewash, picking that one from the base of that scrum down, attacking that space between the scrum and the fly, going all the way to score. And this one running away from Kisumu very quickly in this first half. Good restart and recovered, but tapped into touch there. Masinde Muliro doing well to go for it, but Churchill Oyugi taps it into touch, and finally Kisumu with ball, something that they can work with. Immediately turned over. The referee said the counter was good, but the ball wasn't protected, and Marcela Zodori steals that one from the rack. Regaining possession, what do they do? Oh my. Benefits because of those offside bodies at that rack.
Just a lucky boy.
Very lucky indeed. Peter Juma going into touch there, going into on deck. Then Kisumu still have ball, carrying it strongly, going into contact. Recovers Bavo Lotieno, shifts it out wide quickly. Advantage for offside on Bevon Okoth, shot out the defensive lines there.
This young man rising up, number 10, Low budget Samuel Asati.
Yeah, he has that similar body frame as Samuel Asati.
That one shaking his hand.
Yeah.
He's trying to see if that sting.
Yeah, indeed.
Approach. Bind. Sit.
Masinde Mliro there, getting out of their 22 comfortably, skinning those defenders on the inside, then looking for support, offloading just under the attentions of the retreating Kisumu defenders. Offloading again in tackle, Veron finally putting it into space, and it might go out. Good scramble defense from Kisumu after that initial break from Josephat Omulefu.
It's good to see the battles inside the battles, tackled into touch and told off. I think that was Agre Kito. He stood up and told him, not here. Pana si hapa.
That's a proud moment for him. Not against me.
Not here once again. Kisumu on the ropes. Josephat Omulefu there, trying time, Masinde Muliro.
Yeah, Omulefu steps back in and finds no defender on the inside. Goes all the way to score. This time not being denied after that break from his own 22. You can see hands on the waist. He has exerted a lot of energy. And we go into this half-time break with that successful conversion. A big score at half-time against the hosts. Kisumu RFC trailing 0 against 26 from Masinde Muliro. Kick off for the second half. Kisumu trailing by a long margin, a wide margin on this one, 26-0 against Masinde Muliro. Masinde Muliro will finish this one on a high if they can get over the next 7 minutes for this 13th place finals. Stepping back in, the inside defender has always been a problem for Kisumu RFC, but that ball goes to deck and it's hacked back into Masinde Muliro's 22. Finally, Kisumu, oh my, just drops and knocks it on.
Knock to touch, options, line out or a scrum.
Knocked into touch. Decision time for Masinde Muliro. They go for the easier scrum option. Veron Kaburu was just breathing down his neck, probably causing that nervous attempt to regather the ball. He knocks it into touch, and Masinde Muliro will regroup in their 22. Changes being made. In comes number 21, Derek Likare.
Let's go, approach.
Out goes, I believe, that should be Moses Bulemi.
Sit. Yeah, they took it in. Thank you. Kisumu goal. Same position. Same. Okay, ready, approach. Bind.
Kisumu turning over possession here. First time 5 meters out. Will they get themselves onto the scoreboard? show and go, but doesn't work for him, and he gets nabbed on the ground there. Immediately turning over, Walter Ambe will get another 10 meters for Masinde Muliro for interfering with a quick restart. Masinde Muliro just getting out of there, 22 slowly here, but surely swinging it all the way to the 5-meter channel. And he has to cut back in. Strong carry by Bevon Okoth. That ball looks to have traveled forward. Indeed, it has. Now, in contrast to the first half, this half littered with a lot of handling errors as the temperature starts cooling down here at Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium, Mamba leo in Kisumu. We are the tail end. These are the finals. Trophies being awarded for the winners. Kisumu trailing, not making any impression with ball in hand. Punched and taken back into their own half. Offside play from the referee. Masinde Muliro guilty of many offside calls against them. Going for a quick tap and go. Walter Ambe with ball in hand, looking for numbers out wide, delays his pass and coming in on a hard line. Marcela Zoduri get into Masinde Muliro's half. Going in on the shorter side, Brian Kipchirchir. Brian Kipchirchir is a quick one, he's a fast one, but gets the attention of the sweeper there. That will be a turnover ball. Kipchirchir guilty of interfering with that ball. Quick tap and go from Masinde Muliro. Then they shift it to the left. Going quickly. That ensures that they are still there. Then they shift it to the left there. It's a pressure ball. Finding themselves fumbling that ball, putting it into touch, or just knocking it on. Kisumu just butchering all the opportunities that they are getting here. It will be a put in again for Kisumu. For the umpteenth time, they have put Masinde Muliro in their 22, but they have nothing to show on the scoreboard for this one. Brad Kipchirchir dancing out. Will he go all the way? Reeled in by Bevon Okoth. Good defense there. Battle of the speedsters. Bevon coming out on top in that one, sparing Masinde Muliro. Concession of a try here. Brian Kipchirchir again gets seeing a lot of ball, seeing a lot of action. This one will be a turned over possession, a maul that is unproductive. And the players getting to know each other better there. A lot of tired bodies. Changes being made by both teams. And Tyson Juma comes back together with Veron Kaburu. The rolling substitutions from Masinde Muliro. They have a defensive scrum here to work with. Ball goes in and out. Veron with Tyson Juma out. Miscommunication amongst themselves. But Kisumu not being able to take advantage of that. That was an easy one for Kisumu if they had gotten that ball. The inside defender from Kisumu was quick to get to Veron Kaburu, forcing that erratic pass. Tyson had already identified a switch play and was coming back in. Masinde still pinned in their half, but they are good where it matters most on the scoreboard. Derek Likare puts in the ball, shifts it out wide. Masinde Muliro, after camping here for a better part of the last 3 minutes, decide to go to the Kisumu's backyard. A big boot, that one, all the way 22 to 22. And a good chase that pins Kisumu in their 22. Good chase there from Flavian Otio. Benefits with that jackal. Kicks the ball in a restart. It's being played on. Flavian Otio will go all the way. And bringing this match almost to a stop. Another try, Flavian Otio. That was a good choice of play and well executed. Coming under pressure for 2-3 minutes in their own 22. Used the boot to get out and chased it well. That attempt sails wide. 31-0, as you see that. That's a fair start. Most players get confused when that ball is tapped and goes a couple of centimeters beyond the touch mark, but once it is tapped, it is on. Kaburu with a restart into Kisumu's 22. Tyson Juma attempting to come in with a quick shot there, but misses his man. And then another carry, strong one, into contact from John Otieno. Kisumu have had a fair share of possession. They cannot say that they have not been given the opportunities to get onto the score sheet, but their execution has been bad, has been poor. Referee gets a call from the assistant referee of a high shot on Kisumu RFC's player, and he takes them back for no advantage. Kisumu wanting to get something onto the scoreboard just to reward their fans who've come in for this 18th edition of Dala7s tournament that was started way back in 2003. Only 4 editions have been missed in that time, and this one, Dala7 seeing a couple of venues since its inception. By far the best that we have seen in those editions is here at Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium at the Mamba Leo. Kisumu looking for that try, that one try that can get their supporters onto their feet to cheer them. But they love to work hard against Masinde Muliro, who are a proud contingent. They don't want to concede anything here. A clean sheet is what they're looking for. And they hustle, get that turnover, and Veron Kaburu puts it out into touch. Masinde Muliro walking away with the 13th place finals. That is 13 for Masinde Muliro, 14 finish, 14th position finish for Kisumu RFC. And we move to the 8th place finals. Catholic Monks taking on Impala. The next one, as Masinde Muliro quickly go into presentation there of their trophy, 13th place. Getting their trophy there, you can see the fans getting a reward, turning up. They have watched a fantastic round of matches, starting with the preliminaries, the pool rounds yesterday. We have been to the quarters, through the semis, and now the finals, and Masinde Muliro emerging the 13th place winners, their trophy there. And they close the season with silverware, celebrating that one after a long season. This is the final leg in this year's SportPesa 7th National Circuit. And we move on to the 8th place finals coming in shortly. Impala RFC won the toss and they are kicking us off for these 8th place finals. They did overcome their neighbors just across the fence back at that Ngong Road. Harlequins, that 12-10 win. On the other hand, Catholic Monks emerged big winners, 43-0 against Embu RFC, both earning a spot in these 8th place finals. Erratic start there from Impala, and Catholic Monks will look to punish them for that. Easy turnover of possession. They go to the shorter side. Their most preferred route. They keep testing you. They keep you honest around the fringes of those set pieces before spreading it out to the open side where they create a lot of space. Ball juggled, then thrown back into play there from Catholic Monks. Felix Okumu, no advantage being played there, by the advantage not accruing, and the quick tap and go. Catholic Monks crossing the line, whitewash here to put the first try in this match. Quick tap and go, going over to score their first try. Philip Walukana scoring and converting his own try. Early lead here from Catholic Monks, 7-0. Impala yet to work with any ball in hand. As you see there, just quick tap and go before the defenders could reset themselves, and they couldn't touch him 10 meters out from the tap. Impala will want to come back into this one. David Nyangigi with ball in hand. He is a dangerous runner. Creates, scores, finishes. Is Gideon Makumi going into touch onto deck there, and then shifting the ball to their right. The forwards come into play there, and I don't know which space he had seen there. There was no space, and there was no buying his dummy. Gets bundled into touch, and Impala suddenly on the defensive, just out of their 22. As you see there, dummy to go, but I don't know where the space was.
You're saying you don't?
I honestly don't know how he thought he could get past two defenders there.
Well, where there's no space, where there's no way, God will make a way.
Amen, that does happen, but in this instance, not helping themselves. Immediately, Monks put them under pressure, going for the try line. Gets tackled short. Advantage for a high shot as he was trying to go for the try there, and referee gives the try to Catholic Monks as Wambani Osundwa comes in quick, pick and go from that rack, barges over the whitewash and adds another 5 points. Conversion is successful, and it's a 14-0 progression here. As you see, going there, and that seatbelt tackle short of the try line, it was an advantage. Hassan wasn't waiting around. Wambani Osundwa goes over, and they take a 14-0 lead here. Impala yet to get out of their half, really. Catholic Monks have pinned them back with those deep restarts. This one might drift all the way to the dead ball area, and it does so. Finally, Impala getting some break. That error in the restart.
Yeah, that error allows Impala a bit of possession. You did talk about them being starved of possession that this first half. And here is an opportunity for them to try and keep some ball in hand and try and attack this Catholic Monk side. That's a loose ball, but the player had to roll away. Quickly identified there by the referee. Player is down and needs medical attention. Not sure who's on the floor. That is Reynold and Vate.
Yeah, he did very bad. He did try to pump out of that tackle, as you see there on the replay.
He went straight into the man. There was a head knock there. Yeah, there was a head knock. Straight shoulder into the head. Not intentional though. Nonetheless, he needs medical attention. Impala. Impala looking to attack this scrum. Remember, they are the only side that have been getting penalties off the scrum so easily. They attack that scrum.
Yeah, that
sort of
front three of Reynold and Duarte, Amon Bwambok, and either Mutuku or Derek Kanyari.
I think that's an area where Louis Kisi has identified the ball was open there. Walukana using one hand to support himself, but losing the ball there on the floor. Masi Dudi right on hand there to award the scrum down to Impala. Impala handed yet another opportunity.
Yeah, Impala with the umpteenth time, an opportunity for them to get themselves onto the scoreboard. And they find themselves here with a good opportunity arising from that infringement. Quick ball out to the wings there. Patrick Mutuku going into contact and bundled out into touch. Assistant referee calling that as going out into touch. Impala not using the ball that they get. Catholic Monks have gifted them with some possession, but they have been so erratic with the ball in hand. Both teams playing their final match. This is their 6th match in Dala7s. Dennis Mulinge stepping back, then stepping out again. Attempts to offload, ball to hand. Osundwa gets stopped there. There was a hint of knock-on from Dennis Mulinge as he tried to offload in that tackle. And both sets of players were just looking cautiously at the referee, waiting for her to call, and she looked over to the assistant referee, who confirmed that that was indeed forward pass or a knock-on in contact from Dennis Mulinge. So Impala again, 4th time asking, they get scrum putting gifted to them from Catholic Monks. 14-0 as we get into the dying embers of this first half. Nyangigi with ball. Nyangigi out to his center, stepping back into traffic. They reset and then go to the wider side. Running back into traffic, going over for their first try. Reynold and Duarte. Finally, Impala getting themselves onto the scoreboard. Went back against the grain and then shrugged off the defenders. End of this half, that conversion to come that is successful. Impala making it a 1-score game at the halfway point here, 14-7 in favor of Catholic Monks.
the resumption of the second half. Philip Walukana will be kicking us off in the second half. Kicks long, goes to the 22, goes to the edge there. Platform is set. Impala on the attack. Nyangige shapes to pass, but is tackled strongly. Tackle is complete. Passed out wide. I have the waiting arms of Impala. Lose the ball forward there. The fairness of Bwanga looking to feed the scrum. Toili.
Yes, Walter.
The fairness of Bwanga. Kijana mdogo ama kijana?
Yeah, sporting an early, you know.
Young at heart.
Yeah, young at heart.
More passes there. Mulinge. Mulinge has Hassan there on the wing. Hassan will cut back, create spaces, look for those tired bodies through the middle there. Tackle, an attempted turnover there, hands on the floor. Referee playing an advantage, slowing down the play. David Nyangige, once again, the culprit. Slows down, plays a fairness, 6 out. Felix.
Felix Okumu strong.
Felix Okumu there.
Felix Okumu shrugging off the attentions of Gideon Makumi and David Nyangige, throwing them around him. Goes in and just gives Nyangige a condoling hug there, but doesn't spare them. Pressure on the scoreboard, puts down another 5. And Catholic Monks stretching their lead here, trying to get some comfortable lead with a conversion to come. Wambani Osundwa. No, that's not Wambani. Philip Walukana tries to go for the extra 2, misses them. Misses that, and scores remain 19-7. As you see there, Felix Okumu handing off, shrugging off 3 players actually. Throws Nyangige into the dead ball area and quickly goes to condole him. It was just business.
It's a matter of settling the business. Impala. Once again, that's a long hanging pass, a knock-on. And that's an opportunity that has been handed back to the Catholic Monks. The Catholic Monks will make them pay.
Changes, rolling subs being made here, getting back onto the pitch. Number 8 for Catholic Monks, Joshua Ongeri. Joshua Ongeri checks into the boiler room there. Steady scrum there from Catholic Monks, and then knocked on. Loss of concentration from Philip Walukana. Quick to take off, but had to receive the ball first. For doing that, Impala given another opportunity here. If they score and convert, it will make for an interesting last 3 minutes. Sufficient time, more than enough time for them to make this a Navi contest, the 8th place finals. Gideon Makumi taking his time to put in the ball, and he puts and dashes off to the open side. That dummy call, a bit too extravagant. He really took off on that dummy run. No one beat into that one, and Patrick Mutuku kicks the ball downfield, the backyard of Catholic Monks, and it goes all the way into the dead ball area. They will go back for a scrum to Catholic Monks, the spot where Patrick Mutuku hacked that ball. Impala here. They need to turn over this scrum down and score if they want to walk away with the 8th place Challenger Trophy. Going back on the shorter side, pinning his ears, looking at Gideon Makumi and taking him on in pace. Gideon recovering to bring down Samuel Owino, but quick pick and go there, and they go to score their 4th try. Samuel Owino dashed off to that shorter side, ran in that 5-meter channel, got tackled, picked it up again, and went on to finish this one. Looks like it has slipped away from Impala. Huge margin between the two teams now. We've seen a couple of knockout games that have just not been tight. They have not been tight enough for knockouts, and that was a good conversion from the 5-meter channel that is successful. 26-7. Impala not coming back from this one. Getting their support from Felix Omondi, being shoved into Impala's try box. Good call, but not deceiving the referee there. That didn't go the mandatory 10 meters. Picked up by Elias Onyango, but they get called back, and ball is turned over to Impala. Quick tap and go. They come to the right here. Goes into tackle. Reynold Aduvate gets himself carried into touch by 3 Catholic Monks defenders, teaming up together to take him out. One of the strong ball carriers for Impala throughout the circuit. As you see there, the timekeeper waiting to call it off, and he does, presses his foregon and responding to that one. Tired bodies, tired journey, 6 legs and counting. This is the last one of it all. Monks, Catholic Monks, walking away with the Challengers Trophy. 26-7. Impala coming and stuck in this one. Catholic Monks wrap up their season in style, walking away with this Challengers Trophy. And they quickly go to collect their Challengers Trophy. Impala, on the other hand, will begin their walk around the stadium, thanking the supporters, especially the home crowd for Kisumu RFC who have come to watch them play. Catholic Monks, on the other hand, bit of underachievement for them in this year's run on the circuit. They could have finished higher, but this is what they get as the reward for their effort. And they go, you can see Wambani Hassan there, some of the players changing kit for their primary jerseys. They were playing in their alternate jerseys. They go in their red jerseys there. Catholic Monks waiting for the award of the Challengers Trophy. Captain Mbani Osundwa receiving it on behalf of the Catholic University Monks. The Monks who walk in with their cross as a sign of their faith walk away with the Challengers Trophy here at Dala7s. Culmination of many legs, a lot of hard work. Missing out on a chance to play in the Kenya Cup, the season that begins next. But this 7th season, they will reflect on what it has been. And you see their symbol there. They are believers, Catholic University, with their regalia. As we look at the fans waiting for the next match, which will be the 5th place finals that will be between Mamba and Nakuru. we are getting ready for the kickoff of these 5th place finals. Mamba getting to this point after a very impressive day yesterday. Got themselves a win in the semifinals against Nondies. That one emerging very close one, 21-19. Nakuru on the other hand with Strathmore Leos 12-7, and they get to the 5th place finals. 5th place finals being played here by the losing quarterfinalists earlier on in the morning session, and just offloading a tackle there, but not getting the benefit of the advantage. Offside. Referee penalizing Nakuru for being offside. Nakuru playing in their alternate violet strip here. Both teams primary colors, shade of green. Probably Nakuru definitely must have lost the toss, and Mamba sporting, donning their preferred primary colors. Nakuru celebrating 100 years of the Nakuru Athletic Club, which hosts them, as there is a line break there coming in on a switch and going all the way unattended. The fastest player trailing him is the referee. Not a play, of course, but he sustains his pace there, going all the way to score. Opening try of this match, Paul Lusesi came in on a switch move from Felix Okoth, then pinned his ears, did more than 50 meters. They want to close with the 13 points available for the 5th place winners. Ball goes high over the crossbar. Successful conversion. 7-0, 2 minutes into this one. Off your frame there, there is a referee who was chasing him down. Well, for referees, this is a tall order. Standing, most of them really swivel around. You get from the center referee, you go to the touch line, you go to the goal line, goal area, and really giving as much as the players also to remain fit and ref all these games.
Yeah, you need to be fit. The referees also have to get in shape, as you've rightfully pointed it out. For you to be able to compete or to even perform at this level, there are many requirements. The referees go through a lot, especially even on assessment, really. It's just that it's not that they finish their game and they walk away. They have referee coaches who assess every decision that they make. And now, considering we also have a live stream option, they can also assess themselves through TV. So it's really a grand opportunity for both the referees and the players, and of course fans and everybody else involved in the game to try really and get better. So yeah, it's also very good for the referees. Remember, we are also looking for the referees to also represent on the African continent, and as such, these are the tournaments that really bring together a referee's reputation, that really increases your brand value as a referee, and also the assessment levels. So yeah, it's a try for Nakuru FC with their second try.
Nakuru FC putting another extra 5. Mwamba, same balls. Try scorer Paul Lusesi showing his finishing ability here. That ball is raised high for an attempted conversion. Doesn't get to the mark. Scores remain 12-0. But as you see there, ball shifted out by Bonaventure, then finished there. The heavy tackle, but doesn't stop him from scoring. Bonaventure Opande, ball in hand to restart. Goes to his right, puts it high. Looks like it might not cross. Doesn't cross the 10-meter mark, though Felix Okoth had it. So Mwamba with some ball to work with, coming in to tap and go. Or will they call for a scrum? No, it's a tap and go. Restart there. That goes wrong for Nakuru. Mamba with a preset move that loads the other side, and they get into the gap, going, pinning his ears, going all the way, chest down, but he has enough space and pace to go. Paul Tati, well worked out training ground move when it comes off on the, when you're under pressure in the match, it's all smiles. And this time they properly manipulated Nakuru's defense, puncturing them when they took the ball back to the left. Paul Tati goes all the way. That conversion doesn't get to even the try line, so it remains 12-5. One score game here for Mamba, getting themselves back into this one. Paul Tati just spinning his ears, diving over. And some of the Mamba players getting a run in during this 5th place final. Referee calls back that restart to allow Paul Lusesi to exit. Pitch here for Nakuru looks to be injured, limping out, going to the bench. Time back on, barely seconds remaining in this first half. It's a close affair. This ball doesn't go the full 10 meters. Both teams guilty of just butchering the restarts and gifting possession back immediately after scoring, losing an opportunity to build on the momentum of scoring. Brian Webo there going for the man and the ball. It's an advantage for that knock-on from Brian Webo. They go to the right. Big collision there. This one will be penalized. Brian Webo at the center of it again. Referee warns him because he was not supporting his body weight as he was contesting that one. They shift quickly to their left, coming in on a cut. Felix Okoth's smooth, silky hands offloads quickly, and they are keeping the ball alive here. Danger bells for Mwamba, and referee awards that try. Quick ball movement, shifting the ball quickly into players in space, and Mwamba unable to rally their defense and stopping the third try for Nakuru at the death of this first half. But he seems to be suffering that right leg, heavily strapped, with 3 Mwamba players on top of him as he was scoring. Scores remain 17-5 in favor of Nakuru as we go into the halftime break. You see there, just stepped back in off his that heavily strapped right leg, and he goes over to score, but remains to get attention. Fidel Wekesa bringing this first half to a close here. Mamba trailing in this one. They kick us off for the second half. Last 7 minutes for the 7th season for both teams. They should make it count. The next 7 circuit is all the way next year in 2026. So they have to pick themselves up here and have a go for the next 7 minutes. Bonventure Openda knocks on that ball. Bonventure Opande was into space, line break, and then knocks it on, turning over possession to Mamba. Stepping back in, going to the shorter side where they have numbers. They have to reset this one. Goes to Deg. Felix Okoth attempting a jackal. Referee warns him. He was off fit. Oh, biggest of forwards you'll ever see. Really went forward, off his hand there. I think just missing a grip on that ball. And that brings a halt to the game. Referee calls for a time off. Substitutions. Not a substitution, I think. Pitch side interference. The referee waits for it to be cleared. Mamba had a good showing yesterday. The referee just waiting for that drone off your screens as you see the players looking up. There is a drone hovering over the pitch, and that is not part of the local arrangements by the tournament organizers, so for security purposes have to wait for that drone to be taken away from the aerial view of the players here. Just an announcement to tell whoever is manning that drone to take it away from the stadium to allow for play to continue. So as we wait for that drone to be piloted out of the stadium, Nakuru have had a tough, started strongly for this circuit, and they have had visits to the semifinals. Playing in these fifth place finals is what has been on offer for them in Dala7s. They have been here a couple of times, so they will look to close strongly. They came into this tournament seated in the 8th position with 36 points. On offer right now is another 13 points. If they get that, then they might find themselves a little bit higher. On the other hand, Mamba have had KCB 7s where they were the hosts. Mwamba's journey has been anything but smooth. Found themselves starting really slow in Prince Lu, playing in the very last positions, and then coming back to get into a few quarterfinals, including here at Dala7s. But they not content with what they set out, trying to regroup really. So they will look at this season as a season of reflection, coming into this tournament seated in the 10th position. They want to finish strongly. Fans there on your screens, everyone waiting for this drone to be removed from the scene of play for the players here, but whoever is manning it, making a nuisance of himself, letting these continue staying here, is a security issue that needs to be addressed. Some of the things that really work against the fans not appreciating the need for players to get on with this, because as the players cool down here, this is where injuries begin. Playing rugby is a tough sport. This is a tough game and you need players warm. So finally, the drone exits. And we are back to playing rugby after a lot of shenanigans here. Referee calls time back on. Have a scrum put in for Nakuru, leading this one 17-5. Ball pops out of that scrum and quickly attacking the shorter side, carrying it into contact, keeping the ball alive as he passes back into traffic, but that is knocked on 5 meters or so short of Mwamba's try line. Look at that, passing it, then trying to take his man out there on the touch, puts the ball back in, and another pass back in, but this one was knocked on. The third player not anticipating that offload. And with that knock on that gives ball to Mwamba. Eugene Ojiambo with the ball in hand, shifting it quickly out. The speedster trying to get themselves out of here. Hitch kick then goes, but identifies he won't get back, get past his man. They try to put some quick offloads there, resetting and going for this one just around their 22 area. They have numbers to burn out. Stephen Juma though carries it back into traffic. Gets nabbed. They reset. Nakuru not putting any players in that rack, electing to go out and defend, flooding the outside channel. Then Mwamba have to take it back in, stepping aggressively into the Nakuru's defense line and spills the ball, turning it over. Felix Okoth, hands off, fends off one player looking for an offload, taking it to the shorter side, coming through and just carrying it strongly, cleaning it up. Now they have numbers out wide. Referee gifting the possession back to Mwamba, awarding them for a fair contest of that rack. Yes,
well,
Walter.
Mamba here. I mean, this is a culmination of 6 long, tiresome events. A good season, but these two teams are not satisfied with where they finish on the 7th circuit.
Absolutely.
Because over the years we've had very strong Nakuru sides. We've also had very, very strong Mamba sides in terms of 7s.
Yeah, both have won the circuit more than once. So they have it. They have a history that they would have wanted to match.
Yeah, matching that they couldn't, but something on offer here. They're playing for that 5th place. Eugene. Well, at least they have a revelation in the likes of Eugene Ojiambo.
Exactly.
They have something to give themselves a pat on the back. I saw Eugene play last year. I did
Heads up
notice his
rugby.
talent here. Heads up rugby there. That is the one and only Paul Tati kicking the ball straight into touch. Back for the scrum.
You said you watched Eugene playing?
Yeah, I saw Eugene play under 23 rugby. And I must add that once I laid my eyes on him, I knew for a fact that he was going to be a very good player.
Yeah.
And we are really, really happy to see him develop and progress to who he has become today.
Exactly. Mwamba on a rebuild phase, getting relegated first time in almost forever from the Kenya Cup, and they will have to work their way back. And with that also normally comes the challenges of retaining players. These players want to play the highest level, but in these 7s they have had an outing testing some of the players in their roster. Eugene Ojiambo emerging one of the bright shining lights.
Yeah,
Big
Eugene.
shove there.
Big shove coming through from Mamba. Mamba have quite a job cut out for them. Took the ball into contact, held up. That's use or lose. And that is Nakuru's chance gone there. They've offered Mamba an attacking opportunity. Mamba, if they do score here, they'll offer themselves at least one last opportunity with that kickoff.
Yeah, they need to score now.
Eugene, open side, he goes in, goes Mark Kithinji. Try time, Mamba.
Yeah, Mark Kithinji peeling off from the right of that scrum, giving himself as an extra man on the left, and then steps in, leaving the outside defender who had a man to contend with out there. And now Nakuru will have to hold on here. 17-10. A converted try the next 30 seconds from Mamba, and will be heading into sudden death. But they have to work and get that restart. As you see there, he recycled himself. Not really recycled, just played, quickly darted down to the left side, added himself as an extra man against that defense that was short. Goes over to score. Conversion not good from Tony Omondi. And then they also lose this kick of not recovering possession, so they have to apply pressure on defense and turn this over. But they are split open at the middle there, going in, trying to jackal. Referee calls out Tony Omondi. And then that looks like a block. It is a block.
The referee saw it. And the hooter sounds. Nakuru there afforded an opportunity to either, as the hooter sounds, it's either they can kick it out or try and score.
This one is going only one direction.
Habakkuk kicks it out.
With that, Nakuru emerged winners of the 5th place finals. A long journey for them, but in the grand scheme of things, I think that's where they would have ended. 5th place winners, the Dala7s, emerging victorious against Mamba. Mamba finding time not on their side, running out on their comeback. And you see there, quickly moving into the award ceremony, where they will pick their 5th place winners. As we look at the fans animated in conversation, probably just waiting for the next round of matches. That will be the bronze match, the losing semi-finalists. Oilers will be taking on Daystar before we get into Division 2 finals and then the main cup finals. Nakuru sporting their alternate kit, the shade of purple. Going quickly there, celebrating rewards for their hard-worked adventure here at Dala7s. They wait there to take and receive their trophy. Felix Okoth, the captain, eager to just have it in his hands, posing for the photos, the flashes of the camera, then lifting it high. Nakuru coming into this one without Crisantas Ojwang, one of their Shujak players, but they walk away with the 5th place finals. And we move on quickly to the bronze match. get ready for this bronze match. Menengai Oilers against Daystar Falcons. Daystar Falcons lost their semifinals against KCB 19-5. Cabras won against Oilers in that Rye Derby 14-0. Both teams will want to close strongly here. Oilers kept in touch with the circuit leaders for a while, and they came into this one in the third overall standings. That's where they will finish, regardless of the outcome of this match. They have flattered to deceive, but the pace was too high set from Strathmore and KCB. Really, this probably where they see themselves finishing third overall. They need to get this bronze, and they go about it well. Ball in hand, Abukuse going into contact, and they go to that side, left side of the pitch. 5 players crammed onto that side. Buildup Ogeta shrugging off one tackler. Abukuse stepping back in, turning off the afterburners. Then he sees Patrick Odongo and makes the wise decision to go for Patrick Kipchirchir, Daniel Kipchirchir, to finish off. So it's going to be a foot race between Patrick Odongo and Abukuse. There was always going to be one winner there. As you see, Abukuse seems to have injured his knee, and Oilers hit the front. 5-0 conversion to come. Players tiring on both sides. None more than Patrick Odongo, who has been playing sevens the whole year round, going for that Premier League in India. The inaugural Premier League sevens down in India, then coming back and going to Monaco sevens, and then coming back into Kenya, turning out for his Daystar Falcons. So the replay there. Conversion not successful. That ball not going the mandatory 10, the restart, and Oilers gifting Daystar with possession immediately after they scored. Daystar Falcons picking at the right time. First final last week in Kabeberi. First ever finals for Daystar Falcons in the 7th circuit. And then another semi-final appearance in this one. You wonder what would have been if they had picked earlier on in the season. Would have made this one a 3, maybe 4 horse race, but it has always remained a 2-horse race between Strathmore Leos and KCB, who have been in the most finals. Duncan Olile punching through Oilers defense there. First man in, John Okoth turns it over and then goes to deck. This might be a penalty against Olile, but he pushed it into him. The referee not giving them any benefit of doubt there. Kuse with ball seems to have recovered from that niggle on his knee. Looking for options. Daniel Kipchirchir, one of those young players who have put a hand up. This Oilers team, he has played all the 6 legs, played all the matches. That looks like a high shot from Buildup Ogeta. Advantage being played by the referee. That was a high shot on Arnold Agonda. Clinton Amukwachi coming back on the shorter side, taking on Buildup, taking on Arturo. It looks like he's going, but his left foot just brushes with the touchline. They are called back. Advantage was over. Therefore, that line-out call goes in favor of Menengai Oilers. As you see there, takes on both of them. Fortune Arturo and on Buildup Ogeta in an earlier incident fends them off. And the game played in good spirits here. See the two players immediately after getting thumbprints on his face, comes back and they have a handshake. Clinton Amkwachi and Fortune Arturo there. There is a break in play because Arnold Agonda was on deck getting medical assistance. The attacking side. Then they restart. Abukuse wasn't aware of that one. Lucky that the ball bounced back into their own territory. That they reset here, just shy of the 50-meter mark. Daniel Kipchirchir passes the ball off that base, spreading Leicester Falcons defense, giving it out to Abukuse. Kuse against Amukwachi, goes to deck, passing left to right, looking for spaces in that defense. Okoth takes matters into his hands, goes straight into the heart of Leicester Falcons defense. Coming in from the side, referee issues a clear warning to Wilson Otieno, and it becomes an advantage for that offside play. Belda Dogeta against Arnold, supported by Patrick Odongo. Advantage over, so they have to use this ball well. Any turnover, and that will be it. Coming in tight. This one is dangerous times for Leicester Falcons as he straightens after coming back into traffic. Abukuse, the danger man, goes over for another try. Looks annoyed there by how hard that game has been in these first 6 minutes. But he scores, pulling Oilers ahead by another 5. Successful conversion. So that's an additional 2 points for Mary Kogutu. So you see, he's just stepped back into traffic, went at the center of that pitch, found no defender inside. Moses Keragori tried to match him on pace, but there was only one winner in that one. And the Oilers 12-0 up.
The Oilers looking to walk away with the bronze. They know they're better than where they have been playing this season. And I know this is a personal fight for them because Leicester Falcons knocked them last weekend on their way to the Cup final. And as such, they'd really like to punish the Leicester Falcons whenever they have an opportunity. Once again, a switch, taking it all the way to the line. Daniel Kipchirchir, that's a try for Builder Dogeta. Dogeta probably thought the referee was coming to tackle him. He was ready to take on the referee. Try time, Menengai Oilers.
Duncan Olile and Wilson Otieno for Leicester Falcons biting hard on that switch play, chasing. I believe that was Eric Ogutu all the way to the touch, then that switch move, straightening and going all the way to score. Probably without the rear view mirror, thought he was being chased down, but it was a highway for him. Or it was Daniel Kipchirchir with that switch move, goes all the way to score. And this one at the end, towards the end of this first half, is slipping away from Leicester Falcons. But Oilers have done what they needed to do, starve Leicester Falcons of possession.
Yeah, they've really starved them off any bit of possession because they know what lacks on the wings.
Yeah.
And really, this is how to play against a side that has the speed men. You rush up on defense, you make sure you cut out those passing channels so that the ball doesn't make it all the way to the wing. You take care of the likes of Amukwachi the same way they are taking care of him as we speak. So they've done well. Leicester Falcons have been forced into making errors, just like they've made an error right now. That goes, and that would be the halftime score. The halftime comes in handy for the Leicester Falcons. Oilers 19, Leicester 0.
Let the battle begin!
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing? return leg.
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course, you're gonna get a thrash.
Yeah, off your screens there, you see fans still present here. As Oilers get to restarters, this second half they are leading comfortably here. Clinton Amkwachi putting that into his bosom there. Good retention. Oilers going for broke here, trying to get the ball back. But referee penalizes them. And that's a quick tap and go. Carrying it into contact, gaining some good 20 meters. Patrick Odongo has been kept quiet, courtesy of Oilers not gifting them with possession. Good spells here. Clinton Amukwachi running back into traffic and looking for supporting players outside. Randy Otoma coming in from the bench here. Son of KCB. Former KCB player, yes, at the turn of the century, Gaston Otoma, playing here, packing headgear. Father never used to wear headgears, but he was very lethal, an enforcer. And they attack that short side. Olile spills the ball as he avoids getting into touch. It's turned over by Oilers. Another opportunity goes begging for Daystar Falcons. And finally, deciding to put it into the backyard, all the way into Daystar Falcons 22. Good kick, but is the chase equally good? 2v1 here. Quickly, ball goes to Agonda. Agonda puts it back with interest, chasing it down. Builder Dogeta enjoys the broken play, takes on Patrick Odongo and bumps him off. Huge collisions we've seen in this tournament. Well, that's one of the bigger ones. Fortuno Turo carrying it strongly into contact. Oilers controlling the tempo here, playing at their own pace. Builder Dogeta just biting on that mouth guard. Very dangerous. If he is to be at the receiving end of a tackle, that can be something that can put him in an awkward position, even risky. Swift hands there, and finally there is a break here. Patrick Odongo just sizing up. Always that mental battle between Patrick Odongo and any fast runner, especially those who are familiar with each other. Bukuse there knowing it's gonna be too much for him, throws the ball back in, and Builder Dogeta scoring that one, looking tired, calling for substitutions. Both he and Abukuse calling for substitutions. Probably they've earned it. They have been part of the Oilers team that has had a good showing in Dala7s, stretching the score here to 24-0 with a conversion to come. And both players, including Patrick Odongo for Daystar Falcons, getting out. Eric Ogutu goes for that conversion and successful. This here, Patrick Odongo just sizing him out. 25 meters to go. He knew he had his number, but supporting player, too much for Patrick to do, and he looks around for his teammates. None is around, leaving him exposed there. Changes by both teams. It's been a grueling 6 legs of this year's SportPesa National Sevens, and this is the final match closing down the season for both teams. The bronze match for Dala7s. It's normally a hard one for teams to show up for. A nice dummy by Alvin Havoli, just coming in from the bench, and he goes and applies finishing touches there on that scoreboard. Now this second half has been slippery slope for Daystar, sliding and sliding out of this tournament. 31-0. Skidding away from any contests here. Finally, the fatigue getting to them in this second half as Oilers extend their lead to 33-0. This is a big hammering of Daystar Falcons. In the bronze match, you would have expected it to be far much closer. We don't get to the semifinals and then come lose heavily in the playoffs. However, Randy Otoma with ball in hand shifts it out, changes galore here. Sindoli coming in, but that pass symptomatic of the Daystars' approach to this game. Very lackluster, losing it out and turning possession to Oilers. Going into contact, going to protect that. He does good job against Nats and Sindoli. They go to the right where they have numbers. John Okoth still on the pitch, still going strong. Goes down into contact. Alvin Havoli shifts out the ball from that rack. Switch back into play there for Nelson Makoha. He goes to deck, and Clinton reaching out to turn over that possession, and he gets rewarded. Quick tap and go. They can't touch him from there. Very comical. Pushes Glaciers Owino out of the way there. And Sindoli with a pass out wide. Arnold unable to offload, but supporting players in touch to help him out. Running out of numbers here in attack. Daystar Falcons being pushed back, being shoved back. Oilers still hungry, applying pressure there. Loose pass rising out of that pressure. Sindoli dropping that pass, then going for a switch. Moses Keragori offloads inside. Tonio Goma. That ball was out. No, it wasn't. Referee says it was a side entry right even before the ball came out. Then they choose to go Vincent Omoroka with ball. Tonio Ngoma. Then they just drop the ball, and both sets of players knocking it on. This one petering off towards the end. Seconds to spare here. Nothing to play for Daystar. Just trying to ensure they don't get out with a zero in this one, Walter.
Yeah. Looking. Well, the hoot has sounded.
It has.
Oilers. How ruthless are Oilers?
Yeah, this is the form we saw yesterday when they pumped in 50, then 48. Those first two matches, this is a 33 blowout on Daystar, and they will kick this one out to walk away with the bronze for the Dala7s, the 18th edition. Both teams finishing their season contesting for this bronze match, and the Oilers have had season where they would have wished to remain in contention for the overall circuit for much longer, but their fight was over almost 2 legs ago. And they finish on a high here, finishing strongly, finishing third on the leaderboard of the circuit. And they will go to collect their bronze in this encounter as we wait for the Division 2 finals that will be coming up next. That Division 2 finals will be between Zitek Oaks and Mark Wayne RFC. We are ready for the Division 2 finals. Zitek Ox taking on Makueni RFC. Zitek Ox with all of the pedigree, having played 2 or 3 legs of these years Division 1. Once they got relegated, they found the going tough, never coming back into this one, to the Division 1. But they take on Makueni RFC here. Makueni finding themselves contesting for the honors for the Division 2 title. Offside called there. Quick tap and go from Zitek Ox. And knocking it on. The first time of contact.
Stop.
Yeah, that ball was a little bit behind man, and it is knocked on.
Hold it, guys. Hold it, blue.
Makueni manufacturing and looking to get themselves some space from that scrum input. It's a maul called. 5 seconds, no ball coming out, and it's a turnover for Zitek Ox. Both teams early on here not doing much with ball. That hand on the head there, very lucky. Would have been called. Would have been called against him. The head is a no-go zone in rugby. Anderson Roar shifting to go right, but brings the ball left and then circling back. Ball travels to forward off his hands into touch. First call is a forward. Once again, both teams very gingerly playing here, just very tentative. 2 faces, turnover possession. 3 faces, turnover possession. No continuity. No opportunity to apply pressure really. Getting into contact and losing ball. Both teams a little bit loose with possession. And Pins is here, gets into the space. Goes to deck there. Alvin Okere for Makueni RFC. And they shift it off to the left. Putting some leggings there. Blue ones, and he breaks free from that tackle. Pumps his feet. There is supporting player there, juggles the ball, comes under attentions of Anderson Ador, but gets down to score and put themselves onto the scoreboard. That was a good going there for Makueni, getting themselves onto the scoreboard. Juggling and juggling. David Nganga goes over and scores. First try, as you see there, Anderson Odor could do nothing to stop him from scoring. Restart goes the mandatory 10. Both sets of players just watching to see if it did go, and it went. Taking off on that 15-meter channel. He has pace, looks for support on the inside. The pass goes to deck first, then bounces back into Zitek Ox. Referee allows play to go on. That ball wasn't protected by Zitek Ox. Now they have to work slowly. Quite accustomed to playing the Division 2 Makueni RFC. If there was another leg, then they will push for this one. And we'll wait to see the ruling. Probably whoever wins here will start in the Division 1 come next year. So all to play for.
Anderson shapes to go one side, goes the other. That has to roll away. Gilbert Uchieng passing it to Ofula. Ofula receives the ball. Johnson back through the middle. Try time. Zitek
Ox hitting back there. They carry straight into the heart of Makueni's defense there. And Ezekiel Nigel. Anderson Odor with the extra 2 points. And it's a tied one. It's a tied match at this point with a minute to go in the first half. Just pumped off himself from that tackle. Goes all the way to score. Both teams gunning for the Division 2 title. Restart that goes just short of Makueni's 22. They do well to retain possession. And shifting to their right. Going all the way into the 15-meter channel, just short of it. Walking into contact and going. Referee penalizes him for leading with an elbow, and more sanctions might come out of this one. Let's listen in.
Come here. Come here. Vintage, come here. Go 10 now. Go 10. Time off.
No further sanctions for that leading with the elbow.
Yeah, that's a lucky boy, but I think the referee is having a conversation with his assistant. Not wait there. Time back on.
Lucky.
Lucky is the word.
We are building up to the end of this first half. The Division 2 finals yet to come later on. The finals of the Dala7s. That will be KCB taking on Cabras. It will be a fierce one, that one. The chip and goal chase. Foot race here. Will he get to it? He does. And grounds the ball. That is a score from Brian Ondego. Brian Ondego puts his name onto the score sheet. That break seemed like a lull before a storm for Makueni. When we restarted, went away quickly to score the death of this first half. Conversion attempt that sails wide. And we go into the halftime. Zitek leading this one 12-7 for the Division 2 title.
Backwards.
Second half here. Going on the attack straight from kickoff. Zitek Oaks, Brian Ondego with his second.
Yeah, quick fire try there at the restart. Zitek Oaks quickly getting matters going in the second half. Brian Ondego keeping himself in play there, going to score their third try, stretching away from Makweni. 10 points, a buffer between the two teams. Conversion to come. This one will not get there. And scores remain 17-7.
Zitek Oaks know how to win this 50,000, except when they're facing Nondies.
Yeah, they have tried to make their way back into the Division 1, but Nondies walking away with the 50,000 last weekend. And then Zitek Oaks aiming for this one in Dala7s, the last leg of the six-legged 2025 SportPesa National Sevens. A foot race here.
Anderson.
No one behind there. And Anderson goes over to score another try. Zitek Oaks turning on the heat on Makweni in this second half, punishing them, not having a sweeper at home. Goes over. Now Makweni looking at that 50,000 shillings going, and will be gone very soon unless they get themselves back into this heads-up rugby. Checked behind the defense lines, there was no one. And a very accurate kick that he collects in the try box and scores 24-7. Healthy lead for Zitek Oaks. Makweni trying to make use of the little possession they have had in this second half. First time with ball in hand, barely making it out of their 22. Swinging it left to right without making any impression on the Oaks defense. Have to release him there. Good. One of the longest spells of possession that they have had. Makweni cutting back in. Brought down by Anderson, attempting to shove them off their rack. They survive that, committing an extra man. They do have ball, the 5 meter here. Will he survive? Ball goes into touch, knocked on into touch by Blue. That is Zitek Oaks. Yeah, a couple of teams doing their rounds around the stadium. Just passing ahead of us here at the commentary booth. Menengai Oilers finishing third, taking away the bronze. The Dala7s also in the... Later on we'll see Cabras, whether they have any say on that one. But Oilers have been more consistent than they have in this year's circuit. Yellow card given to Zitek Oaks. We'll wait and see what that infringement was. An intentional tap, says the referee. And they will get to play 6v7 as we see there. Coming in, must have been from this pass here. Yeah, that tackle. Knocking it on, taking the ball fast before the man. Good choice here, the scrum, 7 versus 6.
7v6. Some space on the outside there. High tackle, sit down tackle. Makweni could do so well with taking it quickly. They tap and go.
Nice offload, like a shower pass
to
the back there. Overhead pass that goes into his supporting player's hands, and Makweni hit back, playing 7 versus 6. They will need to work this one quickly. They want to score faster before Zite Cox are back onto the full complement. (24-12). Referee delays the restart for a player just to get some medical attention. This 1.5 minutes to go is still possible for Makueni to come back, but what they will need to do that is to regain this ball after the kickoff and score immediately. They go deep, really deep, and it goes into the dead ball. An error there from Makueni, because Zite Cox will now have ball and manage this timeout. Still 6-7. So they will not go for a scrum. I don't think they will. It will be tap and go. There go floats. They go to the 50-meter channel. Gets very windy here. One match to go. The forecast was for light showers, but we are blessed that the showers haven't come before the finals. Ball coming back, recycle, but Anderson takes it back into traffic, then goes for an attempted chip and chase, which is charged down. Zite Cox still having possession. Referee warning him to let it be. Do not survive that contest. Another kick behind the defense there, then past the sweeper, but he gets charged down. He gets blocked, and the referee might dish a yellow here against the Makueni player for blocking Ndego as he tried to chase down his kick. He's very lucky not to get a yellow card. See there, runs, changes his direction and runs straight into Ryan Ndego. And Makueni lose an opportunity to get back into this. They run short of time. The hooter has been sounded. Zite Cox will walk away comfortably with this Division 2 title, get themselves into the Division 1 CAM 2026. Restart of the 7th circuit then. Tap and go, they decide to boot it out. It's been a long season for all teams. No need to overexert yourself. And with that, Zite Cox win the Dala7s Division 2, walking away with 50,000 shillings for the team. The prize, that's the prize they get for winning the Division 2 Dala7s. Makueni losing this one. They did well to get themselves into the finals. And we wait for the next match, the final one, the one that brings the curtains down for Dala7s and for the National SportPesa 7s. This one will be against Cabras, taking on KCB.
What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. While you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire.
We're not one thing, we're many. We move fast to change lanes, but no matter the mood, bank tunahitaji ni yenye na switch na sisi. Enye iko already where we are and ready when we are. In our pockets, on our time, na speed yetu. One built not just to keep up, but to move with you in every mode. So, uko mode gani? Download the new KCB mobile app and switch on your mode today.
Let the battle begin!
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing? Return leg.
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course they're gonna get a thrash.
Washa.
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
Washa.
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
We all start from somewhere. From a dusty football pitch, muddy tracks, our focus has always remained locked onto excellence. When we joined hands,
Hello everybody, and especially to
we dared to challenge the boundaries.
Welcome to a night of footballing history.
Showcasing the world the very essence of our capabilities. With every pass, every run, with fans filling the stands, we made every moment count.
It was a tough morning.
Even in the face of adversity, we never wavered, never lost sight of our goal. We fought, rose from the ashes, stronger than ever before. One truth remains: the journey continues. Every contribution counts, from the player on the field to the fans in the stands, and even our journalists telling our stories to the world. We aim to recognize, appreciate, and empower your dreams through providing part of support you need to achieve your dreams. Introducing Tujiamini. Let's believe in ourselves.
So as we await the finals of these Dala7s, the 2025 edition, this is the 18th, and when you look at it, the sky is finally opening here. It was forecasted for rain at around this time, delayed by an hour or so, but it's opened, the skies have opened and the rain is coming down. Nothing will stop these finals from proceeding, and all the fans in the stadium rooting for whichever team they have. Closer to home here is Cabras. Last year they won these Dala7s, and now they are looking to come back and defend that title. KCB on the other hand, they have won the most titles, the most Dala7 titles. They have 5 in the bag already, and they will be looking to add a 6th that will put them way ahead of the next closest team, that is Mamba and Homeboys, who have 3 Dala7 titles also. And that will be something to behold. And we kick off in this final match of Dala7s 2025. This one will be played very torrid rainfall, because it's pounding and it's opened up and it's raining. So both teams have to contend with a change in weather. The first time for both to play these Dala7s under very torrential rain. The ball will be slippery, but the players are focused, wanting to get one more title. KCB, what is in offer for them? They are looking for as many points as possible to close this season. Samuel Asati going and scoring the first try for KCB, darting around that scrum down and going quickly to score. Basically unattended. That was off a very solid scrum down from KCB. And you will think that with a slippery ball, any try scored here will count for much. Don't expect a high scoring finals. That conversion is very successful. Conversion by Stephen Osumba, coming into the starting lineup for the first time in these finals. They start going deep, applying pressure on Cabras. They are waiting for that one to go dead. Yes, it does go dead in the dead ball area. So it will be back all the way to the middle of the pitch. Cabras to restart this one with a penalty.
Yeah, Cabras here offered another opportunity.
Roy Maruti taps Then they go for a preset move, darting down to the right. Carried. That ball is bobbling and bobbling. William Mwanji tries to steady the ship here for Cabras, but KCB comes swarming in. And then contesting that ball is loose. Pops out of that maul. But it's advantage KCB because Cabras took it in, Mwanji took it in, and then he was held up. A ball popped out as a knock-on. Referee stops it for a scrum down. As the rain pours here, Walter, really serious downpour.
Yeah, serious downpour, but the players are handling it quite well.
The last time we had a downpour for the finals was in Princeville Sevens. That match ended early on in the second half. Strathmore Leos were leading comfortably in that one, 24-7. KCB were hit by quick fire tries. They never recovered from that one before lightning struck the pitch twice and that game had to be called off. But in this one, Onyala with a line break. Look for supporting Manuel Opondo coming in, supporting him, goes to deck, trying to clean it out. That ball is wet and slippery. It's knocked on at the base of that rack by Onyala as he tried to take it out of that. William Mwanji had just, Kevin Wekesa, had come in straight, contesting that one as Emmanuel Opondo went to deck. You see there, goes into contact, hits deck, Wekesa all over it, and then Onyala trying to get it out, knocks it on. The input for Cabras, Roy Baruti with ball. Steady scrum from Cabras. Put it to Cantona, who hacks it downfield into KCB's backyard. It's a foot race chase here by Floyd. Matthias Osimbo. Stephen Zola Osumba fast onto that one. Not being released, is it? Depends with what the referee sees. Yes, holding on is the call. Zola punished for that one. Mwanji tucks it in and goes 1 meter short. Advantage being played there by the referee. Might come with more stiffer sanctions. Cabra still with ball. That rack is being hassled by KCB, but referee was playing advantage.
KCB are not releasing. Once they've completed the tackle, they are not releasing, and there the referee,
they are consulting, just listening to see what the decision is.
Number? Give me the number. 1-5. Okay, 1-5.
Yeah, KCB guilty. Infringements there. Referee brings the game to a halt. Awards gets a yellow card. KCB playing 6.
Off your screens there, who has been given that yellow card?
6v7.
Not sure who has received the yellow card. We'll just know shortly. If there is a yellow card granted, because I see Manuel Opondo just backing in closer to the scrum here. 7v6, probably will choose to position himself better. Roy Maruti spreads it out to their right. Good pass there from
the numbers to burn, try time.
Yeah, good passage of play there from Cantona, who shifts it very quickly to Rayvon Ambale. Ambale goes over the whitewash at the far touch. 5 meter channel there, and Cabras hit back. 5-7. Conversion to come. We try and just confirm who, if any yellow card was given. Don't have a replay, goes off our screens there. But look at that. Stretching the defense there, and then going over the two young boys in Cantona and Ambale combining hit back for Cabras.
Yeah, they've hit back. The challenge was to score next, and they have scored. Hoping
this will be a tight one.
Yeah, that the rain could probably subside, but it's already wet ball. So they'll have to contend with the conditions for the next 7. There you go, the conditions. KCB spilling the ball. The ball goes backwards. KCB giving Cabras an opportunity to attack just right before the halftime break. Goes backwards, but that second pull goes forward. That means
Yeah,
a
barely
scrum.
any seconds remaining on the clock here, Walter.
Yeah, I don't know what the attitude for KCB would be in this last play. 5-7, they have 2 points, they have an attacking opportunity, a scrum down. They probably go and look to score another try or kick it and afford to go into the break in the lead.
I think they'd rather go into the break with a lead, because if they do kick it downfield and they do have an unstructured chase, a quick chase, then Cabras have enough arsenal in their back to come back and score at the hooter here, because we are facing now half-time break.
Samuel Lasati fits in the scrum, backpedaling. KCB opting to continue with the attack, kicking down pitch, looking for the ball to stay in touch, but it doesn't stay in touch.
They are still on referee's time here. We're still playing on, but it's a good kick. If it were a 15-a-side game, this would have been a 50-22, and that ball would have been turned over to KCB, but they play on quickly here. Referee calls it to a halt. Yeah, just says they retake it there because the Cabras receiver was ahead of the thrower. That is William Mwanji. And this has to be spot on from Cabras. Any overthrow or any turnover in possession, KCB are in fertile territory here. They might make them pay for it. They don't contest that line out. And Cabras identifying the territorial pressure, taking us into the halftime break, losing this one, trailing 5-7 KCB in the finals of the Dala7s, the very finals of 2025 season of the Sevens. Finals of this one, as you watch on your screens there, the rain coming down, but it doesn't dampen the mood. The fans just watching, waiting for the last 7 minutes of this 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. We're in Dala, Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium. This is at Mamba Leo in Kisumu. We've had a fantastic first day. Early morning today we had the big one that determined the outcome of the circuit. But this one, this is a battle for the Dala7s title. The defending champions Cabras taking on KCB. And both sets of fans travel far and wide to the lakeside city. It's been a tough first half for both teams. The wet conditions making the passing game really cumbersome. But in it, it's 1-2 points, a conversion separating the two teams. Both teams trying to play territorial. We've seen Cantona using his foot to pin KCB back, and from that ensuing play, they were able to score. KCB did the same in the first half to score the first try. As we are ready to kick off, Cantona with ball in hand. How does he take this one? Short and high or deep? And pressure. It's a short and high one.
Tapped backwards off the head of a KCB player. Yes, rightfully so. Good refereeing there by the assistant referee. It's Cabras ball. Cabras will be attacking fast in the second half. Brand Mutua once again rises. KCB opting not to challenge the line out. Cantona looking to fix KCB oncoming defense. Strong counter coming through for the bankers. One pass needed out, tapped backwards, good. Return for KCB. Vincent Onyala puts the ball to the boot. The bounce, where does it go to? Matthias opting to kick the ball down pitch. Opting.
Offside.
Yes, he has to place everyone on side. offered an opportunity to attack fast this second half. Olukusi going straight into the man. Big response from the defensive team. Cabras. Strong tackle there. Matthias is left on the floor there with that. Bob arriving, falls off, taps it backwards on the floor there, went back. Big tackles coming in as they finish off the tackles. 1v1 on the outside there, shaken, but not going straight into score. That would be
Floyd Wabwire gets the better of Kevin Wekesa, who is a colorful character, not taking those words very well from Floyd. It doesn't matter to KCB, they hit the lead, extending it again by another 5 points. That was a well worked out. The key thing there for KCB was ball retention. They were good in this slippery under turf to ensure that their ball is theirs. And with a successful conversion there, that score remains 12-5. As you see there, just slipping and falling, but extending and scoring that try. Then there was a cover tackle that I think that's what riled Floyd Wabwire. He felt that he was targeted there because Kevin Wekesa punches some very strong tackles. That missed conversion keeps the game a one-score game. Conversion wide there, 12-5 in favor of KCB. With a restart here, the rain has stopped, but the underfoot is slippery, the ball is slippery, so the conditions not really changing much. Nyala going for that one, but it's into touch from Cabras. There's Cabras, hands in the air, tapped it into touch. So advantage KCB, they have possession. So far, Cabras have been very superior in that aerial contest of the lineout. This is the first one for KCB. Wait and see how they handle this one. Start with ball in hand, trying to judge that call, and he does it well. Comes around on a loop around pass, move there, then he gets up, held up, it's a maul, but Onyala rips it out and he's taking off, kicks to the backyard. That one will
go straight into
all
touch.
The way into the dead ball area.
Yeah, Vincent Onyala's second kick there. Cabras not employing a sweeper, they're all defending 7 up, and that offers some space just right behind the rushing defense. You have to measure the kick, the weight, the balance, and there Vincent Onyala missing that one.
Yeah, Vincent Onyala.
Should be a scrum down to Cabras. Bit of a chit-chat there at the scrum. Kevin Wekesa looking on the other side and seeing his teammate, or is it teammates?
There's a change in personnel there for KCB. Brian Wahinya coming in for Emmanuel Opondo. Asati, the back of that, waiting for that ball, gets it, looks to launch a counter-attack, and Olukusi punished for coming in and going straight off his feet. The weather not helping here, the conditions not helping, but you have to be alert and alive to the changing conditions on the surface here. See they are coming in strong. Asati goes down and Olukusi is sealing straight away. So Cabras using the boot well, going into just 22 here. KCB's 22. They are being called to defend this one, and they overthrow it. Onyala again with a boot to the ball, and then Osimbo recovers it well. These are danger times. These are danger times for KCB because that kick is also good. Asati under pressure here, acrobatic kick into touch. He recovers to kick that out. That replay will show you a lot of things. But KCB not messing around with territory. They want to play in Cabras half, but Wahinya misjudges that kick. We'll just have time enough for a replay. And you see how Asati saved KCB there. One of the kicks I've never seen in a long while. As you see Osimbo looking to go, then puts the ball behind the defense. Look at Asati here. Ball beats him. But he's able to twist and turn and kicks it into touch, saving KCB. Now here, Floyd Wabwire taking on the back line. Good support inside, offloading KCB. But ball is ripped by Roy Maruti, and they set off Cabras with numbers out wide. Olukusi lining up Kevin Wekesa, huge collision there.
Good battle.
And contesting this one, making a meal of it.
You can't kick the ball through the rack there. The rack is formed. Cabras survived that. Ravon looks for the man out wide. A kick, a chase, hoping for the bounce. Matthias gets it. Matthias offloading. Big contact there. KCB with a turnover. They have it. The referee says they need to play it. Tired bodies, Cabras scattered. One pass should do it. Smarty refuses to pass. Player going off their feet. Yes.
Yeah,
player went off their feet. Cabras there looking to jackal, but KCB should slow this down. They're smart enough to know that it's the dying embers of this game. Festus Shiasi there, lucky boy. But the arriving player, Eric Antona, went off his feet. KCB, you see that weight. That weight has eaten several seconds for them to make the decision to call for a scrum. And then they've made the decision, it's scrum time. So,
at worst for KCB, it will be sudden death if Cabras score and convert. So not feeling much pressure here of a loss. But Cabras with all to do, they have to get this ball, turn over this scrum, and then ensure they are able to score and convert, not to lose this title they won last year, defending champions of Dala7s. Breaking player substitutions are made. Off goes Samuel Asati, in comes Jenkins Kipruto. And KCB with a half-back pairing that has been changed here to see off this game. As you see on your screens there, those fans standing up. We are into the dying embers of these Dala7s finals. Jenkins waiting for the referee to order it to go in, and he does so. Big shot from Cabras, waiting for the clock to run down. Referee says it's not yet over. Festus puts the ball to boot high.
Why would Festus kick away?
And it is knocked backwards there. They have to arrest him. Otherwise, it will be a long call for them here. Cabras trying to get themselves back into this one.
They need to release.
7 points the difference here.
KCB kicking away possession. I mean, this one. I talk about it because it's a dangerous moment for KCB. This is the best time to keep your ball in hand. Ravon Ambale adds a few gears to his running line. Jackson also easy isolated. KCB hunting. KCB have it. What a turnover there. That is the last play, I presume.
The last play.
KCB take it out. KCB win it. Full-time scores. KCB 12, Cabras 5.
Fighting tooth and nail. Body strewn all over the pitch here. KCB emerging strong in this one. Winning it with proper display of defense. Scramble defense, chasing down Ravon Ambale, who had looked to go and score. KCB with their fourth title out of 6 finals. They emerge superior, supreme, and they emerge victors of this year's Dala7s, and also the 7th circuit, the 2025 SportPesa 7th circuit. They are winners, accumulating 125 points, going into the record books with those 4 wins. This is a big outing. This is one of the most dominant 7s you will ever see from any team. And KCB walking away with this one. The fans cheering a second win. Earlier on, they were confirmed winners of the 7th circuit. This one is their 4th title. And KCB fans just spoiled by the performance of their team. To be frank and honest, KCB have been the best side, very consistent, appearing in all the 6 finals. That is a show of dominance of this 7th squad. Strathmore Leos have been along the way their biggest contenders, but they fell off couple of times, giving advantage to KCB, who never slipped up. They remained in the hunt. Whenever they lost any finals, they picked themselves up and went. You see from these replays, Asat with that first try immediately after kickoff when Cabras knocked it on, and KCB had an attacking scrum 5 meters out. He went over and scored, and then after that, Cabras had to work, get themselves back into that game. See here, just KCB coming into for the second try here. Floyd against Kevin, and a bit of chat back there between the two players. They know each other from the Kenya 7 setup. Floyd not happy, but KCB stretched their lead there. That was always going to be in favor of Floyd. Stretching and scoring. Cantona coming in with a flying tackle just to see if he can interfere with the ball there. That was Jackson also. And then Raymond Ambale, these were the final moments of this match. He had gotten and worked 50 meters for himself, cleaning out defenders, but that cover tackle coming in from the bench to stop him there, and then piling over that track, turning it over, and Brian Wahinya kicks it away into Tash. KCB to finish Dala7s as the champions. And Cabras, hands on the head. They came so close, but this 7th circuit has seen KCB dominate all teams, save for Strathmore Leos. They have lost only to Strathmore Leos in the whole of the 6 legs. Very consistent show. And you see here, after it, players coming together as they talk about the finals, something that you do not see in other sports. Players huddling together, discussing the match, cooling the tempers, appreciating the winners, commiserating with the losers. But at the end of it all, rugby is the winner, and we have seen a proper display. The conditions changed dramatically before kickoff. Heavy downpour. You see players there with blades of grass all over their heads, on their hair, and they come together just to discuss. We see Kevin Wekesa talking about that match there, and most of these players moving on quickly, putting their hands up to be contenders for selection as we wait for the Safari Sevens that will be coming in October, that weekend of the 10th. You book your tickets, go to Tico Hub, get your tickets, and you'll be able to see some of these players donning the shirts for the national teams. We're fielding 2 teams there, including the winners of the 7th circuit. So KCB, by winning the circuit, qualify to get invitation as the local participating team, and they have numbers in their ranks to go in and play and represent the clubs in that local. So we are going shortly into the award ceremony. As we wait for that, we will take a short break, leaving you with the highlights here and also screens on your screen there. As you look around, we are going into the award ceremony that is beginning shortly. It's been fantastic riding with you throughout the 6 legs. It's been an honor to bring this to your screens from wherever you've been, and we look forward to doing this again next season. But book your ticket for the Safari Sevens. We'll see you. I've been your commentator, your host, Elijah Toili, together with Walter Orangi and Oscar Osir, who was not able to make it for this Kisumu. We will see you shortly for the awarding ceremony.
the battle begin.
I like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing return leg?
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course they're gonna get a thrash.
Eddie Anayo, Director at Homeland Itoya Events, and Harriet Okach, Kenya Rugby Union Chair. All right, the players will be picking their plaques, going over to say hi to our dignitaries. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Shaking our dignitaries' hands. KCB battling hard, winning 5 out of 6 at the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. 12-5 being the final whistle. The Dala7s trophy will be awarded to the captain. Biggie joining to award the winning team from SportPesa, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be walking away with 100,000 shillings. Biggie from SportPesa will be joining our dignitaries. Biggie from the front. Biggie. Aya Santi. All right, I'd like to ask the Deputy Governor, Ray Orlando from Orlando and Orare Advocates. Tafadhali, I'd like for you to join into the picture for the trophy. Madam Chair and Deputy Governor, Madam Chair and Deputy Governor, naomba tafadhali muende mchukue the trophy. Chair and Deputy Governor, naomba mchukue the trophy, and they'll be giving the trophy to the captain of the KCB side, Dr. Matthew Owili, Deputy Governor Kisumu County, and Chairperson Harriet Okach, awarding the winning team of Dala7s. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, KCB! Many thanks, KCB. I'd like to ask the dignitaries to remain on stage. The dignitaries, Harriet, naomba you remain with the rest of our dignitaries. All right. KCB tafadhali, let's clear off the stage. Dignitaries, naomba mbaki. The dignitaries, Gabi, remain on stage. KCB. KCB. KCB, ladies and gentlemen, your Dala7s champions. KCB Asanteni, we leave from the other side. Our dignitaries, KCB. Aya kidogo tu hapa kando. There you go, showing off the Dala7s trophy and the check of 100,000 shillings for winning Dala7s. Thank you so much, KCB. There you have it, KCB, asanteni sana. Thank you. I'd like to ask our dignitaries to get back on stage. KCB. All right, I'd like to ask Eddie, Daktari Oluga, our PS, His Excellency the Deputy Governor Matthew, Chairperson Gabriel, and Chairperson Harriet Okach, tafadhali get back on stage to award. And of course, I'd like to ask Mark Mugisha from Tusker, and Willis from SportPesa to kindly make their way to join our dignitaries to award the SportPesa overall winners, men's category. The two gentlemen joining in, our sponsors, SportPesa and Tusker, Willis from SportPesa and Mark Mugisha of Tusker. Ladies and gentlemen, your overall winners, men's category, KCB. They pick their medals, ladies and gentlemen. They go shake our dignitaries' hands, celebrating their win. Second time on the podium. And befitting to have the Deputy Governor, Kisumu County, Dr. Matthew Owili, and our PS Health, Dr. Oluga. All right. Once again, I'd like to request this time round Deputy Governor and Willis Ojuang tafadhali come forward, receive the overall trophy. Our sponsor SportPesa and Deputy Governor Matthew Owili, Daktari Ayabas captain, to receive the overall trophy. It's heavy, gentlemen, for the hard work, the biggest trophy being handed over to the captain, Vincent Onyala, Bob Mohati, everybody else at KCB. Ladies and gentlemen, your SportPesa overall winners, KCB! Check. Captain to hold back. Willis to Endembele. KCB ready for that jiggle, that dance. Ladies and gentlemen, KCB! The captain will receive 300,000 shillings from Willis Ojuang for the overall win of the SportPesa National Sevens Circuit. Our dignitaries joining in. Leading from the front, Deputy Governor PS Oluga. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bono PS. All right, KCB there, posing with the overall winner indicator, ladies and gentlemen. They are showing off their medals, the 2 trophies for a job well done. Players to remain behind. The players only for that photo moment. Bob Muhati, join in. It's time to show off the silverware and what they've won. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be awarding the runners-up of the Division 1 category. Dr. Omar Oluga PS will be ready to award. Thank you so much, KCB. We're trying to rush the rain, gentlemen. We're trying to rush the rain. Santeni sana KCB. All right. I'd like to ask Dr. PS Oluga to come forward to join in the award of Dr. PS Oluga in shape. They are ready to award, ladies and gentlemen, your runners-up, the Strathmore Leos, Division 2. Yeah, PS Oluga, Eddie Anayo, wherever you are, to furtherly join the Chairman Kisumu Rugby and the Deputy Governor. The Deputy Governor, Matthew, join in. All right, picking their medals are the Strathmore Leos. Mike Mushemi to join in. The Vice Chairman, Kenya Rugby, Bwana Moses Ndale. The Vice Chair, Bwana Moses Ndale, to join in the award ceremony for the runners-up of the overall SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask Eddie and PS Oluga to finally come forward, receive the trophy. The SportPesa team, get ready to join in. All right. There you have Eddie and I of Homeland Itoya Events and PS, Oma Oluga. And from SportPesa will be joining in. From SportPesa, Mike Mshemi, Eddie. SportPesa here to join in. Mike Mshemi from SportPesa with 150,000 shillings. PS Oluga and Eddie Anayo and Mike Mshemi from SportPesa. Ladies and gentlemen, your runners up, the Strathmore Leos. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much, Eddie. And many thanks, Mike Mshemi from SportPesa. All right, thank you so much, Mike Mshemi. We'd like to thank our PS, Oma Oluga, Dr. Governor, Deputy Governor Matthew Owili. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the award so far. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Gabi Ayimba leading the celebration. Let's hear it for the Strathmore Leos. Well done, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Strathmore Leos. We now proceed, ladies and gentlemen, to the second runners-up men's category. I'd like to ask a representative from SportPesa, Julius Oko, Kenya Rugby Union Honorable Secretary Ray Orlando, and Tuskers Christine Kariuki, and also the Vice Chairperson Kenya Rugby, Bwana Moses Ndale. Ladies and gentlemen, joining in will be Christine Kariuki from Tusker. Ladies and gentlemen, your SportPesa second runners-up men's category, making their way to the award ceremony, the Menengai Oilers. Will be awarded a check from SportPesa, our overall sponsor, and responsible of this award ceremony from SportPesa will be Julius Oko. Oilers, position yourselves behind our guests. They receive a check signaling 100,000 shillings for coming in third. Ladies and gentlemen, the Menengai Oilers. And the dignitaries, Bwana Moses Ndale from Tusker, Christine Kariuki from SportPesa, Julius Oko. Thank you so much. They will receive the trophy. Bwana Moses Ndale awarding Eric Ogutu, the captain, or is it John Okoth? John Okoth. Diego. Coming back from injury, leading his side to a third place finish on the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Congratulations, thank you so much, Bwana Moses Ndale. Time now for the Division 2 Dala7s. I'd like to ask a representative from SportPesa, Tusker, and the Kenya Rugby. Kizam PC will be representing Tusker, in charge of Tusker Sports. Daktari Joshua Roni. Daktari Joshua Roni. Joining in Kizam PC from Tusker Sports. They will be awarding the winner of the Division 2 category. Ladies and gentlemen, the Z-Tech Oaks. With so many prizes to give. Big thank you to all our corporate sponsors. Thank you so much from Kenya Rugby and of course Dala7s. You have walked the journey with Kisumu RC, SportPesa being our overall circuit sponsor, and Tusker who have been with us all the way. You shake your hand, you go right, and then you go behind our dignitaries. You position yourselves ready for that photo. The Division 2 winners. All right, I'd like to ask the SportPesa crew to be ready to give Henry Kibe from SportPesa the check to signal the 50,000 shillings being received by the captain, Anderson Odor. His face lights up, 50,000 shillings in the bag for the boys. Ladies and gentlemen, a job well done and a prize well earned. 50,000 shillings going to the Zetech Oaks. Ladies and gentlemen, your Division 2 winners, the Zetech Oaks. Cabras Sugar, wherever you are. Cabras Sugar FC, wherever you are, proceed to the award ceremony. Asante sana Daktari. Get into the picture, Daktari. Joining in is the Kenya Rugby Treasurer, Daktari Joshua Roni, Kibe from SportPesa, and Kezam PC of Tusker Sports. Asante sana to the trio. Before they leave, Kiza, kuja hapa tafadhali. Kibe kuja. Kiza, come pick the trophy. You'll give it to our Division 2 winners. The two individuals, Tusker and SportPesa, combining to award our Division 2 winners. Captain, to receive the trophy from SportPesa and Tusker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Division 2 winners, the Zetech Oaks. Thank you so much to the duo. Asante sana Kiza. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the Zetech Oaks. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, all right, runners-up men, Division 1. Ondieki, Eric Ondieki. I'd like to ask Kenya Rugby Union Honorary Secretary to make his way onto the stage. Raymond Orlando will be awarding the runners-up of the men's category, Dala7s. Ray. Ondieki and Ray get on stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your runners-up team at the Dala7s 2025. Cabras, Sugar, RFC. Narrowly. Masindege from SportPesa tafadhali join the award ceremony. She'll be on hand. The check and the cash to give to the runners-up, the captain. Captain to get ready. Captain. The captain to come to the front. Masindege. Ladies and gentlemen, They walk away with 50,000 shillings, courtesy of SportPesa. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our runners-up, Cabras, Sugar, RFC. Masi Ndege there, thank you so much. Asante sana Masi, Ray Orlando, and of course, Eric Ondieki.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Thank you so much, Cabras. Congratulations. All right. We'd like to award our bronze medalists at the Dala7s. I'd like to ask John from Orlando and Orare Advocates and Sheila Wanyanga of Amara to kindly make their way onto the stage to award the third place team of the 2025 Dala7s. To join in, Celeste Jane from SportPesa. Celeste Jane. That is John from the Orlando and Orare Advocates, sponsors of KCB Rugby. Ladies and gentlemen, your third place team are Dala7s, the Menengai Oilers. Players line up right behind our guests. Celeste, naomba ukujie check. Players tafadhali line up behind our dignitaries. Where Diego? Diego, nyuma ya our dignitaries, the others. All right, ladies and gentlemen, they'll receive 25,000 shillings. Awarding will be Celeste Jane from SportPesa. And joining in, John from the Orlando and Orare Advocates, and Sheila Wanyanga from Amara. Amara giving away gift hampers to our winning sides, both Division 1 and Division 2. Asante sana to the Amara crew, our official grooming partner of the Kenya Rugby Union. Thank you so much. I'll now ask our dignitaries to leave the stage as the captains and the players thank you so much, John, Asante sana Sheila, and Celeste from SportPesa. Time now, ladies and gentlemen, for the MVP Division 1. And I'd like to ask Winnie from Safari Link. Winnie from Safari Link. Safari Link, a partner of Dala7s 2025. Will be awarding this prize, and this prize, ladies and gentlemen, has something to come with it. A return ticket to fly on Safari Link, courtesy of Safari Link. Ladies and gentlemen, your MVP Division 1 Dala7s from the KCB Rugby, Elvis Olukusi. Saldido, please join the award ceremony with the check. That is the Tujiamini. Wait a minute. All right, Elvis Olukusi will be going home with the Tujiamini Bronze Award, going in to shake the hand of Saldido from SportPesa, Winnie from Safari Link. Ladies and gentlemen, your MVP from KCB, Elvis Olukusi. Thank you so much, Elvis. Congratulations. The next award. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Elvis Olukusi. Time now, ladies and gentlemen, to award the Division 1 top point scorer. I'd like to ask a representative from the AAR Healthcare, AAR Healthcare. And to join the AAR Healthcare will be Joshua Roni, Treasurer, Kenya Rugby. Daktari Joshua Roni. Daktari Joshua Roni. If Daktari is not close enough, get ready for the award. That would be Kenya Rugby Union CEO Thomas Odundo. Kidogo tu Tio, kidogo tu. Ladies and gentlemen, your top point scorer, I'd like to ask from wherever he is, from the Catholic monks, Philip Walukana. From the Catholic monks, Philip Walukana. Tio, I'd like to ask the CEO of Kenya Rugby to get on stage. Morgan Gumi will receive the top point scorer on behalf of Philip Walukana. There you go, Morgan Gumi, representing Philip Walukana of the Catholic monks, receiving that top point scorer from the CEO of Kenya Rugby, Thomas Odundo. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have the award of the top try scorer, Division 1. I'd like to ask Raymond Orlando, Secretary, Kenya Rugby. Raymond Orlando. Bwana Ray Orlando, wherever you are, join us. Ndio hiyo. Honorary Secretary, Kenya Rugby. They'll be joined by AAR Healthcare. All right, kidogo tu, Secretary. Kidogo tu. Huyu anapigwa picha, then we proceed. Philip Walukana, ladies and gentlemen, your top point scorer at the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, Dala7s. Congratulations, Philip. All right, Ray Orlando and a representative from AAR, tafadhali get on stage to award the top try scorer. Ladies and gentlemen, a tie, 7 tries each from the Menengai Oilers. Dennis Abukuse from Masinde Muliro. Tyson Juma. There you go, Tyson, join in the picture. Tyson, join. They tied 7 tries apiece. And there goes his gift hamper and medal tucked in. Ladies and gentlemen, your top try scorers, Dennis Abukuse and Tyson Juma. A gift hamper courtesy of AAR. Sharing the podium, 7 tries, a total of 14 scored by the 2. Congratulations, asanteni sana. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask Paul Okongo from Kisumu and a representative from the AAR Healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, your MVP Division 2 Dala7s from the Z-Tech Oaks, Brian Ondego. Polo Kongo, tafadhali pick the MVP award. Polo Kongo, part of Kisumu Rugby, the history, long-time servant of the club, and now awarding the MVP Division 2. Saldido from SportPesa, ladies and gentlemen, to get ready to give the bronze. Thank you so much, Paul. Asante sana. The bronze award, the Tujiamini bronze award goes to Brian Ondego. He walks away with 10,000 shillings. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Ondego. Thank you so much, Saldido. Thank you so much, Brian. Next up, I'd like to ask Vincent Odor, Kisumu manager, CIC Insurance. Vincent Odor. Vincent Odor, CIC. I'd like to ask Brenda from ICA and the team to get on stage to award top point Division 2. Ladies and gentlemen, your top point scorer Division 2 category from the Z-Tech Oaks, Brian Ondego. That is the ICA group joining in to award the Division 2 overall point scorer Dala7s. Thank you so much, Brian Ondego. Congratulations, Brian, and many thanks to the ICA Lion Group. Congratulations, asante sana, Brenda and the whole team. Thank you so much. All right. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the top try scorer, Division 2. I'd like to ask Dr. Gregory from the CIC and Paul Ogola, Treasurer Kisumu RFC. Paul Ogola, Treasurer Kisumu, and Dr. Gregory Ganda, CEC. Ondieki, tafadhali get on stage. Paul Ogola, mahali uko tafadhali join us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your top try scorer Division 2 category, Brian Ondego. Ondego Brian. Receiving his individual medal award from Eric Ondieki and Paul Ogola, Treasurer Kisumu RFC. That is Brian Ondego sweeping Division 2 medals. All right, next up, ladies and gentlemen, all right, next up, I'd like to ask the Division 2 runners-up and awarding our Division 2 runners-up. Paul Ogola, tafadhali get on stage to award the Division 2 Dala7s runners-up. Ladies and gentlemen, from Makueni, Ravens. Ladies and gentlemen, your runners-up. That is Makueni Ravens coming in second. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Makueni. I'd like to ask Lina Topondo from AAR Insurance. Lina Topondo from AAR Insurance to get on stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on stage is Lina Topondo from AAR. Ladies and gentlemen, your fifth place team, Division 2, the Mean Machine. Nancy Miyoka from AAR, awarding Mean Machine. These gentlemen are happy to be on stage to receive a trophy for the varsity. Carlton Emmanuel, the captain, has received the trophy. Celebrating the only way machine can. Your 5th place winners, the Mean Machine. Time for the award ceremony for the Challenge Trophy Division 2. Polo Gola, Treasurer Kisumu, will be awarding Kisii RFC the Challenge Trophy. The boys from the Banana Republic, they'll be playing host to the Kisii 7s, the 1st and 2nd of November at the Gusii Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, your Challenge Trophy Division 2, KCB Rugby. Time now for the award ceremony for the 13th place. I'd like to ask Rongo RFC, once again, Polo Gola, tafadhali. That is the 13th place team, Dala7s 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, a young club cropping up from South Nyanza, specifically Rongo. Ladies and gentlemen, Rongo Rugby. Congratulations to Rongo for that 13th place win. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up is the Division 2 overall winners. I'd like to ask Dr. Joshua Roni. Dr. Joshua Roni. Dr. Joshua Roni. On behalf of Dr. I'd like to ask Paul Odera. Paul Odera, get on stage. Paul Odera, get on stage to award our Division 2 overall winners. Paul Odera, Director of Rugby at the Kenya Rugby Union. The gentleman in charge of all technical activities at the Kenya Rugby, Paul Odera. Ladies and gentlemen, your Division 2 overall winners, the NYS Spades. All right, I'd like to ask Bridget Wambua from Tusker and Willis. Bridget Wambua from Tusker. Bridget Wanjia. Wambua will be taking the trophy. Bridget, go with the trophy. Yourself and Paul Odera will be in charge of awarding the overall Division 2 winners. These gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, have beaten the field on the Division 2 side and come tops. Unfortunate not to qualify for the Division 1 category the whole season, but most importantly, they will be at the 2026 National 7 Circuit, match day number 1 as the Division 1 team. Ladies and gentlemen, the NY Spades. Thank you so much, Bridget. Thank you so much, Paul. Congratulations, NYS team. Asanteni sana for coming through. You may now clear the stage. Thank you so much, NYS. Coming up, we have the award of the Division 2 overall runners-up. I'd like to ask Kenya Rugby CEO to kindly make his way onto the stage. And joining in will be Keza Mpisi. Oh, let's give it out to Bridget and Christine. Bridget and Christine. All right, Bridget, we'll be going in to award our Division 2 overall runners-up. Ladies and gentlemen, the overall runners-up, Makueni Ravens. The trophy will be picked by Bridget and our CEO, Thomas Odundo. Many thanks to Tusker for partnering with the Kenya Rugby. They've made our stay on the SportPesa National 7 Circuit bearable. The after parties have been amazing, fantastic. Santeni sana Kiza and Bridget from Tusker. And there you have it. Thank you so much, Makueni. Congratulations, and thanks, Bridget and Tio. Zitek Oaks, we need your attention. Zitek Oaks, Malim Potofadali, make your way to the award ceremony. Zitek Oaks. Zitek Oaks. Zitek Oaks, Mamba more appreciated for that. All right, coming up is the second overall runners-up trophy. Thomas Odundo once again get on stage, tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, your third place team, Division 2 category. Willis Ojuang, Ngia Pale, or Steve Ochieng from SportPesa to join and support Thomas Odundo in the award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, your second runners-up, Division 2 category 2025, SportPesa National 7 Circuit, Zitek Oaks. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the individual medal awards of the overall SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Next up, I'd like to ask Bwana Moses Mukabani, kama ako karibu tafadhali, na kama hayupo, Willis Ojuang, mahali upo tafadhali. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Zitek Oaks as they get to clear the stage. Next up, we award top try scorer and top point scorer. Overall, 7s. All right, thank you so much, Zitek Oaks. Ladies and gentlemen, your overall SportPesa National 7 Circuit top try scorer and the top point scorer, ladies and gentlemen, from the Strathmore Leos, Victor Odhiambo Mola. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The best try scorer and also the top point scorer, receiving both awards from Willis Ojuang. Thank you. Congratulations, Smaller. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is an award going to the most valuable player on the SportPesa National 7 Circuit, Division 1 category. There you have it, Mola clearing the stage. All right. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP. I'd like to ask Christine Kariuki from Tusker to get onto the stage to award the overall most valuable player, SportPesa National 7 Circuit, from the champions. Ladies and gentlemen, Vincent Onyala. Christian Kariuki on hand to award our MVP. He has entertained us, he's won and walked away with the most valuable player. Out of every player that has played this season, ladies and gentlemen, he stands out as the most valuable players. He has also won 5 gold medals, and of course, individually, he has gathered them all. Congratulations, Vincent Onyala. All right, next award, Division 2 MVP. Christine Kariuki once again get on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the Division 2 MVP from the Z-Tech Oaks, Anderson Oduor. Anderson, ladies and gentlemen, the shining light of the Division 2 category, the SportPesa National 7th Circuit Division 2. At some point this season, ladies and gentlemen, he was the top point scorer of the Division 1 category, but comes out on top in terms of the points. And of course, the MVP award going to the Z-Tech Oaks under Anderson Oduor. Thank you so much, Christine Kariuki, for that award. Anderson Oduor, our MVP. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, Team Spirit Award. Thomas Odundo, CEO, Kenya Rugby, get on stage to receive the award. The Team Spirit Award, ladies and gentlemen, awarded to the team with the best spirit on the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. To receive this trophy will be Teddy Ndemo from Mombasa Rugby. Ladies and gentlemen, your Team Spirit winners, Mombasa Sports Club. Teddy Demo receiving that award on behalf of Mombasa, the opening leg of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. They put in a show, they had a party, we enjoyed Mombasa. Thank you so much, congratulations Teddy Demo and the whole fraternity of Mombasa Sports Club. Time now for the sponsor appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Odundo on hand to award. First up, ladies and gentlemen, turning out for the whole 6 legs. Let's hear it for the Shere Giants, Tusker. Christine Kariuki, mmecheza kama nyinyi, ndio hiyo medali yenu. Asanteni sana Tusker. That is Thomas Odundo awarding Christine Kariuki. Thank you so much, Tusker, for supporting Kenya Rugby throughout this 7th season. They have been part and parcel of the sponsors at Kenya Rugby, and of course, the official after-party partner of the National 7th Circuit. Christine Kariuki receives the medal on behalf of Tusker Sports. Asante sana, Christine. Coming up next, an award to the overall sponsor of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, receiving this award on behalf of SportPesa, the man in the middle, the man of the moment, always on hand to support whenever and wherever possible. Ladies and gentlemen, our ndio, the real MVPs. Put your hands together for Willis Ojuang from SportPesa. Santeni sana Willis, you've played. Mmecheza kama nyinyi. Willis receives that shining medal from the CEO Kenya Rugby, befitting for SportPesa, our overall sponsor, to receive the award last. The smile shows it all. Thank you so much, Willis. The celebration goes in. Tupatie dance, tafadhali Willis. Ndio hiyo. SportPesa, ladies and gentlemen. Willis Ojuang. Many thanks, Willis. Asanteni sana, you partnered with the Kenya Rugby Union over the last 6 legs. We've come to the tail end of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been your host. My name is Walter Rangi. The organizing team is taking a photo right in front of you. These are the gentlemen who have worked so hard behind the scenes to make sure that we are eventually, and the ladies also involved in making sure that we have a successful event. We've come to the tail end of it. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We head over to the after party and we proceed with the rest of this evening's programming. For the fans, as you head home, asanteni sana for coming through. The sponsors, tumeshukuru sana for the support. And of course, the technical teams, the players, and everyone else involved. Asanteni sana, you've done an amazing job. Asanteni sana. Dala7s comes to the end. DJ, we put here a few, and then we head to the after party.
Ladies and gentlemen, Waswahili wanasema kilicho na mwanzo hakikosi mwisho. The 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit has come to a thrilling end here at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium in Kisumu County, county number 42, and KCB have walked as the overall 2025 SportPesa 7s champion, ending their title drought from 2023, and their win today makes them the most club with the overall titles in the country. 5 out of 5 wins, and this year it has been a thrilling competition to the 2025 SportPesa 7 circuit that was sponsored, of course, by leading online gaming firm SportPesa, who've done it for the 3rd year in a row. So joining me right now, it's Willis Ojuang, Head of Public Relations and Advertising at SportPesa, atupate tu maoni yake na imekuaje the 2025 season, the 3rd year in a row that SportPesa is sponsoring this. Willis, karibu sana, welcome to the set.
Thank you very much.
3rd year in a row, SportPesa backing the Kenya Sevens tournament in the country. From your side, what was your highlight of the season, and how has the 2025 season been for you?
So I think 3rd year in a row, it's been interesting. I think we came into this as a very deliberate move. Of course, unfortunately, coming out of that unfortunate relegation of Shujaa from the World HSBC series, of course, we decided that we are not backing out of rugby scene. We decided to pump in our investment back into the local circuit. It was a very strong leap of faith, I would say, and it has birthed a lot of beautiful fruits that we are very proud of. Of course, it came from year 1 into that quick return into HSBC. Then it came into the rebirth of the team or the squad that went ahead to conquer the Africa Sevens. Of course, that moment beating South Africa, oh my, it was a very beautiful moment. Then, of course, quick forward into the 3rd year, I think the game has grown. The fan base has grown. The entertainment, both on and off the pitch, it can't get any better. Kisumu was just a confirmation of that amazing impact that the SportPesa 7 circuit has brought into the game. And so for us, we're not backing out of it, and we are proud of this asset within our entire sponsorship ecosystem as well.
Willis, you've done it for 3 years in a row. Can you just tell me why you keep on coming back to rugby and supporting the national team, supporting the local circuit for the 3rd year in a row running? And what does it mean for SportPesa to hold its place by supporting local talent, even international talent, when the Kenya Sevens goes out to play in the international tournaments?
Proudly, SportPesa, we say no one does sports, not just sponsorships, but partnerships in this country better than we do. I think 3 years in a row, it has been our proud moment, just confirming and stamping that authority that SportPesa is a very socially responsible corporate, trying to elevate the game, not just from the grassroots level, but from the grassroots all the way up to the national level, and even beyond the national level, of course, carrying our Shujaa pride as one of Kenya's top exports into the world of sports. Kenya and the entire world had missed Shujaa from that scene. I think for us it's a proud moment. We keep doing it over and over again because it's something that we are really proud of the impact it is achieving. We've seen interesting names and very amazing names coming out of the circuit from year 1, year 2, and year 3. It can't get any better. Of course, we go back into now focusing into the Shujaa, and we can't wait for some of the interesting and developing news that will be birthed out of the circuit that we've just had for the last 3 months, hitting 5 towns across the country.
Willis, as we wrap up, what was your highlight of the 2025 SportPesa 7 season?
So, a lot more highlights, but specifically, of course, the game really grown. Those knocks, those stools that we saw. But for me, I'm really proud of our ladies, the Mamba ladies. I think KCB, of course, has written history, but last week we were at the KCB Sevens. I think the Mamba ladies, they're not here today, but they're joined by their management and even their team and all. Remember, Mamba ladies lifted the overall circuit, going unbeaten. I think it was a very proud moment. We saw that interesting final, one of the most interesting finals of the circuit going into it. It's really interesting what we saw. Of course, that Mamba ladies, the game that went into sudden death was really interesting. And even to make it more interesting and even emotional, remember that was the prize for that that was the KCB 7s and that memorial trust for Stefano Tino. So I think very, very interesting from where she lies. It was a proud moment. I think that for me was the highlight. Just, of course, the sport elevating the quality of rugby even with our women. Remember, our women currently top Africa in terms of 7s. And so for me, I think that's a proud moment. SportPesa was, of course, coming out of the entire circuit of 2025.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you that has been Willis Ojuang, the SportPesa Public Relations and Advertising Manager. And just as we continue wrapping up this session, there are a couple of awards that were not dished out and we want to do them live on air right now.
Yeah.
And who has the honor? Willis atanisaidia hapa kupatiana hizi awards.
Yes.
Come on, get on set. Kuja tupeane hizi awards. Willis, please, you'll help me with the awarding ceremony.
Thank you.
Let me hold this for you, Willis, please.
Thank you.
And this is the Division 2 top try scorer. Nakwambia Division 2 top try scorer. Congratulations, Mr. Man.
Let's just get to hear from you. What's your name and what does this moment mean to you?
I'm Dennis Walubengo. I'm very happy for this moment to be top try scorer in the overall circuit. And thanks to Saja always.
Yeah. Highlight moment yako in the 2025 SportPesa 7 circuit unasema imekuwa gani?
It has been sweet, interesting, and I've learned so much. So next time I'll put more efforts. Yeah.
Finally, unaweza dedicatea nani hii award? Being top try scorer Division 2 manze, unaweza dedicatea nani hii award?
To my beloved mama. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Wabe. Right now, that's the Division 2 top try scorer, Mr. Dennis mwenyewe. Congratulations on winning the top try scorer in the 2025 SportPesa National 7 circuit that comes to an end. So after Dennis pia tuko na one more award coming right up. Na Morgan atanisaidia pia na Willis pia to dish out the award. Top point scorer. Nakwambia kutoka KCA University.
KCA University.
Young man, congratulations. Big up. Top point scorer. First of all, tuambie unafeel aje bagging this award?
I feel great. I feel like I've dedicated my everything to win this award. I thank my coach and I thank the players because they are my support team. So without them, I couldn't have won it.
What's the ultimate dream after this?
The ultimate dream is playing for an international team in the Safari 7s. Yeah.
Congratulations and all the best. All right.
And
Willis,
before we hand it over to you, we are told we're pia ni msanii. Please tell us more about that.
Sani, I rap. Okay. Yeah, I'm a rapper. I started it in 2020. I like rap. Yeah, that's why I started singing and rapping.
You can guess which question Steve will ask you next, since you now mentioned that you're a rapper. It's been a long day of just rugby action. We've not heard from a rapper. So over to you, sir.
Yeah, I fucked your bitch, nigga.
Congratulations, Sunny. Congratulations.
Congratulations, young man. Top point scorer. All the best in your dreams to come.
Thank you. And see you at Safari 7s.
Ladies and gentlemen,
remember to book your
the
calendar.
beauty of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 circuit. That is the top point scorer. Nakwambia, the man who dreams of playing for an international team in the Safari 7s. One moment. That has been the 2025 SportPesa 7s, brought to you by leading online gaming firm SportPesa. Na nakwambia, what a way to end the season. KCB have been consistent through the season, making it to 6 out of 6 main cup finals. And that is not dominance. I don't know what that is. They've won 4 out of the 6 titles. And they've managed to win the overall 2025 SportPesa National 7 circuit. KCB making history again with this win, making them their 5th time, the only side to win the National 7 title, a record 5 times. Nakwambia, Tasa, from Willis and I think our job is done here.
Our job is
Congratulations
done.
on a good job.
And remember, we see them at the Safari 7s, 10th to 12th at the Nyayo National Stadium.
Also, Willis, we've forgotten, the Legends is coming up soon.
27 September. We have to beat... Forget the rivalry that has been there with Kenya, Tanzania, with football and everything. If there is a longer lasting rivalry off the pitch, we'll come and settle the scores at the RFUA grounds on 27th of September. Remember, Colin Sinjera, that list of legends is long.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. So we can't wait. Eddie Omonde.
Colin Sinjera.
Humphrey Ayange.
Tall.
The list is endless. Ladies and gentlemen, 27th of September, the Kenya Legends will be taking on their counterparts from Uganda. Remember, at the Chadondo grounds, it was a close affair. Only 1 point separated the two sides. But this time round, at the RFA grounds on 27th of September, the SportPesa Legends Cup will be happening, going down. Get your tickets and come one, come all. Remember, the Safari Sevens is also coming up from 10th to 12th October. Make sure you come out for that, happening at the Nyayo National Stadium. So from me, Ochieng Stephen, here at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium, it's over and out. 2025 SportPesa 7 seasons, it's a wrap.
Is this why we drop the mic?
the battle begin.
like the whole concept of legends.
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is replicated in Nairobi.
Are you promising Uganda another thrashing? Return leg.
Is this on camera?
Yes.
Of course, they're going to get a thrash.